Welcome to Classic Detective Mysteries. In today's story, The Fellowship of the Frog by Edgar Wallace, we are plunged into a tale of mystery and intrigue. When a prominent man is found dead, the police are baffled by the strange circumstances surrounding his death. With a chilling secret society known as the Fellowship of the Frog at the heart of the case, detective work is pushed to its limits. Join us as we uncover the secrets and uncover the identity of the elusive killer. Stay tuned for this classic detective mystery. Chapter: At Maytree Cottage. A dry radiator coincided with a burst tire. The second coincidence was the proximity of Maytree Cottage on the Horsham Road. The cottage was larger than most, with a timbered front and a thatched roof. Standing at the gate, Richard Gordon stopped to admire. The house dated back to the days of Elizabeth, but his interest and admiration were not those of the antiquary, nor, though he loved flowers, of the horticulturist, though the broad garden was a patchwork of colour, and the fragrance of cabbage roses came to delight his senses, nor was it the air of comfort and cleanliness that pervaded the place, the scrubbed red-brick pathway that led to the door, the spotless curtains behind leaded panes. It was the girl, in the red-lined basket chair, that arrested his gaze. She sat on a little lawn in the shade of a mulberry tree, with her shapely young limbs stiffly extended, a book in her hand, a large box of chocolates by her side, her hair the colour of old gold, an old gold that held life and sheen, a flawless complexion, and, when she turned her head in his direction, a pair of grave, questioning eyes, deeper than grey, yet greyer than blue. She drew up her feet hurriedly and rose. "I'm so sorry to disturb you," Dick, hat in hand, smiled his apology, "but I want water for my poor little Lizzie. She's developed a prodigious thirst." She frowned for a second and then laughed. "Lizzie, you mean a car? If you'll come to the back of the cottage, I'll show you where the well is." He followed, wondering who she was. The tiny hint of patronage in her tone he understood. It was the tone of matured girlhood addressing a boy of her own age. Dick, who was 30 and looked 18 with his smooth boyish face, had been greeted in that little boy tone before, and was inwardly amused. "Here is the bucket and that is the well," she pointed. "I would send a maid to help you, only we haven't a maid, and never had a maid, and I don't think ever shall have a maid." "Then some maid has missed a very good job," said Dick, "for this garden is delightful." She neither agreed nor dissented. Perhaps she regretted the familiarity she had shown. She conveyed to him an impression of aloofness as she watched the process of filling the buckets, and when he carried them to the car on the road outside, she followed. "I thought it was what did you call it, Lizzie?" "She is Lizzie to me," said Dick stoutly as he filled the radiator of the big rolls, "and she will never be anything else. There are people who think she should be called Diana, but those high-flown names never had any attraction for me. She is Liz, and will always be Liz." She walked round the machine, examining it curiously. "Aren't you afraid to be driving a big car like that?" she asked. "I should be scared to death. It is so tremendous and unmanageable." Dick paused with a bucket in hand. "Fear," he boasted, "is a word which I have expunged from the bright lexicon of my youth." For a second, puzzled, she began to laugh softly. "Did you come by way of Welford?" she asked. He nodded. "I wonder if you saw my father on the road." "I saw nobody on the road except a sour-looking gentleman of middle age who was breaking the Sabbath by carrying a large, brown box on his back." "Where did you pass him?" she asked, interested. 2 miles away, less than that." And then, a doubt intruding, "I hope that I wasn't describing your parent." "It sounds rather like him," she said without annoyance. "Daddy is a naturalist photographer. He takes moving pictures of birds and things. He is an amateur, of course." "Of course," agreed Dick. He brought the buckets back to where he had found them and lingered. Searching for an excuse, he found it in the garden. How far he might have exploited this subject is a matter for conjecture. Interruption came in the shape of a young man who emerged from the front door of the cottage. He was tall and athletic, good-looking. Dick put his age at 20. "Hello, Ella. Father back?" he began, and then saw the visitor. "This is my brother," said the girl, and Dick Gordon nodded. He was conscious that this free and easy method of getting acquainted was due largely, if not entirely, to his youthful appearance. To be treated as an inconsiderable boy had its advantages, and so it appeared. "I was telling him that boys ought not to be allowed to drive big cars," she said. "You remember the awful smash there was at the Shoreham Crossroads?" Ray Bennett chuckled. "This is all part of a conspiracy to keep me from getting a motor-bicycle. Father thinks I'll kill somebody, and Ella thinks I'll kill myself." Perhaps there was something in Dick Gordon's quick smile that warned the girl that she had been premature in her appraisement of his age, for suddenly, almost abruptly, she nodded an emphatic dismissal and turned away. Dick was at the gate when a further respite arrived. It was the man he had passed on the road, tall, loose-framed, grey and gaunt of face. He regarded the stranger with suspicion in his deep-set eyes. "Good morning," he said curtly. "Car broken down?" "No, thank you. I ran out of water and Miss, Bennett," said the man. "She gave you the water, eh? Well, good morning." He stood aside to let Gordon pass, but Dick opened the gate and waited till the owner of Maytree Cottage had entered. "My name is Gordon," he said. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Ella had turned back and stood with her brother within earshot. "I am greatly obliged to you for your kindness." The old man, with a nod, went on carrying his heavy burden into the house, and Dick in desperation turned to the girl. "You are wrong when you think this is a difficult car to drive. Won't you experiment? Or perhaps your brother?" The girl hesitated, but not so young Bennett. "I'd like to try," he said eagerly. "I've never handled a big machine." That he could handle one if the opportunity came, he showed. They watched the car gliding round the corner, the girl with a little frown gathering between her eyes, Dick Gordon oblivious to everything except that he had snatched a few minutes' closer association with the girl. He was behaving absurdly, he told himself. He, a public official, an experienced lawyer, was carrying on like an irresponsible, love-smitten youth of 19. The girl's words emphasized his folly. "I wish you hadn't let Ray drive," she said. "It doesn't help a boy who is always wanting something better to put him in charge of a beautiful car. Perhaps you don't understand me. Ray is very ambitious and dreams in millions. A thing like this unsettles him." The older man came out at that moment, a black pipe between his teeth, and seeing the two at the gate, a cloud passed over his face. "Let him drive your car, have you?" he said grimly. "I wish you hadn't. It was very kind of you, Mr. Gordon, but in Ray's case a mistaken kindness. I'm very sorry," said the penitent Dick. "Here he comes." The big car spun toward them and halted before the gate. "She's a beauty." Ray Bennett jumped out and looked at the machine with admiration and regret. "My word, if she were mine." "She isn't," snapped the old man. And then, as though regretting his petulance, "Someday perhaps you'll own a fleet, Ray. Are you going to London, Mr. Gordon?" Dick nodded. "Maybe you wouldn't care to stop and eat a very frugal meal with us?" asked the elder Bennett to his surprise and joy. "And you'll be able to tell this foolish son of mine that owning a big car isn't all joy-riding." Dick's first impression was of the girl's astonishment. Apparently he was unusually honored, and this was confirmed after John Bennett had left them. "You're the first boy that has ever been asked to dinner," she said when they were alone. "Isn't he, Ray?" Ray smiled. "Dad doesn't go in for the social life, and that's a fact," he said. "I asked him to have Philo Johnson down for a weekend, and he killed the idea before it was born. And the old philosopher is a good fellow and the boss's confidential secretary. You've heard of Maitland's Consolidated, I suppose?" Dick nodded. The marble palace on the Strand embankment in which the fabulously rich Mr. Maitland operated was one of the show buildings of London. "I'm in his office, exchange clerk," said the young man. "And Philo could do a whole lot for me if Dad would pull out an invitation. As it is, I seem doomed to be a clerk for the rest of my life." The white hand of the girl touched his lips. "You'll be rich someday, Ray dear, and it is foolish to blame Daddy." The young man growled something under the hand, and then laughed a little bitterly. "Dad has tried every get-rich-quick scheme that the mind and ingenuity of man, and why?" The voice was harsh, tremulous with anger. None of them had noticed the reappearance of John Bennett. "You're doing work you don't like. My God, what of me? I've been trying for 20 years to get out. I've tried every silly scheme, that's true. But it was for you." He stopped abruptly at the sight of Gordon's embarrassment. "I invited you to dinner, and I'm pulling out the family skeleton," he said with rough good humor. He took Dick's arm and led him down the garden path between the serried ranks of rose bushes. "I don't know why I asked you to stay, young man," he said. "An impulse, I suppose. Maybe a bad conscience. I don't give these young people all the company they ought to have at home, and I'm not much of a companion for them. It's too bad that you should be the witness of the first family jar we've had for years." His voice and manner were those of an educated man. Dick wondered what occupation he followed, and why it should be so particularly obnoxious that he should be seeking some escape. The girl was quiet throughout the meal. She sat at Dick's left hand, and she spoke very seldom. Stealing an occasional glance at her, he thought she looked preoccupied and troubled, and blamed his presence as the cause. Apparently no servant was kept at the cottage. She did the waiting herself, and she had replaced the plates when the old man asked, "I shouldn't think you were as young as you look, Mr. Gordon. What do you do for a living?" "I'm quite old," smiled Dick. 31. 31? gasped Ella, going red. "And I've been talking to you as though you were a child." "Think of me as a child at heart," he said gravely. "As to my occupation, I'm a persecutor of thieves and murderers and bad characters generally. My name is Richard Gordon." The knife fell with a clatter from John Bennet's hand, and his face went white. "Gordon, Richard Gordon," he said hollowly. For a second their eyes met, the clear blue and the faded blue. "Yes, I am the Assistant Director of Prosecutions," said Gordon quietly. "And I have an idea that you and I have met before." The pale eyes did not waver. John Bennet's face was a mask. "Not professionally, I hope," he said, and there was a challenge in his voice. Dick laughed again as at the absurdity of the question. "Not professionally," he said with mock gravity. On his way back to London that night his memory worked overtime, but he failed to place John Bennet of Horsham. Chapter: A Talk About Frogs. Maitland's Consolidated had grown from one small office to its present palatial proportions in a comparatively short space of time. Maitland was a man advanced in years, patriarchal in appearance, sparing of speech. He had arrived in London unheralded, and had arrived in the less accurate sense of the word, before London was aware of his existence. Dick Gordon saw the speculator for the first time as he was waiting in the marble-walled vestibule. A man of middle height, bearded to his waist, his eyes almost hidden under heavy white brows, stout and laborious of gait, he came slowly through the outer office, where a score of clerks sat working under their green-shaded lamps, and looking neither to the right nor left, walked into the elevator, and was lost to view. "That is the old man. Have you seen him before?" asked Ray Bennett, who had come out to meet the caller a second before. "He's a venerable old cuss, but as tight as a soundproof door. You couldn't pry money from him, not if you used dynamite. He pays Philo a salary that the average secretary wouldn't look at, and if Philo wasn't such an easy-going devil, he'd have left years ago." Dick Gordon was feeling a little uncomfortable. His presence at Maitland's was freakish, his excuse for calling as feeble as any weak brain could conceive. If he had spoken the truth to the flattered young man on whom he called in business hours, he would have said, "I have idiotically fallen in love with your sister. I am not especially interested in you, but I regard you as a line that will lead me to another meeting. Therefore I have made my being in the neighborhood an excuse for calling. And because of this insane love I have for your sister, I am willing to meet even Philo, who will surely bore me." Instead he said, "You are a friend of Philo. Why do you call him that?" "Because he's a philosophical old horse. His other name is Philip," said the other with a twinkle in his eye. "Everybody is a friend of Philo's. He's the kind of man that makes friendship easy." The elevator door opened at that moment, and a man came out. Instinctively, Dick Gordon knew that this bald and middle-aged man with the good-humored face was the subject of their discussion. His round, fat face creased in a smile as he recognized Ray, and after he had handed a bundle of documents to one of the clerks, he came over to where they were standing. "Meet Mr. Gordon," said Ray. "This is my friend Johnson." Philo grasped the extended hand warmly. Warm was a word which had a special significance in relation to Mr. Johnson. He seemed to radiate a warming and quickening influence. Even Dick Gordon, who was not too ready to respond, came under the immediate influence of his geniality. "You're Mr. Gordon of the Public Prosecution Department, Ray was telling me," he said. "I should like you to come one day and prosecute Old Man Maitland. He is certainly the most prosecutable gentleman I've met for years." The jest tickled Mr. Johnson. He was, thought Dick, inclined to laugh at himself. "I've got to get back. He's in a tantrum this morning. Anyone would think the frogs were after him." Philo Johnson, with a cheery nod, hurried back to the lift. Was it imagination on Dick's part? He could have sworn the face of Ray Bennett was a deeper shade of red, and that there was a look of anxiety in his eyes. "It's very good of you to keep your promise and call. Yes, I'll be glad to lunch with you, Gordon, and my sister will also, I'm sure. She is often in town." His adieux were hurried and somewhat confused. Dick Gordon went out into the street puzzled. Of one thing he was certain, that behind the young man's distress lay that joking reference to the frogs. When he returned to his office, still sore with himself that he had acted rather like a mooncalf, or a farmhand making his awkward advances to the village bell, he found a troubled-looking chief of police waiting for him, and at the sight of him Dick's eyes narrowed. "Well?" he asked. "What of Genter?" The police chief made a grimace like one who was swallowing an unpleasant potion. "They slipped me," he said. "The frog arrived in a car. I wasn't prepared for that. Genter got in, and they were gone before I realized what had happened. Not that I'm worried. Genter has a gun, and he's a pretty tough fellow in a rough house." Dick Gordon stared at and through the man, and then, "I think you should have been prepared for the car," he said. "If Genter's message was well-founded, and he is on the track of the frog, you should have expected a car. Sit down, Wellingdale." The grey-haired man obeyed. "I'm not excusing myself," he growled. "The frogs have got me rattled. I treated them as a joke once." "Maybe we'd be wiser if we treated them as a joke now," suggested Dick, biting off the end of a cigar. "They may be nothing but a foolish secret society. Even tramps are entitled to their lodges and pass words, grips and signs." Wellingdale shook his head. "You can't get away from the record of the past 7 years," he said. "It isn't the fact that every other bad road criminal we pull in has the frog tattooed on his wrist. That might be sheer imitation, and in any case, all crooks of low mentality have tattoo marks. But in that 7 years we've had a series of very unpleasant crimes. First there was the attack upon the charge d'affaires of the United States Embassy, bludgeoned to sleep in Hyde Park. Then there was the case of the president of the Northern Trading Company, clubbed as he was stepping out of his car in Park Lane. Then the big fire which destroyed the Mersey rubber stores, where £4 million worth of raw rubber went up in smoke. Obviously the work of a dozen firebugs, for the stores consist of 6 big warehouses and each was fired simultaneously and in 2 places. And the frogs were in it. We caught 2 of the men for the rubber job. They were both frogs and bore the totem of the tribe. They were both ex-convicts, and one of them admitted that he had had instructions to carry out the job, but took back his words next day. I never saw a man more scared than he was, and I can't blame him. If half that is said about the frog is true, his admission cost him something. There it is, Mr. Gordon. I can give you a dozen cases. Genter has been 2 years on their track. He has been tramping the country, sleeping under hedges, hogging in with all sorts of tramps, stealing rides with them and thieving with them. And when he wrote me and said he had got into touch with the organization and expected to be initiated, I thought we were near to getting them. I've had Genter shadowed since he struck town. I'm sick about this morning." Dick Gordon opened a drawer of his desk, took out a leather folder and turned the leaves of its contents. They consisted of pages of photographs of men's wrists. He studied them carefully, as though he were looking at them for the first time, though in truth he had examined these records of captured men almost every day for years. Then he closed the portfolio thoughtfully and put it away in the drawer. For a few minutes he sat, drumming his fingers on the edge of the writing table, a frown on his youthful face. "The frog is always on the left wrist, always a little lopsided, and there is always one small blob tattooed underneath," he said. "Does that strike you as being remarkable?" The superintendent, who was not a brilliant man, saw nothing remarkable in the fact. Chapter: The Frog. It was growing dark when the two tramps, skirting the village of Morby, came again to the post road. The circumvention of Morby had been a painful and tiring business, for the rain which had been falling all day had transformed the ploughed fields into glutinous brown seas that made walking a test of patience. One was tall, unshaven, shabby. His faded brown coat was buttoned to his chin. His sagged and battered hat rested on the back of his head. His companion seemed short by comparison, though he was a well-made, broad-shouldered man, above the average height. They spoke no word as they plodded along the muddy road. Twice the shorter man stopped and peered backward in the gathering darkness, as though searching for a pursuer, and once he clutched the big man's arm and drew him to hiding behind the bushes that fringed the road. This was when a car tore past with a roar and a splattering of liquid mud. After a while they turned off the road, and crossing a field came to the edge of a wild waste of land traversed by an ancient cart track. "We're nearly there," growled the smaller man, and the other grunted. But for all his seeming indifference, his keen eyes were taking in every detail of the scene. Solitary building on the horizon looked like a barn. Essex County, he guessed this from the indicator number on the car that had passed. Wasteland probably led to a disused clay pit, or was it quarry? There was an old notice board fixed to a groggy post near the gate through which the cart track passed. It was too dark to read the faded lettering, but he saw the word lime. Limestone? It would be easy to locate. The only danger was if the frogs were present in force. Under cover of his overcoat, he felt for the Browning and slipped it into his overcoat pocket. If the frogs were in strength, there might be a tough fight. Help there was none. He never expected there would be. Carlo had picked him up on the outskirts of the city in his disreputable car and had driven him through the rain, tacking and turning, following secondary roads, avoiding towns and hamlets, so that, had he been sitting by the driver's side, he might have grown confused. But he was not. He was sitting in the darkness of the little van and saw nothing. Wellingdale, with the shadows who had been watching him, had not been prepared for the car. A tramp with a motor car was a monstrosity. Even Genta himself was taken aback when the car drew up to the pavement where he was waiting, and the voice of Carlo hissed, "Jump in!" They crossed the crest of a weed-grown ridge. Below, Genta saw a stretch of ground littered with rusting trolleys, twisted Decaville rails, and pitted with deep, rain-filled holes. Beyond, on the sharp line of the quarry's edge, was a small wooden hut, and towards this, Carlo led the way. "Not nervous, are you?" he asked, and there was a sneer in his voice. "Not very," said the other coolly. "I suppose the fellows are in that shack?" Carlo laughed softly. "There are no others," he said. "Only the frog himself. He comes up the quarry face. There's a flight of steps that come up under the hut. Good idea, eh? The hut hangs over the edge, and you can't even see the steps, not if you hang over. I tried once. They'd never catch him, not if they brought 40 million cops." "Suppose they surrounded the quarry," suggested Genta, but the man scoffed. "Wouldn't he know it was being surrounded before he came in? He knows everything, does the frog." He looked down at the other's hand. "It won't hurt," he said, "and it's worth it if it does. You'll never be without a friend again, Harry. If you get into trouble, there's always the best lawyer to defend you. And you're the kind of chap we're looking for. There is plenty of trash. Poor fools that want to get in for the sake of the pickings. But you'll get big work, and if you do a special job for him, there's hundreds and hundreds of money for you. If you're hungry or ill, the frogs will find you out and help you. That's pretty good, ain't it?" Genta said nothing. They were within a dozen yards of the hut now, a strong structure built of stout timber bulks, with one door and a shuttered window. Motioning Genta to remain where he was, the man called Carlo went forward and tapped on the door. Genta heard a voice, and then he saw the man step to the window and the shutter open an inch. There followed a long conversation in an undertone, and then Carlo came back. "He says he has a job for you that will bring in 1,000. You're lucky. Do you know Roxmore?" Genta nodded. He knew that aristocratic suburb. "There's a man there that has got to be coshed. He comes home from his club every night by the 11:05, walks to his house. It is up a dark road, and a fellow could get him with a club without trouble. Just one smack and he's finished. It's not killing, you understand." "Why does he want me to do it?" asked the tall tramp curiously. The explanation was logical. All new fellows have to do something to show their pluck and straightness. "What do you say?" Genta had not hesitated. "I'll do it," he said. Carlo returned to the window, and presently he called his companion. "Stand here and put your left arm through the window," he ordered. Genta pulled back the cuff of his sodden coat and thrust his bare arm through the opening. His hand was caught in a firm grip, and immediately he felt something soft and wet pressed against his wrist, a rubber stamp, he noted mentally, and braced himself for the pain which would follow. It came, the rapid pricking of 1,000 needles, and he winced. Then the grip on his hand relaxed and he withdrew it, to look wonderingly on the blurred design of ink and blood that the tattooer had left. "Don't wipe it," said a muffled voice from the darkness of the hut. "Now you may come in." The shutter closed and was bolted. Then came the snick of a lock turning and the door opened. Genta went into the pitch-black darkness of the hut and heard the door locked by the unseen occupant. "Your number is K," said the hollow voice. "When you see that in the personal column of the Times, you report here wherever you are. Take that." Genta put out his hand, and an envelope was placed in his outstretched palm. It was as though the mysterious frog could see, even in that blackness. "There is journey money and a map of the district. If you spend the journey money, or if you fail to come when you are wanted, you will be killed. Is that clear?" "Yes. You will find other money that you can use for your expenses. Now listen. At Rochmore Park Avenue lives Hallwell Jones, the banker. He must have sensed the start of surprise which the recruit gave. You know him?" "Yes. Worked for him years ago," said Genta. Stealthily he drew his Browning from his pocket and thumbed down the safety catch. "Between now and Friday he has to be clubbed. You need not kill him. If you do, it doesn't matter. I expect his head's too hard." Genta located the man now, and, growing accustomed to the darkness, guessed rather than saw the bulk of him. Suddenly his hand shot out and grasped the arm of the frog. "I've got a gun and I'll shoot," he said between his teeth. "I want you, frog. I'm Inspector Genta from police headquarters, and if you resist, I'll kill you." For a second there was a deathly silence. Then Genta felt his pistol wrist seized in a vice-like grip. He struck out with his other hand, but the man stooped and the blow fell in the air. And then, with a wrench, the pistol was forced out of the big man's hand, and he closed with his prisoner. So doing, his face touched the frog's. Was it a mask he was wearing? The cold mica goggles came against his cheek. That accounted for the muffled voice. Powerful as he was, he could not break away from the arms which encircled him, and they struggled backward and forward in the darkness. Suddenly the frog lifted his foot, and Genta, anticipating the kick, swerved round. There was a crash of broken glass, and then something came to the detective, a faint but pungent odor. He tried to breathe, but found himself strangling, and his arms fell feebly by his side. The frog held him for a minute, and then let the limp figure fall with a thud to the ground. In the morning, a London police patrol found the body of Inspector Genta lying in the garden of an empty house and rang for an ambulance, but a man who has been gassed by the concentrated fumes of hydrocyanic acid dies very quickly, and Genta had been dead 10 seconds after the frog smashed the thin glass cylinder which he kept in the hut for such emergencies as these. Chapter Elk. There was no detective in the world who looked less like a police officer, and a clever police officer, than Elk. He was tall and thin, and a slight stoop accentuated his weediness. His clothes seemed ill-fitting and hung upon rather than fitted him. His dark, cadaverous face was set permanently in an expression of the deepest gloom, and few had ever seen him smile. His superiors found him generally a depressing influence, for his outlook on life was prejudiced and apparently embittered by his failure to secure promotion. Faulty education stood in his way here. 10 times he had come up for examination, and 10 times he had failed, invariably in the same subject, history. Dick, who knew him better than his immediate chiefs, guessed that these failures did not worry Mr. Elk as much as people thought. Indeed, he often detected a glum pride in his inability to remember historical dates, and once, in a moment of astonishing confidence, Elk had confessed that promotion would be an embarrassment to a man of his limited educational attainments. For Elk's everyday English was one of his weaknesses. "There's no rest for the wicked, Mr. Gordon," he sighed as he sat down. "I thought I'd get a holiday after my trip to the USA. I want to know all about Lola Bassano, who are her friends, why she has suddenly attached herself to Raymond Bennett, a clerk in the employ of Maitland's Consolidated, particularly why she picked him up at the corner of St. James's Square and drove him to Horsham last night. I saw them by accident as I was coming out of my club, and followed. They sat in her coupe for the greater part of 2 hours within 100 yards of Bennett's house, and they were talking. I know, because I stood in the rain behind the car, listening. If he had been making love to her, I should have understood, a little, but they were talking, and talking money. I heard certain sums mentioned. At 4 o'clock he got out of the car and went into his house, and Lola drove off. Elk, puffing, sadly shook his head. Lola wouldn't talk about anything but money anyway, he said. She's like Queen What's-Her-Name who died in, or maybe it was. She married King Henry, or it may have been Charles, because she wanted a gold snuff box he had. I'm not sure whether it was a gold snuff box or a silver bed. Anyway, she got it and was beaded in. I don't remember the date. Thank you for the parallel, smiled Dick. But Lola is not after snuff boxes of gold or silver. Young Bennett hasn't twopence of his own. There is something particularly interesting to me about this acquaintance. Elk smoked thoughtfully, watching the smoke rings rise to the ceiling. Bennett's got a sister, he said, to the other's amazement. Pretty, as far as looks go. Old man Bennett's a crook of some kind. Doesn't do any regular work but goes away for days at a time and comes back looking ill. You know them? Elk nodded. Old man Bennett attracted me. Somebody reported his movements as suspicious. The local police, they've got nothing to do except guard chickens, and naturally they look on anybody who doesn't keep chickens as being a suspicious character. I kept old Bennett under observation, but I never got to the bottom of his movements. He has run lots of queer stunts. He wrote a play once and put it on. It went dead on the 4th night. Then he took to playing the races on a system. That nearly broke him. Then he started a correspondence school at Horsham, how to write good English, and he lost money. Now he's taking pictures. How long has he been trying those methods of getting a living? Years. I traced a typewriting agency to him 17 years ago. They haven't all been failures. He made money out of some, but I'd give my head to know what his regular game is. Once a month regular, sometimes twice, sometimes more often, he disappears and you can't find him or trail him. I've sounded every crook in town, but they're as much puzzled as I am. Lou Brady, that's the big sporting fellow who worked with Lola. He's interested too. He hates Bennett. Years ago he tackled the old man and tried to bully him into telling him what his lay was, and Bennett handled him rough. The old man? Asked Dick incredulously. The old man. He's as strong as an ox. Don't forget it. I'll see Lola. She's not a bad girl up to a point. Personally, vamps never appeal to me. Genta's dead, they tell me? The frog's in that too? There's no doubt about it, said Dick, rising, and here Elk is one of the men who killed him. He walked to the window and looked out, Elk behind him. The man who had stood on the sidewalk had disappeared. Where? Asked Elk. He's gone now. Aye. At that moment the window shattered inward, and splinters of glass stung his face. Another second, and Elk was dragged violently to cover. From the roof of Onslow Gardens, said Richard Gordon calmly. I wondered where the devils would shoot from. That's twice they've tried to get me since daylight. A spent cartridge on the flat roof of 94, Onslow Gardens, and the print of feet were all the evidence that the assassin left behind. No, was empty except for a caretaker, who admitted that he was in the habit of going out every morning to buy provisions for the day. Admission had been gained by the front door. There was a tradesman who saw a man let himself into the house, carrying what looked to be a fishing rod under his arm, but which undoubtedly was a rifle in a cloth case. Very simple, said Dick, and of course from the frog's point of view effective. The shooter had half a dozen ways of escape, including the fire escape. Elk was silent and glum, Dick Gordon as silent but cheerful, until the two men were back in his office. "It was my inquiry at the garage that annoyed them," he said, "and I'll give them this credit, they are rapid. I was returning to my house when the first attempt was made. The most ingenious effort to run me down with a light car, the darned thing even mounted the pavement after me. Number XL, said Dick, but fake. There is no such number on the register. The driver was gone before I could stop him." Elk scratched his chin, surveying the youthful public prosecutor with a dubious eye. "Almost sounds interesting to me," he said. "Of course I've heard of the frogs, but I didn't give much attention. Nowadays secret societies are so common that every time a man shakes hands with me, he looks sort of disappointed if I don't pull my ear or flap my feet. And gang work on a large scale I've always looked upon as something you only hear about in exciting novels by my old friend Sherlock, and he didn't write them," murmured Dick. Again Elk fingered his cheek. "I don't believe in it anyway," he said after thought. "It's not natural that tramps should do anything systematic. It's too much like work. I'll bet there's nothing in it, only a lot of wild coincidences sticking together. I'll bet that the frogs are just a silly society without any plan or reason. And I'll bet that Lola knows all about 'em," he added inconsistently. Elk walked back to the yard by the most circuitous route. With his furled and ancient umbrella hanging on his arm, he had the appearance of an out-of-work clerk. His steel-rimmed spectacles, clipped at a groggy angle, assisted the illusion. Winter and summer he wore a soiled fawn topcoat, which was invariably unbuttoned, and he had worn the same yellowish-brown suit for as long as anybody could remember. The rain came down, not in any great quantities, but incessantly. His hard derby hat glistened with moisture, but he did not put up his umbrella. Nobody had ever seen that article opened. He walked to Trafalgar Square and then stopped, stood in thought for some time and retraced his steps. Opposite the public prosecutor's office stood a tall street seller with a little tray of matches, key rings, pencils, and the odds and ends that such men sell. His wares, for the moment, were covered by a shining oilcloth. Elk had not noticed him before, and wondered why the man had taken up so unfavourable a stand for the end of Onslow Gardens. The windiest and least comfortable position in Whitehall is not a place where the hurrying pedestrian would stop to buy, even on a fine day. The hawker was dressed in a shabby raincoat that reached to his heels. A soft felt hat was pulled down over his eyes, but Elk saw the hawk-like face and stopped. "Busy?" "No." Elk was immediately interested. This man was American and was trying to disguise his voice so that it appeared Cockney. The most impossible task that any American had ever undertaken, for the whine and intonation of the Cockney are inimitable. "You're American, what state?" "Georgia," was the reply, and this time the hawker made no attempt at disguise. "Came over on a cattle boat during the war." Elk held out his hand. "Let me see that license of yours, brother," he said. Without hesitation, the man produced the written police permit to sell on the streets. It was made out in the name of Joshua Broad, and was in order. "You're not from Georgia," said Elk. "But that doesn't matter. You're from Hampshire or Massachusetts." "Connecticut, to be exact," said the man coolly. "But I've lived in Georgia. Want a key ring?" There was a gleam of amusement in his eyes, the merest flash. "No. Never had a key. Never had anything worth locking up," said Elk, fingering the articles on the tray. "Not a good pitch, this." "No," said the other. "Too near to Scotland Yard, Mr. Elk." Elk cast a swift glance at the man. "Know me, do you?" "Most people do, don't they?" asked the other innocently. Elk took the peddler in from the soles of his stout shoes to his soddened hat, and with a nod went on. The hawker looked after the detective until he was out of sight, and then, fixing a cover over his tray, strapped it tight and walked in the direction Elk had taken. Coming out of Maitland's to lunch, Ray Bennett saw a shabby and saturnine man standing on the edge of the pavement, but gave him no more than a passing glance. He, at any rate, did not know Elk, and was quite unconscious of the fact that he was being followed to the little chop house where Philo Johnson and he took their modest luncheon. In any circumstances Ray would not have observed the shadow, But today, in his condition of mind, he had no thought for anybody but himself, or any offence but the bearded and ancient Maitland's outrageous behaviour. "The old devil," he said as he walked by Johnson's side. "To make a 10% cut in salaries and to start on me. And this morning the papers say that he has given 5,000 to the northern hospitals. He's a charitable cuss, and as to the cut, it was either that or standing you off," said Johnson cheerfully. "What's the use of kicking? Trade has been bad, and the stock market is as dead as Ptolemy. The old man wanted to put you off, said that you were superfluous anyway. If you'd only look on the bright side of things, Ray." "Bright," snorted the young man, his face going pink with anger. "I'm getting a boy's salary, and I want money mighty badly, Philo." Philo sighed, and for once his good-humoured face was clouded. Then it relaxed into a broad grin. "If I thought the same way as you, I'd go mad or turn into a first-class crook. I only earn about 50% more than you, and yet the old man allows me to handle hundreds of thousands. It's too bad." Nevertheless, the badness of the parsimonious Maitland did not interfere with his appetite. "The art of being happy," he said as he pushed back his plate and lit a cigarette, "is to want nothing. Then you're always getting more than you need. How is your sister?" "She's all right," said Ray indifferently. "Ella's the same mind as you. It's easy to be a philosopher over other people's worries. Who's that disreputable bird?" he added, as a man seated himself at a table opposite to them. Philo fixed his glasses. He was a little near-sighted. "That's Elk, a Scotland Yard man," he said, and grinned at the newcomer, a recognition which, to Ray's annoyance, and his annoyance was tinged with uneasiness, brought the seedy man to their table. "This is my friend, Mr. Bennett, Inspector Elk, Ray." "Sergeant," suggested Elk dourly. "Fate has always been against me in the matter of promotion. Can't remember dates." So far from making a secret of his failure, Mr. Elk was never tired of discussing the cause, though why a man is a better thief-taker for knowing when George Washington was born and when Napoleon Bonaparte died is a mystery to me. "Dine here every day, Mr. Bennett?" Ray nodded. "Know your father, I think, John Bennett of Horsham, isn't it?" "Thought so." In desperation, Ray got up with an excuse and left them alone. "Nice boy, that," said Elk. Chapter: Mr. Maitland Goes Home. They were nearing the imposing home of Maitland's Consolidated when Mr. Johnson suddenly broke off in the middle of an interesting exposition of his philosophy and quickened his pace. On the pavement ahead of them he saw Ray Bennett, and by his side the slim figure of a girl. Their backs were toward the two men, but Elk guessed rightly when he decided that the girl was Ella Bennett. He had seen her twice before, and he had a wonderful memory for backs. Turning as the stout man came up to her, hat in hand, she greeted him with a quick and friendly smile. "This is an unexpected pleasure, Miss Bennett." There was a pink tinge to Johnson's homely face. Sweet on her, thought Elk, interested, and his handshake was warm and something more than cordial. "I didn't intend coming to town, but father has gone off on one of his mysterious excursions," she said with a little laugh, "this time to the west, and curiously enough, I am absolutely sure I saw him on a bus just now, though his train left 2 hours ago." She glanced at Elk hovering in the background, and the sight of his glum countenance seemed to arouse some unpleasant memory, for the brightness went out of her face. "My friend Mr. Elk," said Johnson a little awkwardly, and Elk nodded. "Glad to meet you, Miss Bennett," he said, and noted Ray's annoyance with inward satisfaction which, in a more cheerful man, would have been mirth. She bowed slightly and then said something in a low tone to her brother. Elk saw the boy frown. "I shan't be very late," he said, loudly enough for the detective to hear. She put out her hand to Johnson. Elk she favoured with a distant inclination of her head, and was gone, leaving the three men looking after her. Two, for when Mr. Elk looked around, the boy had disappeared into the building. "You know Miss Bennett?" "Slightly," said Elk grudgingly. "I know almost everybody slightly. Good people and bad people. The gooder they are, the slighter I know 'em. Queer devil." "Who?" asked the startled Johnson. "You mean her father? I wish he wasn't so chilly with me." Elk's lips twitched. "I guess you do," he said dryly. "So long." He strolled aimlessly away as Johnson walked up the steps into Maitland's, but he did not go far. Crossing the road, he retraced his steps and took up his station in the doorway. At 4 o'clock a taxicab drew up before the imposing door of Maitland's Consolidated, and a few minutes later the old man shuffled out, looking neither to the right nor to the left. Elk regarded him with more than ordinary interest. He knew the financier by sight, and had paid 2 or 3 visits to the office in connection with certain petty thefts committed by cleaners. In this way he had become acquainted with Philo Johnson, for old Maitland had delegated the interview to his subordinate. Elk judged the old man to be in the region of 70, and wondered for the first time where he lived, and in what state. Had he relations? It was a curious fact that he knew nothing whatever about the financier, the least paragraphed of any of the big city forces. The detective had no business with the head of this flourishing firm. His task was to discover the association between Lola Bassano and this impecunious clerk. He knew inside him that Dick Gordon's interest in the young man was not altogether disinterested, and suspected rightly that the pretty sister of Ray Bennett lay behind it. But the itch for knowledge about Maitland, suddenly aroused by the realization that the old man's home life was an unknown quantity, was too strong to be resisted. As the taxicab moved off, Elk beckoned another. "Follow that cab," he said, and the driver nodded his agreement without question, for there was no taximan on the streets who did not know this melancholy policeman. The first of the cabs drove rapidly in the direction of North London, and halted at a busy junction of streets in Finsbury Park. This is a part of the town which great financiers do not as a rule choose for their habitations. It is a working-class district, full of small houses, usually occupied by 2 or more families, and when the cab stopped and the old man nimbly descended, Elk's mouth opened in an O of surprise. Maitland did not pay the cabman, but hurried round the corner into the busy thoroughfare with Elk at his heels. He walked 100 yards, and then boarded a streetcar. Elk sprinted, and swung himself on board as the car was moving. The old man found a seat, took a battered newspaper from his pocket, and began reading. The car ran down Seven Sisters Road into Tottenham, and here Mr. Maitland descended. He turned into a side street of apparently interminable length, crossed the road, and came into a narrow and even meaner street than that which he had traversed, and then, to Elk's amazement, pushed open the iron gate of a dark and dirty little house, opened the door and went in, closing it behind him. The detective looked up and down the street. It was crowded with poor children. Elk looked at the house again, scarcely believing his eyes. The windows were unclean, the soiled curtains visible were ragged, and the tiny forecourt bore an appearance of neglect. And this was the home of Ezra Maitland, a master of millions, the man who gave to the London hospitals. It was incredible. He made up his mind and, walking to the door, knocked. For some time there was no reply, and then he heard the shuffle of slippered feet in the passage, and an old woman with a yellow face opened the door. "Excuse me," said Elk. "I think the gentleman who just came in dropped this." He produced a handkerchief from his pocket, and she glared at it for a moment, and then, reaching out her hand, took it from him and slammed the door in his face. "And that's the last of my good handkerchief," thought Elk bitterly. He had caught one glimpse of the interior, a grimy-looking passage with a strip of faded carpet and a flight of uncovered stairs. He proceeded to make a few local inquiries. "Maitland or Mainland, I don't know which," said a tradesman who kept a general store at the corner. "The old gentleman goes out every morning at 9 and comes home just about this hour. I don't know who or what he is. I can tell you this, though. He doesn't eat much. He buys all his goods here. What those 2 people live on, an ordinary healthy child would eat at 1 meal." Elk went back to the west a little mystified. The miser was a common figure of fiction, and not uncommonly met with in real life. But old Maitland must be a super miser, he thought, and decided to give the matter a little further attention. For the moment, he was concentrating his efforts upon Miss Lola Bassano, that interesting lady. In one of the fashionable thoroughfares leading from Cavendish Square is a block of flats, occupied by wealthy tenants. Its rents are remarkably high, even for that exclusive quarter, and even Elk, who was not easily surprised, was a little staggered when he learnt that Lola Bassano occupied a suite in this expensive building. It was to Caverly House that he made his way after returning to Maitland's office to find the premises closed. There was no indicator on the wall, but the liftman, who regarded Elk with some suspicion, as he was entitled to do, announced that Miss Bassano lived on the 3rd floor. "How long has she been here?" asked Elk. "That's no business of yours," said the liftman, "and I think what you want, my friend, is the tradesman's entrance. I've often wondered," ruminated Elk, "what people like you do their thinking with." "Now look here," began the liftman indignantly. "Look here," retorted Elk, and at the sight of his badge the man grew more polite and more informative. "She's been here 2 months," he said, "and to tell you the truth, Mr. Elk, I've often wondered how she got a suite in Caverly House. They tell me she used to run a gambling joint on Jermyn Street. You haven't come to raid her, have you?" he asked anxiously. "That'd get Caverly House a pretty bad name." "I've come to make a friendly call," said Elk carefully. "That's the door." The man stepped out of the lift and pointed to one of the 2 sober mahogany doors on the landing. "This other flat belongs to an American millionaire." "Is there such a thing?" asked Elk. He was about to say something more when the liftman walked to the door and peered at one of its polished panels. "That's queer," he said. "What do you make of this?" Elk joined him, and at a glance saw and understood. On the panel had been stamped a small white frog, an exact replica of those he had seen that morning on the photographs that Dick Gordon had shown him. A squatting frog, slightly askew. He touched it. The ink was still wet and showed on his finger. And then the strangest thing of all happened. The door opened suddenly, and a man of middle age appeared in the doorway. In his hand was a long-barreled Browning, and it covered the detective's heart. "Put up your hands," he said sharply. Then he stopped and stared at the detective. Elk returned the gaze, speechless, for the elegantly dressed man who stood there was the hawk-faced peddler he had seen in Whitehall. The American was the first to recover. Not a muscle of his face moved, but Elk saw again that light of amusement in his eyes as he stepped back and opened the door still wider. "Come right in, Mr. Elk," he said, and to the amazed liftman, "It's all right, Worth. I was practicing a little joke on Mr. Elk." He closed the door behind him, and with a gesture beckoned the detective into a prettily furnished drawing room. Elk went in, leaving the matter of the frog on the door for discussion later. "We're quite alone, Mr. Elk, so you needn't lower your voice when you talk of my indiscretions. Will you smoke a cigar?" Elk stretched out his fingers mechanically and selected a big Cabana. "Unless I'm greatly mistaken, I saw you this morning," he began. "You weren't mistaken at all," interrupted the other coolly. "You saw me on Whitehall. I was peddling keyrings. My name is Joshua Broad. You haven't anything on me for trading in a false name." The detective lit his cigar before he spoke. "This apartment must cost you a whole lot to keep up," he said slowly, "and I don't blame you for trying to earn something on the side. But it seems to me that peddling keyrings is a very poor proposition for a first-class businessman." Joshua Broad nodded. "I haven't made $1 million out of that business," he said, "but it amuses me, Mr. Elk. I am something of a philosopher." He lit a cigar and settled himself comfortably in a deep, chintz-covered armchair, his legs crossed, the picture of contentment. "As an American, I am interested in social problems, and I have found that the best way to understand the very poor of any country is to get right down amongst them." His tone was easy, apologetic, but quite self-possessed. "I think I forestalled any question on your part as to whether I had a license in my own name by telling you that I had." Elk settled his glasses more firmly on his nose, and his eyes strayed to Mr. Broad's pocket, whither the pistol had returned. "This is a pretty free country," he said in his deliberate way, "and a man can peddle keyrings, even if he's a member of the House of Lords. But one thing he mustn't do, Mr. Broad, is to stick firearms under the noses of respectable policemen." Broad chuckled. "I'm afraid I was a little rattled," he said. "But the truth is I've been waiting for the greater part of an hour, expecting somebody to come to my door, and when I heard your stealthy footsteps," he shrugged, "It was a fool mistake for a grown man to make," he said, "and I guess I'm feeling as badly about it as you would have me feel." The unwavering eyes of Mr. Elk did not leave his face. "I won't insult your intelligence by asking you if you were expecting a friend," he said, "but I should like to know the name of the other guest." "So should I," said the other, "and so would a whole lot of people." He reached out his hand to flick the ash from his cigar, looking at Elk thoughtfully the while. "I was expecting a man who has every reason to be very much afraid of me," he said. "His name is, well, it doesn't matter, and I've only met him once in my life, and then I didn't see his face." "And you beat him up?" suggested Elk. The other man laughed. "I didn't even beat him up. In fact, I behaved most generously to him," he said quietly. "I was not with him more than 5 minutes in a darkened room, the only light being a lantern which was on the table. And I guess that's about all I can tell you, Inspector." "Sergeant," murmured Elk. "It's curious the number of people who think I'm an inspector." There was an awkward pause. Elk could think of no other questions he wanted to ask, and his host displayed as little inclination to advance any further statement. "Neighbor friends of yours?" asked Elk, and jerked his head toward the passage. "Who, Bassano and her friend?" "No." "Are you after them?" he asked quickly. Elk shook his head. "Making a friendly call," he said. "Just that. I've just come back from your country, Mr. Broad. A good country, but too full of distances." He ruminated, looking down at the carpet for a long time, and presently he said, "I'd like to meet that friend of yours, Mr. Broad, American." Broad shook his head. Not a word was spoken as they went up the passage to the front door, and it almost seemed as if Elk was going without saying goodbye, for he walked out absent-mindedly, and only turned as though the question of any farewell had occurred to him. "Shall be glad to meet you again, Mr. Broad," he said. "Perhaps I shall see you in Whitehall." And then his eyes strayed to the grotesque white frog on the door. Broad said nothing. He put his finger on the imprint and it smudged under his touch. "Recently stamped," he drawled. "Well, now, what do you think of that, Mr. Elk?" Elk was examining the mat before the door. There was a little spot of white, and he stooped and smeared his finger over it. "Yes, quite recent. It must have been done just before I came in," he said. And there his interest in the frog seemed to evaporate. "I'll be going along now," he said with a nod. In the exquisitely appointed drawing-room of Suite No. Lola Bassano sat cuddled up in a deep, over-cushioned chair, her feet tucked under her, a thin cigarette between her lips, a scowl upon her pretty face. From time to time she glanced at the man who stood by the window, hands in pockets, staring down into the square. He was tall, heavily built, heavily jowled, unprepossessing. All the help that tailor and valet gave to him could not disguise his origin. He was pugilist, run to fat. For a time, a very short time, Lou Brady had been welterweight champion of Europe. A terrific fighter, with just that yellow thread in his composition, which makes all the difference between greatness and mediocrity in the ring. A harder man had discovered his weakness, and the glory of Lou Brady faded with remarkable rapidity. He had one advantage over his fellows which saved him from utter extinction. A philanthropist had found him in the gutter as a child, and had given him an education. He had gone to a good school and associated with boys who spoke good English. The benefit of that association he had never lost, and his voice was so curiously cultured that people who for the first time heard this brute man speak listened open-mouthed. "What time do you expect that rat of yours?" he asked. Lola lifted her silk-clad shoulders, took out her cigarette to yawn, and settled herself more cosily. "I don't know. He leaves his office at 5. The man turned from the window and began to pace the room slowly. "Why Frog worries about him I don't know," he grumbled. "Lola, I'm surely getting tired of old man Frog." Lola smiled and blew out a ring of smoke. "Perhaps you're tired of getting money for nothing, Brady," she said. "Personally speaking, that kind of weariness never comes to me. There is one thing sure. Frog wouldn't bother with young Bennett if there wasn't something in it." He pulled out a watch and glanced at its jeweled face. 5 o'clock. I suppose that fellow doesn't know you're married to me." "Don't be a fool," said Lola wearily. "Am I likely to boast about it?" He grinned and resumed his pacings. Presently he heard the faint tinkle of the bell and glanced at the girl. She got up, shook the cushions and nodded. "Open the door," she said, and the man went out of the room obediently. Ray Bennett crossed the room with quick strides and caught the girl's hand in both of his. "I'm late. Old Johnson kept me running round after the clerks had gone. Moses, this is a fine room, Lola. I hadn't any idea you lived in such style. You know Lou Brady?" Ray nodded smilingly. He was a picture of happiness, and the presence of Lou Brady made no difference to him. He had met Lola at a supper club and knew that she and Brady had some business association. Moreover, Ray prided himself upon that confusion of standards which is called broad-mindedness. He visualized a new social condition which was superior to the bondage which old-fashioned rules of conduct imposed upon men and women in their relationship one to the other. He was young, clean-minded, saw things as he would have them be. Breadth of mind not infrequently accompanies limitation of knowledge. "Now for your wonderful scheme," he said as, at a gesture from her, he settled himself by the girl's side. "Does Brady know?" "It is Lou's idea," she said lightly. "He is always looking out for opportunities, not for himself but for other people." "It's a weakness of mine," said Lou apologetically. "And anyway, I don't know if you'll like the scheme. I'd have taken it on myself, but I'm too busy. Did Lola tell you anything about it?" Ray nodded. "I can't believe it," he said. "I always thought such things belonged to magazine stories. Lola says that the government of Japan wants a secret agent in London, somebody they can disown if necessary. But what is the work?" "There you've got me," said Lou, shaking his head. "So far as I can discover, you've nothing to do but live. Perhaps they'll want you to keep track of what is going on in the political world. The thing I don't like about it is that you'll have to live a double life. Nobody must know that you're a clerk at Maitland's. You can call yourself by any name you like, and you'll have to make your domestic arrangements as best you know." "That will be easy," interrupted the boy. "My father says I ought to have a room in town. He thinks the journey to and from Horsham every day is too expensive. I fixed that with him on Sunday. I shall have to go down to the cottage some weekends, but what am I to do? And to whom do I report?" Lola laughed softly. "Poor boy," she mocked. "The prospect of owning a beautiful flat and seeing me every day is worrying him." Chapter: Mr. Maitland Goes Shopping. Eldor Street, Tottenham, was one of thousands of drab and ugly thoroughfares that make up the central suburbs of London. Imagine 2 rows of houses set on either side of a straight street, lighted at economic intervals by yellow lamps. Each house has a protuberance, called a bay window. Each house is separated from the road by iron railings pierced by an iron gate. There is a tiny forecourt in which the hardiest of shrubs battle desperately for existence. There is one recessed door, and on the floor above 2 windows exactly alike. Elk found himself in Eldor Street at 9 o'clock that night. The rain was pelting down and the street in consequence was a desert. Most of the houses were dark, for Eldor Street lives in its kitchens, which are back of the houses. In the front window of number 47, one crack of light showed past the edge of the lowered blind, and creeping up to the window, he heard at long intervals the mumble of conversation. It was difficult to believe that he was standing at the door of Ezra Maitland's home. That morning the newspapers had given prominence to the newest speculation of Maitland's Consolidated, a deal involving something over $1 million, and the mastermind of the concern lived in this squalor. Whilst he was standing there, the light was extinguished, and there came to him the sound of feet in the uncarpeted passage. He had time to reach the obscurity of the other side of the street when the door opened and 2 people came out, Maitland and the old woman he had seen. By the light of a street lamp he saw that Maitland wore an overcoat buttoned to his chin. The old woman had on a long ulster, and in her hand she carried a string bag. They were going marketing. It was Saturday night, and the main street through which Elk had passed had been thronged with late shoppers. Tottenham leaves its buying to the last, when food can be had at bargain prices. Waiting until they were out of sight, Elk walked down the street to the end and turned to the left. He followed a wall covered with posters until he reached a narrow opening. This was the passage between the gardens, a dark, unlighted alleyway. 3 feet wide and running between tar-coated wooden fences. He counted the gates on his left with the help of his flashlamp, and after a while stopped before one of them and pushed gently. The gate was locked, it was not bolted. There was a keyhole that had the appearance of use. Elk grunted his satisfaction and, taking from his pocket a wallet, extracted a small wooden handle, into which he fitted a steel hook, chosen with care from a dozen others. This he inserted into the lock and turned. Evidently the lock was more complicated than he had expected. He tried another hook of a different shape, and yet another. At the 4th trial the lock turned, and he pushed open the door gently. The back of the house was in darkness, the yard singularly free from the obstructions which he had anticipated. He crossed to the door leading into the house. To his surprise it was unfastened, and he replaced his tools in his pocket. He found himself in a small scullery. Passing through a door into the bare passage, he came to the room in which he had seen the light. It was meanly and shabbily furnished. The armchair near the fireplace had broken springs. There was an untidy bed in one corner, and in the center of the room a table covered with a patched cloth. On this were 2 or 3 books and a few sheets of paper covered with the awkward writing of a child. Elk read curiously. "Look at the dog," it ran. "The man goes up to the dog and the dog barks at the man." There was more in similar strain. The books were children's primers of an elementary kind. Looking round, he saw a cheap gramophone, and on the sideboard 6 scratched and chipped records. The child must be in the house. Turning on the gas, he lit it, after slipping a bolt in the front door to guard against surprise. In the more brilliant light, the poverty of the room staggered him. The carpet was worn and full of holes. There was not one article of furniture which had not been repaired at some time or other. On the dingy sideboard was a child's abacus, a frame holding wires on which beads were strung, and by means of which the young are taught to count. A paper on the mantelpiece attracted him. It was a copy of the £1,000,000 contract which Maitland had signed that morning. His neat signature, with the characteristic flourish beneath, was at the foot. Elk replaced the paper and began a search of the apartment. In a cupboard by the side of the fireplace, he found an iron money box which he judged was half full of coins. In addition, there were nearly 100 letters addressed to E. Maitland, 47 Eldor Street, Tottenham. Elk, glancing through them, recognized their unimportance. Every one was either a tradesman's circular or those political pamphlets with which candidates flood their constituencies, and they were all unopened. Mr. Maitland evidently knew what they were also, and had not troubled to examine their contents. Probably the hoarding instincts of age had made him keep them. There was nothing else in the room of interest. He was certain that this was where the old man slept. Where was the child? Turning out the light, he went upstairs. One door was locked, and here his instruments were of no avail, for the lock was a pattern one and was recently fixed. Possibly the child was there, he thought. The second room, obviously the old woman's, was as meanly furnished as the parlor. Coming back to the landing, his foot was poised to reach the first stair when he heard a faint click. It came from below, and was the sound of a door closing. Elk waited, listening. The sound was not repeated, and he descended softly. At first he thought that the old man had returned, and was trying his key on the bolted door. But when he crept to the door to listen, he heard no sound, and slipping back the bolt, he went to the second of the rooms on the ground floor and put his light on the door. Elk was a man of keen observation. Very little escaped him, and he was perfectly certain that this door had been ajar when he had passed it on entering the house. It was closed now and fastened from the inside, the key being in the lock. Was it the child, frightened by his presence? Elk was wise enough a man not to investigate too closely. He made the best of his way back to the garden passage and into the street. Here he waited, taking up a position which enabled him to see the length of Elder Street and the passage opening in the wall. Presently he saw Maitland returning. The old man was carrying the string bag, which now bulged. Elk saw the green of a cabbage as they passed under the light. He watched them until the darkness swallowed them up, and heard the sound of their closing door. 5 minutes later a dark figure came from the passage behind the houses. It was a man, and Elk, alert and watchful, swung off in pursuit. The stranger plunged into a labyrinth of little streets with the detective at his heels. He was walking quickly, but not too quickly for Elk, who was something of a pedestrian. Into the glare of the main road the stranger turned, Elk a dozen paces behind him. He could not see his face, nor did he until his quarry stopped by the side of a waiting car, opened the door and jumped in. Then it was that Elk came abreast and raised his hand in cheery salutation. For a second the man in the closed limousine was taken aback, and then he opened the door. "Come right in out of the rain, Elk," he said, and Elk obeyed. "Been doing your Sunday shopping?" he asked innocently. The man's hawk-like face relaxed into a smile. "I never eat on Sundays," he said. It was Joshua Broad, that rich American who peddled key rings in Whitehall, lived in the most expensive flats in London, and found time to be intensely interested in Ezra Maitland. He turned abruptly as Elk seated himself. "Say, Elk, did you see the child?" Elk shook his head. "No," he said, and heard the chuckle of his companion as the car moved toward the civilized West. "Yes, I saw that baby," said Mr. Broad, puffing gently at the cigar he had lit. "And believe me, Elk, I've stopped loving children. Yes, sir, the education of the young means less than nothing to me forevermore." "Where was she?" "It's a he," replied Broad calmly, "and I hope I'll be excused answering your question. I'd been in the house an hour when you arrived. I was in the back room, which is empty, by the way. You scared me. I heard you come in and thought it was old St. Nicholas of the Whiskers, especially when I saw the light go on. I'd had it on when you opened the scullery door. I left that unfastened, by the way. Didn't want to stop my bolt hole. Well, what do you think? About Maitland? Eccentric, eh? You don't know how eccentric." As the car stopped before the door of Caverly House, Elk broke a long silence. "What are you, Mr. Broad?" "I'll give you 10 guesses," said the other cheerfully as they got out. "Secret Service man," suggested Elk promptly. "Wrong. You mean U.S.? No, you're wrong. I'm a private detective who makes a hobby of studying the criminal classes. Will you come up and have a drink?" "I will come up, but I won't drink," said Elk virtuously. "Not if you offer gin and orange. That visit to the United States has spoilt my digestion." Broad was fitting a key in the lock of his flat when a strange cold sensation ran down the spine of the detective, and he laid his hand on the American's arm. "Don't open that door," he said huskily. Broad looked round in surprise. The yardman's face was tense and drawn. "Why not?" "I don't know. Just a feeling, that's all. I'm Scot by birth. We've got a word fey, which means something supernatural, and it says inside me, 'Don't open that door.'" Broad put down his hand. "Are you being fey or funny?" he asked. "If I look funny," said Elk, "I'm entitled to sue my face for libel. There's something at the other side of that door that isn't good. I'll take an oath on it. Give me that." He took the key from the unwilling hand of Joshua Broad, thrust it in the lock and turned it. Then, with a quick push, he threw open the door, pushing Broad to the cover of the wall. Nothing happened for a second, and then, "Run!" cried Elk and leapt for the stairs. The American saw the first large billow of greenish-yellowy mist that rolled from the open door and followed. The hall porter was closing his office for the night when Elk appeared, hatless and breathless. "Can you phone the flats? Good! Get on at once to everyone on and below the 3rd floor, and tell them on no account to open their doors. Tell them to close all cracks with paper, to stop up their letterboxes and open all windows. Don't argue, do it. The building is full of poison gas." He himself phoned the fire station, and in a few seconds the jangle of bells sounded in the street outside, and men in gas masks were clattering up the stairs. Fortunately, every tenant except Broad and his neighbor was out of town for the weekend. "And Miss Bassano doesn't come in till early morning," said the porter. It was daylight before the building was cleared by the aid of high-pressure air hoses and chemical precipitants. Except that his silver was tarnished black, and every window glass and mirror covered with a yellow deposit, little harm had been done. A musty odor pervaded the flat in spite of the open windows, but later came the morning breeze to dispel the last trace of this malodorous souvenir of the attempt. Together the two men made a search of the rooms to discover the manner in which the gas was introduced. "Through that open fireplace," Elk pointed. "The gas is heavier than air, and could be poured down the chimney as easily as pouring water. A search of the flat roof satisfied him that his theory was right. They found 10 large glass cylinders and a long rope, to which a wicker cradle was attached. Moreover, one of the chimney pots, easily reached from the roof, was scratched and discolored. The operator came into the building when the porter was busy, working the lift probably. He made his way to the roof, carrying the rope and the basket. Somebody in the street fixed the cylinders in the basket, which the man hauled to the roof one by one. It was dead easy, but ingenious. They must have made a pretty careful survey beforehand, or they wouldn't have known which chimney led to your room. They returned to the flat, and for once Joshua Broad was serious. "Fortunately, my servant is on a holiday," he said, "or he would have been in heaven." "I hope so," responded Elk piously. The sun was tipping the roofs of the houses when he finally left, a sleepy and a baffled man. He heard the sound of boisterous voices before he reached the vestibule. A big car stood at the entrance of the flats, and seated at the wheel was a young man in evening dress. By him sat Lou Brady, and on the pavement was a girl in evening finery. "A jolly evening, eh, Lola? When I get going, I'm a mover, eh?" Ray Bennett's voice was thick and unsteady. He had been drinking, was within measurable distance of being drunk. With a yell, he recognized the detective as he came into the street. "Why, it's old Elk, the Elk of Elks. Greetings, most noble copper. Lola, meet Elkie of Elksburg, the Sherlock of fact, the sleuth." "Shut up!" hissed the savage voice Lou Brady in his ear. But Ray was in too exalted a mood to be silenced. "Where's the priceless Gordon? Say, Elk, watch Gordon. Look after poor old Gordon. My sister's very much attached to Gordon." "Fine car, Mr. Bennett," said Elk, regarding the machine thoughtfully. "Present from your father?" The mention of his father's name seemed to sober the young man. "No, it isn't," he snapped. "It belongs to a friend. Night, Lola." He pumped at the starter, missed picking up, and stamped again. "Slong, Elk." With a jerk, the car started, and Elk watched it out of sight. "That young fellow is certainly in danger of knocking his nut against the moon," he said. "Had a good time, Lola?" "Yes, why?" She fixed her suspicious eyes upon him expectantly. "Didn't forget to turn off the gas when you went out, did you? If I was Shylock Holmes, maybe I'd tell from the stain on your glove that you didn't." "What do you mean about gas?" "I never use the cooker." "Somebody does, and he nearly cooked me and a friend of mine, nearly cooked us good." He saw her frown. Since she was a woman, he expected her to be an actress, but somehow he was ready to believe in her sincerity. "There's been a gas attack on Cavalry House," he explained, "and not cooking gas either. I guess you'll smell it as you go up." "What kind of gas, poison?" Elk nodded. "But who put it there, emptied it, or whatever is done with gas?" Elk looked at her with that wounded expression which so justly irritated his victims. "If I knew, Lola, would I be standing here discussing the matter? Maybe my old friend Shylock Holmes would, but I wouldn't. I don't know. It was upset in Mr. Broad's flat. That is the American who lives opposite to us, to me," she said. "I've only seen him once. He seems a nice man." "Somebody didn't think so," said Elk. "I say, Lola, what's that boy doing, young Bennett?" "Why do you ask me? He's making a lot of money just now, and I suppose he is running a little wild. They all do." "I didn't," said Elk. "But if I'd made money and started something, I'd have chosen a better pacemaker than a dud fighting man." The angry color rose to her pretty face, and the glance she shot at him was as venomous as the gas he had fought all night. "And I think I'd have put through a few inquiries to Central Office about my female acquaintances," Elk went on remorselessly. "I can understand why you're glued to the game, because money naturally attracts you. But what gets me is where the money comes from. That won't be the only thing that will get you," she said between her teeth as she flounced into the half-open door of Cavalry House. Elk stood where she had left him, his melancholy face expressionless. For 5 minutes he stood so, and then walked slowly in the direction of his modest bachelor home. He lived over a lock-up shop, a cigar store, and he was the sole occupant of the building. As he crossed Gray's Inn Road, he glanced idly up at the windows of his rooms and noted that they were closed. He noticed something more. Every pane of glass was misty with some yellow, opalescent substance. Elk looked up and down the silent street, and at a short distance away saw where road repairers had been at work. The night watchman dozed before his fire, and did not hear Elk's approach or remark his unusual action. The detective found in a heap of gravel 3 rounded pebbles, and these he took back with him. Standing in the center of the road, he threw one of the pebbles unerringly. There was a crash of glass as the window splintered. Elk waited, and presently he saw a yellow wraith of poison vapor curl out and downward through the broken pane. "This is getting monotonous," said Elk wearily, and walked to the nearest fire alarm. Chapter: A Call on Mr. Maitland. Outwardly, John Bennet accepted his son's new life as a very natural development which might be expected in a young man. Inwardly he was uneasy, fearful. Ray was his only son, the pride of his life, though this he never showed. None knew better than John Bennet the snares that await the feet of independent youth in a great city. Worst of all, for his peace of mind, he knew Ray. Ella did not discuss the matter with her father, but she guessed his trouble and made up her mind as to what action she would take. The Sunday before, Ray had complained bitterly about the new cut to his salary. He had been desperate and had talked wildly of throwing up his work and finding a new place, and that possibility filled Ella with dismay. The Bennets lived frugally on a very limited income. Apparently her father had few resources, though he always gave her the impression that from one of these he received a fairly comfortable income. The cottage was Bennet's own property, and the cost of living was ridiculously cheap. A woman from the village came in every morning to do heavy work, and once a week to assist with the wash. That was the only luxury which her father's meagre allowance provided for, so that she faced the prospect of an out-of-work Ray with alarm and decided upon her line of action. One morning Johnson, crossing the marble floor of Maitland's main office, saw a delicious figure come through the swing doors and almost ran to meet it. "My dear Miss Bennet, this is a wonderful surprise. Ray is out, but if you'll wait—" "I'm glad he is out," she said, relieved. "I want to see Mr. Maitland. Is it possible?" The cheery face of the philosopher clouded. "I'm afraid that will be difficult," he said. "The old man never sees people, even the biggest men in the city. He hates women and strangers, and although I've been with him all these years, I'm not so sure that he has got used to me." "What is it about?" She hesitated. "It's about Ray's salary," and then, as he shook his head, she went on urgently. "It is so important, Mr. Johnson. Ray has extravagant tastes, and if they cut his salary it means, well, you know Ray so well." He nodded. "I don't know whether I can do anything," he said dubiously. "I'll go up and ask Mr. Maitland, but I'm afraid that it is 1,000,000 to 1 chance against his seeing you." When he came back, the jovial face of Mr. Johnson was one broad smile. "Come up before he changes his mind," he said, and led her to the lift. "You'll have to do all the talking, Miss Bennet. He's an eccentric old cuss and as hard as flint." He showed her into a small and comfortably furnished room and waved his hand to a writing table littered with papers. "My little den," he explained. From the den, a large rosewood door opened upon Mr. Maitland's office. Johnson knocked softly, and with a heart that beat a little faster, Ella was ushered into the presence of the strange old man who at that moment was dominating the money market. The room was large, and the luxury of the fittings took her breath away. The walls were of rosewood inlaid with exquisite silver inlay. Light came from concealed lamps in the cornice as well as from the long stained-glass windows. Each article of furniture in the room was worth a fortune, and she guessed at the carpet, into which her feet sank. Equalled in costliness the whole contents of an average house. Behind a vast ormolu writing table sat the great Maitland, bolt upright, watching her from under his shaggy white brows. A few stray hairs of his spotless beard rested on the desk, and as he raised his hand to sweep them into place, she saw he wore fingerless woolen gloves. His head was completely bald. She looked at his big ears, standing away from his head, fascinated, patriarchal, yet repulsive. There was something gross, obscene about him that hurt her. It was not the untidiness of his dress. It was not his years. Age brings refinement, that beauty of decay that the purists call caducity. This old man had grown old coarsely. His scrutiny lacked the assurance she expected. It almost seemed that he was nervous, ill at ease. His gaze shifted from the girl to his secretary, and then to the rich coloring of the windows, and then furtively back to Ella again. "This is Miss Bennet, sir. You remember that Bennet is our exchange clerk, and a very smart fellow indeed. Miss Bennet wants you to reconsider your decision about that salary cut. You see, Mr. Maitland," Ella broke in, "we're not particularly well off, and the reduction makes a whole lot of difference to us." Mr. Maitland wagged his bald head impatiently. "I don't care whether you're well off or not well off," he said loudly. "When I reduces salaries, I reduces—" See?" She stared at him in amazement. The voice was harsh and common. The language and tone were of the gutter. In that sentence he confirmed all her first impressions. "If you don't like it, he can go. And if you don't like it—" He fixed his dull eyes on the uncomfortable-looking Johnson. "You can go too. There's lots of fellas I can get, pick 'em up on the streets, millions of 'em, that's all." Johnson tiptoed from the presence and closed the door behind her. "He's a horror," she gasped. "How can you endure contact with him, Mr. Johnson?" The stout man smiled quietly. "Millions of he repeated. "And he's right. With 1.5 million unemployed on the streets, I can't throw up a good job." "I'm sorry," she said, impulsively putting her hand on his arm. "I didn't know he was like that," she went on more mildly. "He's terrible. He's a self-made man, and perhaps he would have been well advised to have got an artisan to do the job," smiled Johnson. "But he's not really bad. I wonder why he saw you." "Doesn't he see people?" He shook his head. "Not unless it is absolutely necessary, and that only happens about twice a year. I don't think there is anybody in this building that he's ever spoken to, not even the managers." He took her down to the general office. Ray had not come back. "The truth is," confessed Johnson when she asked him, "that Ray hasn't been to the office this morning. He sent word to say that he wasn't feeling any too good, and I fixed it so that he has a day off." "He's not ill?" she asked in alarm, but Johnson reassured her. "No. I got on the telephone to him. He has a telephone at his new flat." "I thought he had an ordinary apartment," she said aghast, the housewife in her perturbed. "A flat, where is it?" "In Knightsbridge," replied Johnson quietly. "Yes, it sounds expensive, but I believe he has a bargain. A man who was going abroad sublet it to him for a song. I suppose he wrote to you from the lodgings in Bloomsbury where he intended going. May I be candid, Miss Bennet?" "If it is about Ray, I wish you would," she answered quickly. "Ray is rather worrying me," said Johnson. "Naturally, I want to do all that I can for him, for I am fond of him. At present my job is covering up his rather frequent absences from the office. You need not mention this fact to him, but it is rather a strain, for the old man has an uncanny instinct for a shirker. He is living in better style than he ought to be able to afford, and I've seen him dressed to kill with some of the swellest people in town. At least they looked swell." The girl felt herself go cold, and the vague unrest in her mind became instantly a panic. "There isn't anything wrong at the office?" she asked anxiously. "No. I took the liberty of going through his books. They're square. His cash account is right to a centimo. Crudely stated, he isn't stealing, at least not from us. There's another thing. He calls himself Raymond Lester at Knightsbridge. I found this out by accident, and asked him why he had taken another name. His explanation was fairly plausible. He didn't want Mr. Bennet to hear that he was cutting a shine. He has some profitable outside work, but he won't tell me what it is." Ella was glad to get away, glad to reach the seclusion which the wide spaces of the park afforded. She must think and decide upon the course she would take. Ray was not the kind of boy to accept the draconic attitude, either in her or in John Bennet. His father must not know. She must appeal to Ray. Perhaps it was true that he had found a remunerative sideline. Lots of young men ran spare-time work with profit to themselves. Only Ray was not a worker. She sat down on a park chair to wrestle with the problem, and so intent was she upon its solution that she did not realize that somebody had stopped before her. "This is a miracle," said a laughing voice, and she looked up into the blue eyes of Dick Gordon. "And now you can tell me what is the difficulty?" he asked as he pulled another chair toward her and sat down. "Difficulty? Who said I was in difficulties? She countered. Your face is the traitor, he smiled. Forgive this attire. I have been to make an official call at the United States Embassy. She noticed for the first time that he wore the punctilious costume of officialdom, the well-fitting tailcoat, the polished top hat and regulation cravat. She observed first of all that he looked very well in them, and that he seemed even younger. I have an idea it is your brother, he said. I saw him a few minutes ago. There he is now. She followed the direction of his eyes, and half rose from her chair in her astonishment. Riding on the tan track which ran parallel to the park road were a man and a girl. The man was Ray. He was smartly dressed, and from the toes of his polished riding boots to the crown of his grey hat was all that was creditable to expensive tailoring. The girl at his side was young, pretty, petite. The riders passed without Ray noticing the interested spectators. He was in his gayest mood, and the sound of his laughter came back to the dumbfounded girl. But I don't understand. Do you know the lady, Mr. Gordon? Very well by repute, said Dick dryly. Her name is Lola Bassano. Is she a lady? Dick's eyes twinkled. Elk says she's not, but Elk is prejudiced. She has money and education and breed. Whether or not these three assets are sufficient to constitute a lady, I don't know. Elk says not, but as I say, Elk is considerably prejudiced. She sat silent, her mind in a whirl. I have an idea that you want help. About your brother, said Dick quietly. He is frightening you, isn't he? She nodded. I thought so. He is puzzling me. I know all about him, his salary and prospects and his queer masquerade under an alias. I'm not troubling about that, because boys love those kinds of mysteries. Unfortunately, they are expensive mysteries, and I want to know how he can afford to keep up this suddenly acquired position. He mentioned a sum, and she gasped. It costs all that, said Dick. Elk, who has a passion for exact detail, and who knows to a penny what the riding suit costs, supplied me with particulars. She interrupted him with such a gesture of despair that he felt a brute. What can I do? What can I do? She asked. Everybody wants to help you, Mr. Johnson, and I'm sure Mr. Elk. But he is impossible, Ray, I mean. It will be fighting a feather bed. It may seem absurd to you, so much fuss over Ray's foolish escapade, but it means oh so much to us, father and me. Dick said nothing. It was too delicate a matter for an outsider to intrude upon. But the real delicacy of the situation was comprised in the boy's riding companion. As though guessing his thoughts, she asked suddenly, Is she a nice girl, Miss Bassano? I mean, is she one whom Ray should know? She is very charming, he answered after a pause, and she noted the evasion and carried the subject no farther. Presently she turned the talk to her call on Ezra Maitland, and he heard her description without expressing surprise. He's a rough diamond, he said. Elk knows something about him which he refuses to tell. Elk enjoys mystifying his chiefs even more than detecting criminals. But I've heard about Maitland from other sources. Why does he wear gloves in the office? She asked unexpectedly. Gloves? I didn't know that, he said, surprised. Why shouldn't he? She shook her head. I don't know. It was a silly idea, but I thought, it has only occurred to me since. He waited. When he put up his hand to smooth his beard, I'm almost sure I saw a tattoo mark on his left wrist, just the edge of it showing above the end of the glove, the head and eyes of a frog. Dick Gordon listened, thunderstruck. Are you sure it wasn't your imagination, Miss Bennet? He asked. I am afraid the frog is getting on all our nerves. It may have been, she nodded, but I was within a few feet of him, and a patch of light reflected from his blotter caught the wrist for a second. Did you speak to Johnson about it? She shook her head. I thought afterwards that even he, with all his long years of service, might not have observed the tattoo mark. I remember now that Ray told me Mr. Maitland always wore gloves, summer or winter. Dick was puzzled. It was unlikely that this man, the head of a great financial corporation, should be associated with a gang of tramps. And yet, when is your brother going to Horsham? He asked. On Sunday, said the girl. He has promised father to come to lunch. I suppose, said the cunning young man, that it isn't possible to ask me to be a fourth. You will be a fifth, she smiled. Mr. Johnson is coming down too. Poor Mr. Johnson is scared of father, and I think the fear is mutual. Father resembles Maitland in that respect, that he does not like strangers. I'll invite you anyway, she said, and the prospect of the Sunday meeting cheered her. Elk came to see him that night, just as he was going out to a theatre, and Dick related the girl's suspicion. To his surprise, Elk took the startling theory very coolly. It's possible, he said, but it's more likely that the tattoo mark isn't a frog at all. Old Maitland was a seaman as a boy, at least that is what the only biography of him in existence says. It's a half-column that appeared in a London newspaper about 12 years ago when he bought up Lord Meister's place on the Embankment and began to enlarge his offices. I'll tell you this, Mr. Gordon, that I'm quite prepared to believe anything of old Maitland. Why? Asked Dick in astonishment. He knew nothing of the discoveries which the detective had made. Because I just should, said Elk. Men who make millions are not ordinary. If they were ordinary, they wouldn't be millionaires. I'll inquire about that tattoo mark. Dick's attention was diverted from the frogs that week by an unusual circumstance. On the Tuesday he was sent for by the Foreign Minister's secretary and, to his surprise, he was received personally by the august head of that department. The reason for this signal honour was disclosed. Captain Gordon, said the minister, I am expecting from France the draft commercial treaty that is to be signed as between ourselves and the French and Italian governments. It is very important that this document should be well guarded because, and I tell you this in confidence, it deals with a revision of tariff rates. I won't compromise you by telling you in what manner the revisions are applied, but it is essential that the King's messenger who is bringing the treaty should be well guarded, and I wish to supplement the ordinary police protection by sending you to Dover to meet him. It is a little outside your duties, but your intelligence work during the war must be my excuse for saddling you with this responsibility. 3 members of the French and Italian secret police will accompany him to Dover, when you and your men will take on the guard duty, and remain until you personally see the document deposited in my own safe. Like many other important duties, this proved to be wholly unexciting. The messenger was picked up on the quay at Dover, shepherded into a Pullman coupe which had been reserved for him, and the passageway outside the coupe was patrolled by 2 men from Scotland Yard. At Victoria, a car, driven by a chauffeur policeman and guarded by armed men, picked up the messenger and Dick and drove them to Colden Gardens. In his library, the Foreign Secretary examined the seals carefully, and then, in the presence of Dick and the detective inspector who had commanded the escort, placed the envelope in the safe. I don't suppose for one moment, said the Foreign Minister with a smile, after all the visitors but Dick had departed, that our friends the frogs are greatly interested. Yet, curiously enough, I had them in my mind, and this was responsible for the extraordinary precautions we have taken. There is, I suppose, no further clue in the Genta murder. None, sir, so far as I know. Domestic crime isn't really in my department, and any kind of crime does not come to the public prosecutor until the case against an accused person is ready to be presented. It is a pity, said Lord Farmley. I could wish that the matter of the frogs was not entirely in the hands of Scotland Yard. It is so out of the ordinary and such a menace to society that I should feel more happy if some extra department were controlling the investigations. Dick Gordon might have said that he was itching to assume that control, but he refrained. His lordship fingered his shaven chin thoughtfully. He was an austere man of 60, delicately featured, as delicately wrinkled, the product of that subtle school of diplomacy which is at once urbane and ruthless, which slays with a bow, and is never quite so dangerous as when it is most polite. I will speak to the Prime Minister, he said. Will you dine with me, Captain Gordon? Early in the next afternoon, Dick Gordon was summoned to Downing Street, and was informed that a special department had been created to deal exclusively with this social menace. You have carte blanche, Captain Gordon. I may be criticized for giving you this appointment, but I am perfectly satisfied that I have the right man, said the Prime Minister, and you may employ any officer from Scotland Yard you wish. I'll take Sergeant Elk, said Dick promptly, and the Prime Minister looked dubious. That is not a very high rank, he demurred. "He is a man with 30 years' service," said Dick, "and I believe that only his failure in the educational test has stopped his further promotion. Let me have him, sir, and give him the temporary rank of inspector." The older man laughed. "Have it your own way," he said. Sergeant Elk, lounging in to report progress that afternoon, was greeted by a new title. For a while he was dazed, and then a slow smile dawned on his homely face. "I'll bet I'm the only inspector in England who doesn't know where Queen Elizabeth is buried," he said, not without pride. Chapter: The Offensive Ray. It was perfectly absurd, Dick told himself a dozen times during the days which followed, that a grown man of his experience should punctiliously and solemnly strike from the calendar, one by one, the days which separated him from Sunday. A schoolboy might so behave, but it would have to be a very callow schoolboy, and a schoolboy might sit at his desk and dream away the time that might have been devoted to official correspondence. A pretty face. Dick had admired many. A graciousness of carriage, an inspiring refinement of manner. He gave up the attempt to analyze the attraction which Ella Bennet held. All that he knew was that he was waiting impatiently for Sunday. When Dick opened the garden gate, he saw the plump figure of philosophical Johnson ensconced cosily in a garden chair. The secretary rose with a beaming smile and held out his hand. Dick liked the man. He stood for that patient class which, struggling under the stifling handicap of its own mediocrity, has its superlative virtue in loyalty and unremitting application to the task it finds at hand. "Ray told me you were coming, Mr. Gordon. He is with Miss Bennet in the orchard, and from a casual view of him just now, he is hearing a few home truths. What do you make of it? Has he given up coming to the office?" asked Dick as he stripped his dust coat. "I'm afraid he is out for good." Johnson's face was sad. "I had to tell him to go. The old man found out that he'd been staying away, and by some uncanny and underground system of intelligence, he has learnt that Ray was going the pace. He had an accountant in to see the books, but thank heaven they were okay. I was very nearly fired myself. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Do you know where Maitland lives, in what state? Has he a townhouse?" Johnson smiled. "Oh yes, he has a townhouse all right," he said sarcastically. "I only discovered where it was a year ago, and I've never told a single soul until now, and even now I won't give details. But old Maitland is living in some place that is nearly a slum, living meanly and horribly like an unemployed labourer, and he is worth millions. He has a cheap house in one of the suburbs, a place I wouldn't use to stable a cow. He and his sister live there. She looks after the place and does the housekeeping. I guess she has a soft job. I've never known Maitland to spend a penny on himself. I'm sure that he is wearing the suit he wore when I first came to him. He has a penny glass of milk and a penny roll for lunch, and tries to swindle me into paying for that some days. Tell me, Mr. Johnson, why does the old man wear gloves in the office?" Johnson shook his head. "I don't know. I used to think it was to hide the scar on the back of his hand, but he's not the kind of man to wear gloves for that. He is tattooed with crowns and anchors and dolphins all up his arms." "And frogs?" asked Dick quietly, and the question seemed to surprise the other. "No, I've never seen a frog. There's a bunch of snakes on one wrist, I've seen that." "Why, old man Maitland wouldn't be a frog, would he?" he asked, and Dick smiled at the anxiety in his tone. "I wondered," he said. Johnson's usually cheerful countenance was glum. "I reckon he is mean enough to be a frog or most anything," he said, and at that minute Ray and his sister came into view. On Ray's forehead sat a thundercloud, which deepened at the sight of Dick Gordon. The girl was flushed and obviously on the verge of tears. "Hallo, Gordon," the boy began without preliminary. "I fancy you're the fellow that has been carrying yarns to my sister. You set Elk to spy on me, I know, because I found Elk in the act." "Ray, you're not to speak like that to Mr. Gordon," interrupted the girl hotly. "He has never told me anything to your discredit. All I know I have seen. You seem to forget that Mr. Gordon is father's guest. Everybody is fussing over me," Ray grumbled. "Even old Johnson." He grinned sheepishly at the bald man, but Johnson did not return the smile. "Somebody has got to worry about you, boy," he said. The strained situation was only relieved when John Bennett, camera on back, came up the red path to greet his visitors. "Why, Mr. Johnson, I owe you many apologies for putting you off, but I'm glad to see you here at last." "How is Ray doing at the office?" Johnson shot a helpless and pathetic glance at Dick. Fine, Mr. Bennett," he blurted. So John Bennett was not to be told that his son had launched forth on a new career. The fact that he was fathering this deception made Dick Gordon a little uncomfortable. Apparently it reduced Mr. Johnson to despair, for when a somewhat tense luncheon had ended and they were alone again in the garden, that worthy man unburdened himself of his trouble. "I feel that I'm playing it low on old Bennett," he said. Ray should have told him. Dick could only agree. He was in no mood to discuss Ray at the moment. The boy's annoyance and self-assurance irritated him, and it did not help matters to recognize the sudden and frank hostility which the brother of Ella Bennett was showing toward him. That was disconcerting, and emphasized his anomalous position in relation to the Bennetts. He was discovering what many young men in love have to discover, that the glamour which surrounds their dears does not extend to the relations and friends of their dears. He made yet another discovery. The plump Mr. Johnson was in love with the girl. He was nervous and incoherent in her presence, miserable when she went away, more miserable still when Dick boldly took her arm and led her into the rose garden behind the house. "I don't know why that fellow comes here," said Ray savagely as the two disappeared. "He isn't a man of our class and he loathes me." "I don't know that he loathes you, Ray," said Johnson, waking from the unhappy daydream into which he seemed to have fallen. "He's an extremely nice man." "Fiddlesticks," said the other scornfully. "He's a snob. Anyway, he's a policeman and I hate cops. If you imagine he doesn't look good on you and me, you're wrong. I'm as good as he is and I bet I'll make more money before I'm finished." "Money isn't everything," said Johnson tritely. "What work are you doing, Ray?" It required a great effort on his part to bring his mind back to his friend's affairs. "I can't tell you. It's very confidential," said Ray mysteriously. "I couldn't even tell Ella, though she's been jawing at me for hours. There are some jobs that a man can't speak about without betraying secrets that aren't his to tell. This is one of them." Mr. Johnson said nothing. He was thinking of Ella and wondering how long it would be before her good-looking companion brought her back. Good-looking and young. Mr. Johnson was not good-looking, and only just on the right side of 50, and he was bald. But worst of all, in her presence he was tongue-tied. He was rather amazed with himself. In the seclusion of the rose garden, another member of the Bennett family was relating her fears to a more sympathetic audience. "I feel that father guesses," she said. "He was out most of last night. I was awake when he came in, and he looked terrible. He said he had been walking about half the night, and by the mud on his boots I think he must have been." Dick did not agree. "Knowing very little about Mr. Bennett, I should hardly think he is the kind of man to suffer in silence where your brother is concerned," he said. "I could better imagine a most unholy row. Why has your brother become so unpleasant to me?" She shook her head. "I don't know. Ray has changed suddenly. This morning when he kissed me, his breath smelt of whiskey. He never used to drink. This new life is ruining him. Why should he take a false name if the work he is doing is quite straight?" She had ceased addressing him as Mr. Gordon. The compromise of calling him by no name at all was very pleasant to Dick Gordon, because he recognized that it was a compromise. The day was hot and the sky cloudless. Ella had made arrangements to serve tea on the lawn, and she found two eager helpers in Dick and Johnson, galvanized to radiant activity by the opportunity of assisting. The boy's attitude remained antagonistic, and after a few futile attempts to overcome this, Dick gave it up. Even the presence of his father, who had kept aloof from the party all afternoon, brought no change for the better. "The worst of being a policeman is that you're always on duty," he said during the meal. "I suppose you're storing every scrap of talk in your mind in case you have to use it." Dick folded a thin slice of bread and butter very deliberately before he replied. "I have certainly a good memory," he said. "It helps me to forget. It also helps me keep silent in circumstances which are very difficult and trying." Suddenly Ray spun round in his chair. "I told you he was on duty," he cried triumphantly. "Look, there's the chief of the spy corps, the faithful Elk." Dick looked in astonishment. He had left Elk on the point of going north to follow up a new frog clue that had come to light. And there he was, his hands resting on the gate, his chin on his chest, gazing mournfully over his glasses at the group. "Can I come in, Mr. Bennet?" John Bennet, alert and watchful, beckoned. "Happened to be round about here, so I thought I'd call." "Good afternoon, miss." "Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson." "Give Sergeant Elk your chair," growled John Bennet, and his son rose with a scowl. "Inspector," said Elk. "No, I'd rather stand, mister. Stand and grow good, eh?" "Yes, I'm Inspector. I don't realize it myself sometimes, especially when the men salute me, forget to salute 'em back. Now, in America, I believe patrolmen salute sergeants. That's as it should be." His sad eyes moved from one to the other. "I suppose your promotion has made a lot of crooks very scared, Elk," sneered Ray. "Why, yes, I believe it has. Especially the immatures," said Elk. "The crooks that are only fly-nuts, the fancy crooks who think they know it all, and will go on thinking so till one day somebody says, 'Get your hat. The chief wants you.'" "Otherwise," confessed Elk modestly, "the news has created no sensation, and London is just as full as ever of tale pitchers who'll let you distribute their money amongst the poor if you'll only loan 'em. 100 to prove your confidence. And," Elk continued after a moment's cogitation, "there's nearly as many dud prize-fighters living on blackmail and robbery, and almost as many beautiful young ladies running faro parlors and dance emporiums." Ray's face went a dull red, and if looks could blast, Inspector Elk's friends would have been speaking of him in hushed tones. Only then did he turn his attention to Dick Gordon. "I was wondering, Captain, if I could have a day off next week. I've a little family trouble." Dick, who did not even know that his friend had a family, was startled. "I'm sorry to hear that, Elk," he said sympathetically. Elk sighed. "It's hard on me," he said, "but I feel I ought to tell you if you'll excuse me, Miss Bennet." Dick rose and followed the detective to the gate, and then Elk spoke in a low tone. "Lord Farmley's house was burgled at 1 o'clock this morning, and the frogs have got away with the draft treaty." Watching the two furtively, the girl saw nothing in Dick Gordon's demeanor to indicate that he had received any news which was of consequence to himself. He came slowly back to the table. "I'm afraid I must go," he said. "Elk's trouble is sufficiently important to take me back to town." He saw the regret in Ella's eyes and was satisfied. The leave-taking was short, for it was very necessary that he should get back to town as quickly as his car could carry him. On the journey, Elk told all that he knew. Lord Farmley had spent the weekend in his townhouse. He was working on 2 new clauses which had been inserted on the private representation of the American ambassador, who, as usual, held a watching brief in the matter, but managed also, as usual, to secure the amendment of a clause dealing with transshipments that, had it remained unamended, would have proved detrimental to his country. All this Dick learnt later. He was unaware at the time that the embassy knew of the treaty's existence. Lord Farmley had replaced the document in the safe, which was a Cham of the latest make, and built into the wall of his study, locked and double-locked the steel doors, switched on the burglar alarm, and went to bed. He had no occasion to go to the safe until after lunch. To all appearances, the safe doors had not been touched. After lunch, intending to work again on the treaty, he put his key in the lock, to discover that, when it turned, the wards met no resistance. He pulled at the handle. It came away in his hand. The safe was open in the sense that it was not locked, and the treaty, together with his notes and amendments, had gone. "How did they get in?" asked Dick as the car whizzed furiously along the country road. "Pantry window. Butler's pantries were invented by a burglar architect," said Elk. "It's a real job, the finest bit of work I've seen in 20 years, and there are only 2 men in the world who could have done it. No fingerprints, no ugly holes blown into the safe, everything neat and beautifully done. It's a pleasure to see. I hope Lord Farmley has got as much satisfaction out of the workmanship as you have," said Dick grimly, and Elk sniffed. "He wasn't laughing," he said. "At least, not when I came away. His lordship was not laughing when Elk returned. "This is terrible, Gordon, terrible. We're holding a cabinet on the matter this evening. The Prime Minister has returned to town. This means political ruin for me. You think the frogs are responsible?" Lord Farmley's answer was to pull open the door of the safe. On the inside panel was a white imprint, an exact replica of that which Elk had seen on the door of Mr. Broad's flat. It was almost impossible for the non-expert to discover how the safe had been opened. It was Elk who showed the fine work that had extracted the handle and had enabled the thieves to shatter the lock by some powerful explosive which nobody in the house had heard. "They used a silencer," said Elk. "It's just as easy to prevent gases escaping too quickly from a lock as it is from a gun barrel. I tell you, there are only 2 men who could have done this." "Who are they?" "Young Harry Lyme is one, he's been dead for years, and Saul Morris is the other, and Saul's dead too. As the work is obviously not that of 2 dead men, you would be well advised to think of a third," said his lordship, pardonably annoyed. Elk shook his head slowly. "There must be a third, and he's the cleverest of the lot," he said, speaking his thoughts aloud. "I know the lot: Wal Corman, George the Rat, Billy Harp, Ike Vallejo, Feeney Moore, and I'll take an oath that it wasn't any of them. This is master work, my lord. It's the work of a great artist such as we seldom meet nowadays. And I fancy I know who he is." Lord Farmley, who had listened as patiently as he could to this rhapsody, stalked from the library soon after, leaving the men alone. "Captain," said Elk, walking after the peer and closing the door, "do you happen to know where old Bennett was last night?" Elk's tone was careless, but Dick Gordon felt the underlying significance of the question, and for a moment, realizing all that lay behind the question, all that it meant to the girl, who was dearer to him than he had guessed, his breath came more quickly. "He was out most of the night," he said. "Miss Bennet told me that he went away on Friday and did not return until this morning at daybreak. Why?" Elk took a paper from his pocket, unfolded it slowly and adjusted his glasses. "I've had a man keeping tag of Bennet's absences from home," he said slowly. "It was easy, because the woman who goes every morning to clean his house has a wonderful memory. He has been away 15 times this past year, and every time he has gone there's been a first-class burglary committed somewhere." Dick drew a long breath. "What are you suggesting?" he asked. "I'm suggesting," replied Elk deliberately, "that if Bennett can't account for his movements on Saturday night, I'm going to pull him in. Saul Morris I've never met, nor young Wal Corman either. They were before I did big work. But if my idea is right, Saul Morris isn't as dead as he ought to be. I'm going down to see Brother Bennett, and I think perhaps I'll be doing a bit of resurrecting." Chapter: The Man Who Was Wrecked. John Bennett was working in his garden in the early morning when Elk called, and the inspector came straight to the point. There was a burglary committed at the residence of Lord Farmley on Saturday night and Sunday morning, probably between midnight and 3 o'clock. The safe was blown and important documents stolen. "I'm asking you to account for your movements on Saturday night and Sunday morning." Bennett looked the detective straight in the eyes. "I was on the London road. I walked from town. At 2 o'clock I was speaking with a policeman in Dorking. At midnight I was in Kingbridge, and again I spoke to a policeman. Both these men know me because I frequently walk to Dorking and Kingbridge. The man at Dorking is an amateur photographer like myself." Elk considered. "I've a car here. Suppose you come along and see these policemen," he suggested, and to his surprise Bennett agreed at once. At Dorking they discovered their man. He was just going off duty. "Yes, Inspector, I remember Mr. Bennett speaking to me. We were discussing animal photography." "You're sure of the time?" "Absolutely. At 2 o'clock the patrol sergeant visits me, and he came up whilst we were talking." The patrol sergeant, wakened from his morning sleep, confirmed this statement. The result of the Kingbridge inquiries produced the same results. Elk ordered the driver of his car to return to Horsham. "I'm not going to apologize to you, Bennett," he said, "and you know enough about my work to appreciate my position." "I'm not complaining," said Bennett gruffly. "Duty is duty. But I'm entitled to know why you suspect me of all men in the world." Elk tapped the window of the car and it stopped. "Walk along the road, I can talk better," he said. They got out and went some distance without speaking. Bennett, you're under suspicion for two reasons. You're a mystery man in the sense that nobody knows how you get a living. You haven't an income of your own. You haven't an occupation, and at odd intervals you disappear from home and nobody knows where you go. If you were a younger man, I'd suspect a double life in the usual sense. But you're not that kind. That is suspicious circumstance number one. Here is number two. Every time you disappear, there's a big burglary somewhere, and I've an idea it's a frog steal. I'll give you my theory. These frogs are mostly dirt. There isn't enough brain in the whole outfit to fill an average nut. I'm talking about the mass of them. There are clever men higher up, I grant, but they don't include the regular fellows who make a living from crime. These boys haven't any time for such nonsense. They plan a job and pull it off, or they get pinched. If they make a getaway, they divide up the stuff and sit around in cafes with girls till all the stuff is gone, and then they go out for some more. But the frogs are willing to pay good men who are outside the organization for extra work. "And you suggest that I may be one of the good men," said Bennett. "That's just what I am suggesting. This frog job at Lord Farmley's was done by an expert. It looks like Saul Morris." His keen eyes were focused upon Bennett's face, but not by so much as a flicker of an eyelash did he betray his thoughts. "I remember Saul Morris," said Bennett slowly. "I've never seen him, but I've heard of his work. Was he anything like me?" Elk pursed his lips, his chin went nearer to his chest, and his gaze became more and more intensified. "If you know anything about Saul Morris," he said slowly, "you also know that he was never in the hands of the police, that nobody except his own gang ever saw him so as to be able to recognize him again." Another silence. "I wasn't aware of that," said Bennett. On the way back to the car, Bennett spoke again. "I bear no malice. My movements are suspicious, but there is a good reason. As to the burglaries, I know nothing about them. I should say that in any case, whether I knew or not. I ask you not to mention this matter to my daughter because, well, you don't want me to tell you why." Ella was standing at the garden gate when the car came up, and at the sight of Elk the smile left her face. Elk knew instinctively that the thought of her brother, and the possibility of his being in trouble, were the causes of her apprehension. "Mr. Elk came down to ask me a few questions about the attack on Mr. Gordon," said her father briefly. Whatever else he was, thought Elk, he was a poor and unconvincing liar. That the girl was not convinced, he was sure. When they were alone, she asked, "Is anything wrong, Mr. Elk?" "Nothing, miss. Just come down to refresh my memory, which was never a good one, especially in the matter of dates. The only date I really remember is the landing of William the Conqueror, or thereabouts. Brother gone back to town." "He went last night," she said, and then almost defiantly, "He is in a good position now, Mr. Elk." "So they tell me," said Elk. "I wish he wasn't working in the same shop as the bunch who were with him. I'm not letting him out of my sight." "Miss Bennett," he said in a kinder tone, "perhaps I'll be able to slip in the right word one of these days. He wouldn't listen now if I said get. He's naturally in the condition of mind when he's making up press cuttings about himself. And in a way he's right. If you don't know it all at 21, you never will. What's that word that begins with a Z? Zenith. That's it. He's at the zenith of his sure and certainness. From now on, he'll start unloading his cargo of dreams and take in ballast. But he'll hate to hear the derricks at work." "You talk like a sailor," she smiled in spite of her trouble. "I was that once," said Elk. "The same as old man Maitland, though I've never sailed with him. I guess he left the sea years before I was born." "Like him?" "Mr. Maitland? No," she shivered. "I think he is a terrible man." Elk did not disagree. To Dick Gordon that morning he confessed his error. "I don't know why I jumped at Bennett," he said. "I'm getting young. I see the evening newspapers have got the burglary, but they do not know what was stolen," said Dick in a low voice. "That must be kept secret." They were in the inner bureau, which Dick occupied temporarily. Two men were at work in his larger office replacing a panel which had been shattered by the bullet which had been fired at him on the morning Elk came into the case. And it was symptomatic of the effect that the frogs had had upon headquarters that both men had almost mechanically scrutinized the left arms of the workman. The sight of the damaged panel switched Elk's thoughts to a matter which he had intended raising before, the identity of the tramp Carlo, in spite of the precautions Gordon had taken, and although the man was under observation, Carlo had vanished, and the combined efforts of headquarters and the country offices had failed to locate him. It was a sore point with Gordon, as Elk had reason to know, for Carlo was the reputable number 7, the most important man in the organization after the Frog himself. "I'd like to see this, Carlo," he said thoughtfully. "There's not much use in putting another man out on the road to follow up Genta's work. That system doesn't work twice. I wonder how much Lola knows." "Of the Frogs, they wouldn't trust a woman," said Dick. "She may work for them, but as you said, it is likely they bring in outsiders for special jobs and pay them well." Elk did not carry the matter any further, and spent the rest of the day in making fruitless inquiries. Returning to his room at headquarters that night, he sat for a long time hunched up in his chair, his hands thrust into his trousers pockets, staring down at the blotting pad. Then he pressed a bell and his clerk Balder came. "Go to records, get me all that is known about every safe-breaker known in this country. You needn't worry about the German and French, but there's a Swede or two who are mighty clever with the lamp. And of course there are the Americans." They came after a long interval, a considerable pile of papers, photographs and fingerprints. "You can go, Balder. The Nightman can take them back." He settled himself down to an enjoyable night's reading. He was nearing the end of the pile when he came to the portrait of a young man with a drooping moustache and a bush of curly hair. It was one of those sharp positives that unromantic police officials take, and showed whatever imperfections of skin there were. Beneath the photograph was the name, carefully printed, Henry John Lyme, RV. RV was the prison code. Every year from 2 was indicated by a capital letter in the alphabet. Thereafter ran the small letters. The R meant that Henry J. Lyme had been sentenced to penal servitude in. The V that he had suffered a further term of convict imprisonment in. Elk read the short and terrible record. Born in Guernsey Inn, the man had been 6 times convicted before he was 20. The minor convictions are not designated by letters in the code. In the space at the foot of the blank in which particulars were given of his crime were the words "dangerous, carries firearms." In another hand, and in the red ink which is used to close a criminal career, was written, "Died at sea. Channel Queen, Black Rock, Feb." Elk remembered the wreck of the Guernsey mail packet on the Black Rocks. He turned back the page to read particulars of the dead man's crimes, and the comments of those who from time to time had been brought into official contact with him. In these scraps of description was the real biography. "Works alone" was one comment, and another, "No women clue, women never seen with him." A third scrawl was difficult to decipher, but when Elk mastered the evil writing, he half rose from the chair in his excitement. It was, "Add to body marks in general DCP Frog tattooed left wrist, new JJM." The date against which this was written was the date of the man's last conviction. Elk turned up the printed blank DCP 14 and found it to be a form-headed description of convicted person. The number was the classification. There was no mention of tattooed frogs. Somebody had been careless. Word by word he read the description. Henry John Lyme, A. Young Harry, A. Thomas Martin, A. Boy Peace, A. Boy Harry. There were 5 lines of aliases: burglar, dangerous, carries firearms, height 14, chest, complexion fresh, eyes grey, teeth good, mouth regular, dimple in chin, nose straight, hair brown, wavy, worn long, face round, moustache drooping, wears side whiskers, feet and hands normal, little, toe left foot amputated, first joint owing to accident, HM Prison, Portland. Speaks well, writes good hand. Hobbies, none. Smokes cigarettes. Poses as public official, tax collector, sanitary inspector, gas or waterman. Speaks French and Italian fluently. Never drinks, plays cards but no gambler. Favorite hiding place, Rome or Milan. No. Conviction abroad. No relations. Excellent organizer. Immediately after crime, look for him at good hotel in Midlands or working to hull for the Dutch or Scandinavian boats. Has been known to visit Guernsey. Here followed the Bertillon measurements and body marks. This was in the days before the introduction of the fingerprint system, but there was no mention of the frog on the left wrist. Elk dropped his pen in the ink and wrote in the missing data. Underneath, he added, "This man may still be alive," and signed his initials. Chapter, on Harley Terrace. So, writing, the telephone buzzed, and in his unflurried way he finished his entry and blotted it before he took up the instrument. "Captain, Gordon wishes you to take the first taxi you can find and come to his house. The matter is very urgent," said a voice. "I am speaking from Harley Terrace." "All right." Elk found his hat and umbrella, stopped long enough to return the records to their home, and went out into the dark courtyard. There are two entrances to Scotland Yard, one that opens into Whitehall and was by far the best route for him, since Whitehall is filled with cabs. The other onto the Thames embankment, which, in addition to offering the longest way round, would bring him to a thoroughfare where, at this hour of the night, taxis would be few and far between. So engrossed was Elk with his thoughts that he was on the embankment before he realized where he was going. He turned toward the Houses of Parliament into Bridge Street, found an ancient cab and gave the address. The driver was elderly and probably a little fuddled, for, instead of stopping at No, he overshot the mark by a dozen houses, and only stopped at all on the vitriolic representations of his fare. "What's the matter with you, Noah? This ain't Mount Ararat," snapped Elk as he descended. "You're boozed, you poor fish." "Wish I was," murmured the driver, holding out his hand for the fare. Elk would have argued the matter but for the urgency of the summons. Whilst he was waiting for the driver to unbutton his many coats to find change, he glanced back along the street. A car was standing near the door of Dick Gordon's house, its headlights dimmed to the least possible degree. That in itself was not remarkable. The two men who waited on the pavement were. They stood with their backs to the railings, one, as he guessed, on either side of the door. To him came the soft purring of the motor car's engine. He took a step back and brought the opposite pavement into his range of vision. There were two other men, also lounging idly, and they were exactly opposite. Elk looked round. The cab had stopped before a doctor's house, and the detective did not take a long time to make up his mind. "Wait till I come out." "Don't be long," pleaded the aged driver. "The bars will be shut in a quarter of an hour." "Wait, Bacchus," said Elk, who had a nodding acquaintance with ancient mythology, but only a hazy idea of pronunciation. Bacchus growled, but waited. Fortunately, the doctor was at home, and to him Elk revealed his identity. In a few seconds he was connected with Mary Lane Police Station. "Elk, Central Office speaking," he said rapidly, and gave his code number. "Send every man you can put your hand on. To close Harley Terrace north and south of 273. Stop all cars from the moment you get my signal. 2 long, 2 short flashes. How soon can your men be in place?" "In 5 minutes, Mr. Elk. The night reliefs are parading, and I have a couple of motor trucks here. Just pinched the drivers for being drunk." He replaced the receiver and went into the hall. "Anything wrong?" asked the startled doctor, as Elk slid back the jacket of his automatic and pushed the safety catch into place. "I hope so, sir," said Elk truthfully. "If I've turned out the division because a few innocent fellows are leaning against the railings of Harley Terrace, I'm going to get myself into trouble." He waited 5 minutes, then opened the door and went out. The men were still in their positions, and as he stood there, 2 motor trucks drove into the thoroughfare from either end, turned broadside in the middle of the road and stopped. Elk's pocket lamp flashed to left and right, and he jumped for the pavement, and now he saw that his suspicions were justified. The men on the opposite pavement came across the road at the double, and leapt to the running board of the car with the dim lights as it moved. Simultaneously, the two who had been guarding the entrance sprang into the machine, but the fugitives were too late. The car swerved to avoid the blocking motor truck, but even as it turned, the truck ran backwards. There was a crash, a sound of splintering glass, and by the time Elk arrived, the 5 occupants of the car were in the hands of the uniformed policemen who swarmed at the end of the street. The prisoners accepted their capture without resistance. One, the chauffeur, who tried to throw away a revolver unobtrusively, was detected in the act and handcuffed, but the remainder gave no trouble. At the police station, Elk had a view of his prisoners. 4 very fine specimens of the genus tramp, wearing their new ready-to-wear suits awkwardly. The 5th, who gave a Russian name, and was obviously the driver, a little man with small, sharp eyes that glanced uneasily from face to face. 2 of the prisoners carried loaded revolvers. In the car they found 4 walking sticks heavily weighted. "Take off your coats and roll up your sleeves," commanded the inspector. "You needn't trouble Elk." It was the little chauffeur speaking. "All us boys are good frogs." "There ain't any good frogs," said Elk. "There's only bad frogs and worse frogs, and the worst frog of all. But we won't argue. Let these men into their cells, Sergeant, and keep them separate. I'll take Litnov to headquarters." The chauffeur looked uneasily from Elk to the station sergeant. "What's the great idea?" he asked. "You're not allowed to use the 3rd degree in England." "The law has been altered," said Elk ominously, and re-snapped the handcuffs on the man's wrists. The law had not been altered, but this the little Russian did not know. Throughout the journey to headquarters he communed with himself, and when he was pushed into Elk's bare-looking room, he was prepared to talk. Dick was waiting for the detective when he came back to Harley Terrace and heard the story. "I never dreamt that it was a plant until I spotted the lads waiting for me," said Elk. "Of course you didn't telephone. They caught me napping there. Thorough, the frogs are all that. They expected me to leave headquarters by the Whitehall entrance and had a taxi waiting to pick me up. But in case they missed me that way, they told off a party to meet me in Harley Terrace." "Thorough. Who gave them their orders?" Elk shrugged. "Mr. Nobody. Litnov had his by post. It was signed 7 and gave him the rendezvous, and that was all. He says he has never seen a frog since he was initiated. Where he was sworn in he doesn't remember. The car belongs to frogs, and he receives so much a week for looking after it. Ordinarily he is employed by Heron's Club, drives a truck for them. He tells me that there are 20 other cars cached in London somewhere, just standing in their garages, and each has its own driver, who goes once a week to give it a clean-up. Heron's Club, that is the dance club which Lola and Lou Brady are interested in," said Dick thoughtfully, and Elk considered. "I never thought of that. Of course, it doesn't mean that the management of Heron's know anything about Litnov's evening work. I'll look up that club." He was saved the trouble, for the next morning, when he reached the office, he found a man waiting to see him. "I'm Mr. Hagden, the manager of the Heron's Club," he introduced himself. "I understand one of my men has been in trouble." Hagden was a tall, good-looking Swede who spoke without any trace of a foreign accent. "How have you heard that, Mr. Hagden?" asked Elk suspiciously. "The man has been under lock and key since last night, and he hasn't held any communication with anybody." Mr. Hagden smiled. "You can't arrest people and take them to a police station without somebody knowing all about it," he said with truth. "One of my waiters saw Litnov being taken to Mary Lane handcuffed, and as Litnov hasn't reported for duty this morning, there was only one conclusion to be drawn." "What is the trouble, Mr. Elk?" Elk shook his head. "I can't give you any information on the matter," he said. "Can I see him?" "You can't even see him," said Elk. "He has slept well, and sends his love to all kind friends." Mr. Hagden seemed distressed. "Is it possible to discover where he put the key of the coal cellar?" he urged. "This is rather important to me. This man usually keeps it." The detective hesitated. "I can find out," he said, and leaving Mr. Hagden under the watchful eyes of his secretary, he crossed the yard to the cells where the Russian was held. Litnov rose from his plank bed as the cell door opened. "Friend of yours called," said Elk. "Wants to know where you put the key of the coal cellar." It was only the merest flicker of light and understanding that came to the little man's eyes, but Elk saw it. "Tell him I believe I left it with the Wandsworth man," he said. Said Elk, and went back to the waiting Hain. "He said he left it in the Pentonville Road," said Elk untruthfully, but Mr. Hagden seemed satisfied. Returning to the cells, Elk saw the jailer. "Has this man asked you where he was to be taken from here?" "Yes, sir," said the officer. "I told him he was going to Wandsworth Prison. We usually tell prisoners where they are going on remand, in case they wish to let their relatives know." Elk had guessed right. The inquiry about the key was pre-arranged. A telephone message to Mary Lane, where the remainder of the gang were held, produced the curious information that a woman, Reputedly, the wife of one of the men had called that morning and, on being refused an interview, begged for news about the missing key of the coal cellar, and had been told that it was in the possession of the Brixton man. The men are to be remitted to Wormwood Scrubs prison, and they are not to be told where they are going, ordered Elk. That afternoon, a horse-driven prison van drew out of Cannon Row and rumbled along Whitehall. At the juncture of St. Martin's Lane and Shaftesbury Avenue, a carelessly driven motor lorry smashed into its side, slicing off the near wheel. Instantly there came from nowhere a crowd of remarkable appearance. It seemed as if all the tramps in the world had been lying in wait to crowd about the crippled van. The door was wrenched open, and the gaoler on duty hauled forth. Before he could be handled, the van disgorged 20 Central Office men, and from the side streets came a score of mounted policemen, clubs in hand. The riot lasted less than 3 minutes. Some of the wild-looking men succeeded in making their escape, but the majority, chained in twos, went, meekly enough, between their mounted escorts. Dick Gordon, who was also something of an organizer, watched the fight from the top of an omnibus, which, laden with policemen, had shadowed the van. He joined Elk after the excitement had subsided. "Have you arrested anybody of importance?" he asked. "It's too early to say," said Elk. "They look like ordinary tadpoles to me. I guess Litnoff is in Wandsworth by now. I sent him in a closed police car before the van left." Arrived at Scotland Yard, he paraded the frogs in 2 open ranks, watched, at a distance, by the curious crowd which packed both entrances. One by one he examined their wrists, and in every case the tattoo mark was present. He finished his scrutiny at last, and his captives were herded into an inner yard under an armed guard. "One man wants to speak to you, sir." The last file had disappeared when the officer in charge reported, and Elk exchanged a glance with his chief. "See him," said Dick. "We can't afford to miss any information." A policeman brought the frog to them, a tall man with a week's growth of beard, poorly dressed and grimy. His battered hat was pulled down over his eyes, his powerful wrists visible beneath the sleeves of a jacket that was made for a smaller man. "Well, Frog," said Elk, glowering at him, "what's your croak?" "Croak is a good word," said the man, and at the sound of his voice Elk stared. "You don't think that old police car of yours is going to reach Wandsworth, do you?" "Who are you?" asked Elk, peering forward. "They want Litnoff badly," said the frog. "They want to settle with him, and if the poor fish thinks it's brotherly love that makes old man Frog go to all this trouble, he's reserved a big jar for himself." "Broad, what?" The American licked his finger and wiped away the frog from his wrist. "I'll explain after, Mr. Elk, but take a friend's advice and call up Wandsworth." Elk's telephone was buzzing furiously when he reached his office. It was Wandsworth Station calling. "Your police car was held up on the common, 2 of your men were wounded, and the prisoner was shot dead," was the report. "Thank you," said Elk bitterly. "Chapter," Mr. Broad explains. Detained under police supervision, Mr. Broad did not seem in any way surprised or disconcerted. Dick Gordon and his assistant reached Wandsworth Common 10 minutes after the news came through, and found the wreckage of the police car surrounded by a large crowd, kept at a distance by police. The dead prisoner had been taken into the prison, together with one of the attackers, who had been captured by a party of warders, returning to the jail after their luncheon hour. A brief examination of Litnoff told them no more than they knew. He had been shot through the heart, and death must have been instantaneous. The prisoner, brought from a cell, was a man of 30 and better educated than the average run of frogs. No weapon had been found upon him, and he protested his innocence of any complicity in the plot. According to his story, he was an out-of-work clerk who had been strolling across the common when the ambush occurred. He had seen the fight, seen the second motor car which carried the attackers away, and had been arrested whilst running in pursuit of the murderers. His captors told a different story. The warder responsible for his arrest said that the man was on the point of boarding the car when the officer had thrown his truncheon at him and brought him down. The car was moving at the time, and the remainder of the party had not dared to stop and pick up their comrade. Most damning evidence of all was the tattoo mark on his wrist. "Frog, you're a dead man," said Elk in his most sepulchral voice. "Where did you live when you were alive?" The captive confessed that his home was in North London. "North Londoners don't come to Wandsworth to walk on the common," said Elk. He had a conference with the chief warder, and, taking the prisoner into the courtyard, Elk spoke his mind. "What happens to you if you spill the beans, Frog?" he asked. The man showed his teeth in an unpleasant smile. "The beans aren't grown that I can spill," he said. Elk looked around. The courtyard was a small stone-paved quadrangle, surrounded by high discoloured walls. Against one of these was a little shed with grey sliding doors. "Come here," said Elk. He took the key that the chief warder had given him, unlocked the doors and slid them back. They were looking into a bare, clean apartment with whitewashed walls. Across the ceiling ran 2 stout oak beams, and between them 3 stubby steel bars. The prisoner frowned as Elk walked to a long steel lever near one of the walls. "Watch, Frog," he said. He pulled at the lever, and the centre of the floor divided and fell with a crash, revealing a deep, brick-lined pit. "See that trap? See that T mark in chalk? That's where a man puts his feet when the hangman straps his legs. The rope hangs from that beam, Frog." The man's face was livid as he shrank back. "You can't hang me," he breathed. "I've done nothing." "You've killed a man," said Elk as he pulled the doors to and locked them. "You're the only fellow we've got, and you'll have to suffer for the lot. Are them beans growin'?" The prisoner raised his shaking hand to his lips. "I'll tell you all I know," he said huskily. Elk led him back to his cell. An hour later, Dick was speeding back to his headquarters with considerable information. His first act was to send for Joshua Broad, and the eagle-faced tramp came cheerfully. "Now, Mr. Broad, I'll have your story," said Dick, and motioned the other to be seated. Joshua seated himself slowly. "There's nothing much to tell," he said. "For a week I've been getting acquainted with the frogs. I guessed that it was unlikely that the bulk of them would be unknown to one another, and I just froze on to the first I found. Met him in a Deptford lodging house. Then I heard there was a hurry-up call for a big job today and joined. The frogs knew that the real attack might be somewhere else, and on the way to Scotland Yard, I heard that a party had been told off to watch for Litnov at Wandsworth." "Did you see any of the big men?" Broad shook his head. They looked all alike, but undoubtedly there were 2 or 3 section leaders in charge. There was never any question of rescuing. They were out to kill. They knew that Litnov had told all that he knew, and he was doomed. They got him, I suppose." "Yes, they got him," said Dick. "And then, what is your interest in the frogs?" "Purely adventitious," replied the other lazily. "I'm a rich man with a whole lot of time on my hands, and I have a big interest in criminology. A few years ago I heard about the frogs, and they seized on my imagination. Since then I've been trailing them." His gaze did not waver under Dick Gordon's scrutiny. "Now will you tell me," said Dick quietly, "how you became a rich man? In the latter days of the war you arrived in this country on a cattle boat, with about $20 in your pocket. You told Elk you had arrived by that method, and you spoke the truth. I've been almost as much interested in you as you have been in the frogs," he said with a half-smile, "and I have been putting through a few inquiries. You came to England and deserted your ship. In May, you negotiated for the hire of an old tumble-down shack near Eastleigh, Hampshire. There you lived, patching up this crazy cottage and living, so far as I can discover, on the few dollars you brought from the ship. Then suddenly you disappeared, and were next seen in Paris on Christmas Eve of that year. You were conspicuous in rescuing a family that had been buried in a house bombed in an air raid, and your name was taken by the police with the idea of giving you some reward. The French police report is that you were very poorly dressed. They thought you might be a deserter from the American army. Yet in February you were staying at the Hotel de Paris in Monte Carlo with plenty of money and an extensive wardrobe." Joshua Broad sat through the recital unmoved, except for the ghost of a smile which showed at the corner of his unshaven mouth. "Surely, Captain, Monte Carlo is the place where a man would have money." "If he brought it there," said Dick, and went on, "I'm not suggesting that you're a bad character, or that your money came in any other way than honestly. I merely state the facts that your sudden rise from poverty to riches was, to say the least, remarkable." "It surely was," agreed the other. "And, judging by appearances, My change from riches to poverty is as sudden." Dick looked at the dirty-looking tramp who sat on the other side of the table and laughed silently. "You mean, if it is possible for you to masquerade now, it was possible then, and that even though you were apparently broke in, you might very well have been a rich man." "Exactly," said Mr. Joshua Broad. Gordon was serious again. "I would prefer that you remained your more presentable self," he said. "I hate telling an American that I may have to deport him, because that sounds as if it is a punishment to return to the United States. But I may find myself with no other alternative." Joshua Broad rose. "That, Captain Gordon, is too broad for a hint and too kindly for a threat. Henceforth, Joshua Broad is a respectable member of society. Maybe I'll take the Prince of Ko's house and entertain Bims and be a modern Harun al-Rashid. I've got to meet them somehow." At the mention of that show house that had cost a king's ransom to build and a queen's dowry to furnish, Dick smiled. "It isn't necessary you should advertise your respectability that way," he said. But Broad was not smiling. "The only thing I ask is that you do not advise the police to withdraw my permits," he said. Dick's eyebrows rose. "Permits? I carry 2 guns, and the time is coming when 2 won't be enough," said Mr. Broad. "And it is coming soon." Chapter 12. The Embellishment of Mr. Maitland. There was a concert that night at the Queen's Hall, and the spacious auditorium was crowded to hear the summer recital of a great violinist. Dick Gordon, in the midst of an evening's work, remembered that he had reserved a seat. He felt fagged, baffled, inclined to hopelessness. A note from Lord Farmley had come to him, urging instant action to recover the lost commercial treaty. It was such a letter as a man, himself worried, would write without realizing that in so doing he was passing on his panic to those who it was very necessary should not be stampeded into precipitate action. It was a human letter, but not statesmanlike. Dick decided upon the concert. He had finished dressing when he remembered that it was more than likely that the omniscient frogs would know of his reservation. He must take the risk if risk there was. He phoned to the garage where his own machine was housed and hired a closed car, and in 10 minutes was one of 2,000 people who were listening, entranced, to the master. In the interval he strolled out to the lobby to smoke, and almost the first person he saw was a Central Office man who avoided his eye. Another detective stood by the stairway leading to the bar. A third was smoking on the steps of the hall outside. But the sensation of the evening was not this evidence of Elk's foresight. The warning bell had sounded, and Dick was in the act of throwing away his cigarette, when a magnificent limousine drew up before the building. A smart footman alighted to open the door, and there stepped heavily to the pavement Mr. Ezra Maitland. Dick heard a gasp behind him, and turned his head to see Elk in the one and only dress suit he had ever possessed. "Mother of Moses," he said in an awed voice, and there was reason for his astonishment. Not only was Mr. Maitland's equipage worthy of a reigning monarch, with its silver fittings, lacquered body, and expensively uniformed servants, but the old man was wearing a dress suit of the latest fashion. His beard had been shortened a few inches, and across the spotless white waistcoat was stretched a heavy gold chain. On his hand many rings blazed and flashed in the light of the street standard. There was a camellia in his perfect lapel, and on his head the glossiest of silk hats. Leaning on a stick of ebony and ivory, he strutted across the pavement. Silk socks, patent leather shoes. "My God, look at his rings," hissed Elk. His profanity was almost excusable. The vision of splendor passed through the doors into the hall. "He's gone gay," said Elk hollowly, and followed like a man in a dream. From where he was placed, Dick had a good view of the millionaire. He sat throughout the second part of the program with closed eyes, and so slow was he to start applauding after each item that Dick was certain that he had been asleep, and the clapping had awakened him. Once he detected the old man stifling a yawn in the very midst of the second movement of Elgar's violin concerto, which held the audience spellbound by its delicate beauty. With his big hands, now enshrined in white kid gloves, crossed on his stomach, the head of Mr. Maitland nodded and jerked. When at last the concert was over, he looked round fearfully, as though to make absolutely certain that it was over. then rose and made his way out of the hall, his silk hat held clumsily in his hand. A manager came in haste to meet him. "I hope, Mr. Maitland, you enjoyed yourself," Dick heard him say. Very pooty," replied Maitland hoarsely. "That fiddler ought to play a few tunes, though. Nothing like a hornpipe on a fiddle." The manager looked after him open-mouthed, then hurried out to help the old man into his car. "Gay, he's gay," said Elk, as bewildered as the manager. "Jumping snakes! Who was that?" He addressed the unnecessary question to the manager, who had returned from his duty. "That is Maitland, the millionaire, Mr. Elk," said the other. "First time we've had him here, but now that he's come to live in town, where is he living?" asked Elk. "He has taken the Prince of Coe's house in Berkeley Square," said the manager. Elk blinked at him. "Say that again?" "He has taken the Prince of Coe's house," said the manager, "and what is more, has bought it. The agent told me this afternoon." Elk was incapable of comment, and the manager continued his surprising narrative. "I don't think he knows much about music, but he has booked seats for every big musical event next season. His secretary came in this afternoon. He seemed a bit dazed. Poor Johnson, thought Dick. He wanted me to fix dancing lessons for the old boy." Elk clapped his hand to his mouth. He had an insane desire to scream, and as a matter of fact, I fixed them. He's a bit old, but Socrates or somebody learnt Greek at 80, and maybe Mr. Maitland's regretting the wasted years of his life. I admit it is a bit late to start nightclubs. Elk laid a chiding hand upon the managerial shoulder. "You certainly deceived me, brother," he said. "And here was I, drinking it all in, and you with a face as serious as the dial of a poorhouse clock. You've put it all over, Elk, and I'm man enough to admit you fooled me." "I don't think our friend is trying to fool you," said Dick quietly. "You really mean what you say? Old Maitland has started dancing and nightclubs?" "Certainly," said the other. "He hasn't started dancing, but that is where he has gone tonight, to the Herons. I heard him tell the chauffeur. It was incredible, but a little amusing, most amusing of all to see Elk's face. The detective was frankly dumbfounded by the news. "Herons is my idea of a good finish to a happy evening," said Elk at last, drawing a long breath. He beckoned one of his escort. "How many men do you want to cover Heron's Club?" he asked. 6, was the prompt reply. 10 to raid it and 20 for a rough house. "Get 30, said Elk emphatically. Heron's from the exterior was an unpretentious building, but once under the curtained doors, and the character of its exterior was forgotten. A luxurious lounge, softly lit and heavily carpeted, led to the large saloon, which was at once restaurant and dance hall. Dick stood in the doorway awaiting the arrival of the manager, and admired the richness and subtle suggestion of coziness which the room conveyed. The tables were set about an oblong square of polished flooring. From a gallery at the far end came the strain of a colored orchestra, and on the floor itself a dozen couples swayed and glided in rhythm to the staccato melody. "Gilded vice," said Elk disparagingly, "a regular haunt of sin and self-indulgence. I wonder what they charge for the food. There's Methuselah." Methuselah was sitting, a conspicuous figure, at the most prominent table in the room. His polished head glistened in the light from the crystal candelabras, and in the shadow that it cast. His patriarchal beard so melted into the white of his snowy shirt front that for a moment Dick did not recognize him. Before him was set a large glass mug filled with beer. "He's human anyway," said Elk. Hagen came at that moment, smiling, affable, willing to oblige. "This is an unexpected pleasure, Captain," he said. "You want me to pass you in? Gentlemen, there is no necessity. Every police officer of rank is an honorary member of the club." He bustled in, threading his way between the tables, and found them a vacant sofa in one of the alcoves. There were revelers whose faces showed alarm at the arrival of the new guests. One at least stole forth and did not come back. "We have many notable people here tonight," said Hagen, rubbing his hands. "There are Lord and Lady Belfin." He mentioned others. "And that gentleman with the beard is the great Maitland. His secretary is here somewhere. Poor gentleman, I fear he is not happy, but I invited him myself. It is sometimes desirable that we should elect the, what shall I say, higher servants of important people." "Johnson?" asked Dick in surprise. "Where?" Presently he saw that plump and philosophical man. He sat in a remote corner, looking awkward and miserable in his old-fashioned dress clothes. Before him was a glass which, Dick guessed, contained an orange squash. A solemn, frightened figure he made, sitting on the edge of his chair, his big red hands resting on the table. Dick Gordon laughed softly and whispered to Elk, "Go and get him." Elk, who was never self-conscious, walked through the dancers and reached Mr. Johnson, who looked up startled and shook hands with the vigor of one rescued from a desert island. "It was good of you to ask me to come over," said Johnson, as he greeted Dick. "This is new to me, and I'm feeling about as much at home as a chicken in a pie. Your first visit." "And my last," said Johnson emphatically. "This isn't the kind of life that I care for. It interferes with my reading, and it's sad." His eyes were fixed on a noisy little party in the opposite alcove. Gordon had seen them almost as soon as he had sat down. Ray in his most hectic mood, Lola Bassano, beautifully and daringly gowned, and the heavy-looking ex-pugilist, Lou Brady. Presently, with a sigh, Johnson's eyes roved toward the old man and remained fixed on him, fascinated. "Isn't it a miracle?" he asked in a hushed voice. "He changes his habits in a day, bought the house in Berkeley Square, called in an army of tailors, sent me rushing round to fix theatre seats, bought jewelry." He shook his head. "I can't understand it," he confessed, "because it has made no difference to him in the office. He's the same old hog. He wanted me to become his resident secretary, but I struck at that. I must have some sort of life worth living. What scares me is that he may fire me if I don't agree. He's been very unpleasant this week. I wonder if Ray has seen him." Ray Bennett had not seen his late employer. He was too completely engrossed in the joy of being with Lola, too inspired and stimulated from more material sources, to take an interest in anything but himself and the immediate object of his affections. "You are making a fool of yourself, Ray. Everybody is looking at you," warned Lola. He glanced round, and for the first time began to notice who was in the room. Presently his eyes fell upon the shining pate of Mr. Maitland, and his jaw dropped. He could not believe the evidence of his vision, and rising walked unsteadily across the floor, shouldering the other guests, stumbling against chairs and tables, until he stood by the table of his late employer. "Gosh!" he gasped. "It is you!" The old man raised his eyes slowly from the cloth which he had been contemplating steadily for 10 minutes, and his steely eyes met the gaze steadily. "You hoary old sinner," breathed Ray. "Go away," snarled Mr. Maitland. "Go away, is it? I'm going to talk to you and give you a few words of advice and warning, Moses." Ray sat down suddenly in a chair, and faced his glaring victim with drunken solemnity. His words of warning remained unuttered. Somebody gripped his arm and jerked him to his feet, and he looked into the dark face of Lou Brady. "Hear what?" he began. But Brady led him and pushed him back to his own table. "You fool," he hissed. "Why do you want to advertise yourself in this way? You're a hell of a Secret Service man." "I don't want any of that stuff from you," said Ray roughly as he jerked his arm free. "Sit down, Ray," said Lola in a low voice. "Half Scotland Yard is in the club watching you." He followed the direction of her eyes and saw Dick Gordon regarding him gravely, and the sight and knowledge of that surveillance maddened him. Leaping to his feet, he crossed the room to where they sat. "Looking for me?" he asked loudly. "Want me for anything?" Dick shook his head. "You damn police spy!" stormed the youth, white with unreasoning passion. "Bringing your bloodhounds after me. What are you doing with this gang, Johnson? Are you turned policeman too?" "My dear Ray," murmured Johnson. "My dear Ray," sneered the other. "You're jealous, you poor worm, jealous because I've got away from the bloodsucker's clutches. As to you," he waved a threatening finger in Dick's face, "you leave me alone, see? You've got a whole lot of work to do without carrying tales to my sister. I think you had better go back to your friends," said Dick coolly. "Or, better still, go home and sleep." All this had occurred between the dances, and now the band struck up. But if the attention of the crowded clubroom was in no wise relaxed, there was this change, that Ray's high voice now did not rise above the efforts of the trap drummer. Dick looked round for the watchful hag. He knew that the manager or one of the officials of the club would interfere instantly. It was not Hang, but a head waiter who came up and pushed the young man back. So intent was everybody on that little scene that followed, in the spectacle of that flushed youth struggling against the steady pressure which the head waiter and his fellows asserted, that nobody saw the man who for a while stood in the doorway surveying the scene. Before pushing aside the attendants, he strode into the center of the room. Ray, looking round, was almost sobered by the sight of his father. The rugged, grey-haired man in his worn tweed suit made a striking contrast to that gaily dressed throng. He stood, his hands behind him, his face white and set, surveying his son, and the boy's eyes dropped before him. "I want you, Ray," he said simply. The floor was deserted, the music ceased, as though the leader of the orchestra had been signaled that something was wrong. "Come back with me to Horsham, boy." "I'm not going," said Ray sullenly. "He is not with you, Mr. Gordon." Dick shook his head, and at this intervention the fury of Ray Bennett flamed again. "With him," he said scornfully. "Would I be with a sneaking policeman?" "Go with your father, Ray." It was Johnson's urgent advice, and his hand lay for a second on the boy's shoulder. Ray shook him off. "I'll stay here," he said, and his voice was loud and defiant. "I'm not a baby, that I can't be trusted out alone. You've no right to come here making me look a fool." He glowered at his father. "You've kept me down all these years, denied me money that I ought to have had. And who are you that you should pretend to be shocked because I'm in a decent club, wearing decent clothes? I'm straight, can you say the same? If I wasn't straight, could you blame me? You're not going to put any of that kind father stuff over. Come away." John Bennett's voice was hoarse. "I'm staying here," said Ray violently, "and in future you can leave me alone. The break had to come sometime, and it might as well come now." They stood facing one another, father and son, and in the tired eyes of John Bennett was a look of infinite sadness. "You're a silly boy, Ray. Perhaps I haven't done all I could." "Perhaps," sneered the other. "Why, you know it. You get out." And then, as he turned his head, he saw the suppressed smiles on the face of the audience, and the hurt to his vanity drove him mad. "Come," said John gently, and laid his hand on the boy's arm. With a roar of fury, Ray broke loose. In a second, the thing was done. The blow that struck John Bennett staggered him, but he did not fall. And then through the guests who thronged about the two came Ella. She realized instantly what had happened. Elk had slipped from his seat and was standing behind the boy, ready to pin him if he raised his hand again. But Ray Bennett stood, frozen with horror, speechless, incapable of movement. "Father!" The white-faced girl whispered the word. The head of John Bennett dropped, and he suffered himself to be led away. Dick Gordon wanted to follow and comfort, but he saw Johnson going after them and went back to his table. Again the music started, and they took Ray Bennett back to his table where he sat head on hand till Lola signaled a waiter to bring more wine. "There are times," said Elk, "when the prodigal son and the fatted calf look so like one another that you can't tell 'em apart." Dick said nothing, but his heart bled for the mystery man of Horsham, for he had seen in John Bennett's face the agony of the damned. Chapter: A Raid on Eldor Street. Johnson did not come back, and in many respects the two men were glad. Elk had been on the point of telling the secretary to clear, and he hoped that Mr. Maitland would follow his example. As if reading his thoughts, the old man rose soon after the room had quietened down. He had sat through the scene which had followed Ray's meeting with his father, and had apparently displayed not the slightest interest in the proceedings. It was as though his mind were so far away that he could not bring himself to a realization of actualities. "He's going, and he hasn't paid his bill," whispered Elk. In spite of his remissness, the aged millionaire was escorted to the door by the three chief waiters. His topcoat, silk hat and walking stick were brought to him, and he was out of Dick Gordon's sight before the bowing servants had straightened themselves. Elk looked at his watch. It wanted 5 minutes of 1. Hagdean had not returned, a circumstance which irritated the detective and was a source of uneasiness to Dick Gordon. The merriment again worked up to its highest point, when the two men rose from the table and strolled toward the door. A waiter came after them hurriedly. "Monsieur has not paid his bill. We will pay that later," said Dick, and at that moment the hands of the clock pointed to the hour. Precisely 5 minutes later, the club was in the hands of the police. It was empty, save for the 30 raiding detectives and the staff. "Where is Hagen?" Dick asked the chief waiter. "He has gone home, monsieur," said the man sullenly. "He always goes home early." "That's a lie," said Elk. "Show me to his room." Hagen's office was in the basement, a part of the old mission hall that had remained untouched. They were shown to a large, windowless cubicle, comfortably furnished, which was Hagen's private bureau, but the man had disappeared. Whilst his subordinates were searching for the books and examining, sheet by sheet, the documents in the clerk's office, Elk made an examination of the room. In one corner was a small safe, upon which he put the police seal, and lying on a sofa in some disorder was a suit of clothes, evidently discarded in a hurry. Elk looked at them, carried them under the ceiling light and examined them. It was the suit Hagen had been wearing when he had shown them to their seats. "Bring in that head waiter," said Elk. The head waiter either wouldn't or couldn't give information. "Mr. Hagen always changes his clothes before he goes home," he said. "Why did he go before the club was closed?" The man shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know anything about his private affairs," he said, and Elk dismissed him. Against the wall was a dressing table and a mirror, and on each side of the mirror stood a small table lamp, which differed from other table lamps in that it was not shaded. Elk turned the switch, and in the glaring light scrutinized the table. Presently he found 2 wisps of hair, and held them against the sleeve of his black coat. In the drawer he found a small bottle of spirit gum, and examined the brush. Then he picked up a little waste-paper basket, and turned its contents upon the table. He found a few torn bills, business letters, a tradesman's advertisement, 3 charred cigarette ends, and some odd scraps of paper. One of these was covered with gum and stuck together. "I reckon he wiped the brush on this," said Elk, and with some difficulty pulled the folded slip apart. It was typewritten and consisted of 3 lines. "Urgent, C7 at ES no raid, get M's statement, urgent, F." Dick took the paper from his subordinate's hand and read it. "He's wrong about the no raid," he said. "ES, of course, is Eldor Street, and 2 is either the number 2 or 2 o'clock. "Who's M?" asked Elk, frowning. "Obviously Mills, the man we caught at Wandsworth. He made a written statement, didn't he?" "He has signed one," said Elk thoughtfully. He turned the papers over, and after a while found what he was looking for, a small envelope. It was addressed in typewritten characters to G. V. Hagen, and bore on the back the stamp of the District Messenger Service. The staff was still held by the police, and Elk sent for the doorkeeper. "What time was this delivered?" he asked. The man was an ex-soldier, the only one of the prisoners who seemed to feel his position. "It came at about 9 o'clock, sir," he said readily, and produced the letter book in confirmation. "It was brought by a district messenger boy," he explained unnecessarily. "Does Mr. Hagen get many notes by district messenger?" "Very few, sir," said the doorkeeper, and added an anxious inquiry as to his own fate. "You can go," said Elk. "Under escort," he added, "to your own home. You're not to communicate with anybody or tell any of the servants here that I have made inquiries about this letter. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." To make assurance doubly sure, Elk had called up exchange and placed a ban upon all phone communications. It was now 1:45, and, leaving 6 detectives in charge of the club, he got the remainder onto the car that had brought them, and, accompanied by Dick, went full speed for Tottenham. Within 100 yards of Eldor Street the car stopped and unloaded. The first essential was that whoever was meeting number 7 in Eldor Street should not be warned of their approach. It was more than possible that Frog Scouts would be watching at each end of the street. "I don't know why they should," said Elk, when Dick put this possibility forward. "I can give you one very excellent reason," said Dick quietly. "It is this, that the Frogs know all about your previous visit to Maitland's slum residence." "What makes you think that?" asked Elk in surprise, but Dick did not enlighten him. Sending the men round by circuitous routes, he went forward with Elk, and at the very corner of Eldor Street. Elk found that his chief's surmise was well-founded. Under a lamp-post Elk saw the dim figure of a man standing, and instantly began an animated and raucous conversation concerning a mythical Mr. Brown. Realizing that this was intended for the watcher, Gordon joined in. The man under the lamppost hesitated just a little too long. As they came abreast of him, Elk turned. "Have you got a match?" he asked. "No," growled the other, and the next instant was on the ground, with Elk's knee on his chest and the detective's bony hand around his throat. "Shout, Frog, and I'll throttle you," hissed the detective ferociously. There was no scuffle, no sound. The thing was done so quickly that, if there were other watchers in the street, they could not have known what had happened or have received any warning from their comrade's fate. The man was in the hands of the following detective, gagged and handcuffed, and on his way to the police car before he knew exactly what tornado had struck him. "Do you mind if I sing?" said Elk as they turned into the street on the opposite side to that where Mr. Maitland's late residence was situated. Without waiting permission, Elk broke into song. His voice was thin and flat. As a singer, he was a miserable failure, and Dick Gordon had never in his life listened with so much patience to sounds more hideous. But there would be watchers at each end of the street, he thought, and soon saw that Elk's precautions were necessary. Again it was in the shadow of a street lamp that the sentinel stood, a tall, thick-set man, more conscientious in the discharge of his duties than his friend, for Dick saw something glittering in his mouth, and knew that it was a whistle. "Give me the woild for a wishing well," wailed Elk, staggering slightly. "Say that my dream will come true," and as he sang he made appropriate gestures. His outflung hand caught the whistle and knocked it from the man's mouth, and in a second the two sprang at him and flung him face downward on the pavement. Elk pulled his prisoner's cap over his mouth, something black and shiny flashed before the sentry's eyes, and a cold circular instrument was thrust against the back of his ear. "If you make a sound, you're a dead frog," said Elk. And that portion of his party which had made the circuit coming up at that moment, he handed his prisoner over and replaced his fountain pen in his pocket. "Everything now depends upon whether the gentleman who is patrolling the passage between the gardens has witnessed this disgusting fracas," said Elk, dusting himself. "If he was standing at the entrance to the passage, he has seen it, and there's going to be trouble." Apparently the patrol was in the alleyway itself, and had heard no sound. Creeping to the entrance, Elk listened and presently heard the soft pad of footsteps. He signaled to Dick to remain where he was, and slipped into the passage, walking softly, but not so softly that the man on guard at the back gate of Mr. Maitland's house did not hear him. "Who's that?" he demanded in a gruff voice. "It's me," whispered Elk. "Don't make so much noise." "You're not supposed to be here," said the other in a tone of authority. "I told you to stay under the lamp-post." Elk's eyes had grown accustomed to the darkness, and now he saw his man. "There are two queer-looking people in the street. I wanted you to see them," he whispered. All turned now upon the discipline which the frogs maintained. "Who are they?" asked the unknown in a low voice. "A man and a woman," whispered Elk. "I don't suppose they're anybody important," grumbled the other. In his youth, Elk had played football, and, measuring the distance as best he could, he dropped suddenly and tackled low. The man struck the earth with a jerk which knocked all the breath out of his body and made him incapable of any other sound than the involuntary gasp which followed his knockout. In a second Elk was on him, his bony knee on the man's throat. "Pray, Frog," he whispered in the man's ear, "but don't shout." The stricken man was incapable of shouting and was still breathless when willing hands threw him into the patrol wagon. "We'll have to go the back way, boys," said Elk in a whisper. This time his task was facilitated by the fact that the garden gate was not locked. The door into the scullery was, however, but there was a window, the catch of which Elk forced noiselessly. He had pulled off his boots and was in his stockinged feet, and he sidled along the darkened passage. Apparently none of the dilapidated furniture had been removed from the house, for he felt the small table that had stood in the hall on his last visit. Gently turning the handle of Maitland's room, he pushed. The door was open, the room in darkness and empty. Elk came back to the scullery. "There's nobody here on the ground floor," he said. "We'll try upstairs." He was halfway up when he heard the murmur of voices and stopped, raising his eyes to the level of the floor. He saw a crack of light under the doorway of the front room, the apartment which had been occupied by Maitland's housekeeper. He listened, but could distinguish no consecutive words. Then, with a bound, he took the remaining stairs in 3 strides, flew along the landing, and flung himself upon the door. It was locked. At the sound of his footsteps, the light inside went out. Twice he threw himself with all his weight at the frail door, and at the 3rd attempt it crashed in. "Hands up, everybody!" he shouted. The room was in darkness, and there was a complete silence. Crouching down in the doorway, he flung the gleam of his electric torch into the room. It was empty. His officers came crowding in at his heels. The lamp on the table was relit, the glass chimney was hot, and a search was made of the room. It was too small to require a great deal of investigation. There was a bed under which it was possible to hide, but they drew blank in this respect. At one end of the room near the bed was a wardrobe, which was filled with old dresses suspended from hangers. "Throw out those clothes," ordered Elk. "There must be a door there into the next house." A glance at the window showed him that it was impossible for the inmates of the room to have escaped that way. Presently the clothes were heaped on the floor, and the detectives were attacking the wooden back of the wardrobe, which did, in fact, prove to be a door leading into the next house. Whilst they were so engaged, Dick made a scrutiny of the table, which was littered with papers. He saw something and called Elk. "What is this, Elk?" The detective took the 4 closely typed sheets of paper from his hand. "Mill's confession," he said in amazement. "There are only 2 copies, one of which I have, and the other is in the possession of your department, Captain Gordon." At this moment the wardrobe backing was smashed in, and the detectives were pouring through to the next house. And then it was that they made the interesting discovery that, to all intents and purposes, communication was continuous between a block of 10 houses that ran to the end of the street, and they were not untenanted. 3 typical frogs occupied the first room into which they burst. They found others on the lower floor, and it soon became clear that the whole of the houses comprising the end block had been turned into a sleeping place for the recruits of frogdom. Since any one of these might have been they were placed under arrest. All the communicating doors were now opened. Except in the case of Maitland's house, no attempt had been made to camouflage the entrances, which in the other houses consisted of oblong apertures, roughly cut through the brick party walls. "We may have got him, but I doubt it," said Elk, coming back, breathless and grimy, to where Dick was examining the remainder of the documents which he had found. "I haven't seen any man who looks like owning brains." "Nobody has escaped from the block?" Elk shook his head. "My men are in the passage and the street. In addition, the uniformed police are here. Didn't you hear the whistle?" Elk's assistant reported at that moment. "A man has been found in one of the backyards, sir," he said. "I've taken the liberty of relieving the constable of his prisoner. Would you like to see him?" "Bring him up," said Elk, and a few minutes later a handcuffed man was pushed into the room. He was above medium height, his hair was fair and long, his yellow beard was trimmed to a point. For a moment Dick looked at him wonderingly, and then, "Carlo, I think," he said. "Hagen, I'm sure," said Elk. "Get those whiskers off, you frog, and we'll talk numbers, beginning with 7. Hagen." Even now Dick could not believe his eyes. The wig was so perfectly made, the beard so cunningly fixed, that he could not believe it was the manager of Heron's Club. But when he heard the voice, he knew that Elk was right. "Number 7, eh?" drawled Hag. "I guess number 7 will get through your cordon without being challenged, Mr. Elk. He's friendly with the police. What do you want me for?" "I want you for the part you played in the murder of Chief Inspector Genter on the night of the 14th of May, said Elk. Hagen's lips curled. "Why don't you take Broad? He was there. Perhaps he'll come as witness for me." "When I see him," began Elk. "Look out of the window," interrupted Hagen. "He's there." Dick walked to the window and, throwing up the sash, leant out. A crowd of locals in shawls and overcoats were watching the transference of the prisoners. Dick caught the sheen of a silk hat, and the unmistakable voice of Broad hailed him. "Good morning, Captain Gordon. Frogstock kind of slumped, hasn't it? By the way, did you see the baby?" Chapter. "All bulls here." Elk went out on the street to see the American. Mr. Broad was in faultless evening dress, and the gleaming headlamps of his car illuminated the mean street. "You've certainly a nose for trouble," said Elk with respect, "and whilst you're telling me how you came to know about this raid, which hadn't been decided on until half an hour ago, I'll do some quiet wondering." "I didn't know there was a raid," confessed Joshua Broad, "but when I saw 20 Central Office men dash out of Heron's Club and drive furiously away, I'm entitled to guess that their haste doesn't indicate their anxiety to get to bed before the clock strikes 2. I usually call at Heron's Club in the early hours. In many ways its members are less desirable acquaintances than the general run of frogs, but they amuse me, and they are mildly instructive. That is my explanation. I saw you leave in a hurry and I followed you, and I repeat my question. Did you see the dear little baby who is learning to spell R-A-T, rat?" "No," said Elk shortly. He had a feeling that the suave and self-possessed American was laughing at him. "Come in and see the chief." Broad followed the inspector to the bedroom, where Dick was assembling the papers which in his hurried departure No had left behind. The capture was the most important that had been made since the campaign against the frogs was seriously undertaken. In addition to the copy of the secret report on Mills, there was a bundle of notes, many of them cryptic and unintelligible to the reader. Some, however, were in plain English. They were typewritten, and obviously they corresponded to the general orders of an army. They were in fact the frog's own instructions, issued under the name of his chief of staff, for each bore the signature 7. One ran, "Raymond Bennett must go faster. L to tell him that he is a frog. Whatever is done with him must be carried out with somebody unknown as Frog." Another slip, "Gordon has an engagement to dine American Embassy Thursday. Settle. Elk has fixed new alarm under 4th tread of stairs. Elk goes to Wandsworth tomorrow for interview with Mills." There were other notes dealing with people of whom Dick had never heard. He was reading again the reference to himself and smiling over the laconic instructions "settle" when the American came in. "Sit down, Mr. Broad. By the sad look on Elk's face, I guess you have explained your presence satisfactorily?" Broad nodded smilingly. "And Mr. Elk takes quite a lot of convincing," he said. His eyes fell upon the papers on the table. "Would it be indiscreet to ask if that is frog stuff?" he asked. "Very," said Dick. "In fact, any reference to the frogs would be the height of indiscretion, unless you're prepared to add to the sum of our knowledge. I can tell you, without committing myself, that Frog 7 has made a getaway," said the American calmly. "How do you know?" "I heard the frogs jubilating as they passed down the street in custody," said Broad. "Frog 7's disguise was perfect. He wore the uniform of a policeman." Elk swore softly but savagely. "That was it," he said. "He was the policeman who was spiriting Hagn away under the pretense of arresting him, and if one of my men had not taken his prisoner from him, they would both have escaped. Wait." He went in search of the detective who had brought in Hag. "I don't know the constable," said that officer. "This is a strange division to me. He was a tallish man with a heavy black moustache. If it was a disguise, it was perfect, sir." Elk returned to report and question, but again Mr. Broad's explanation was a simple one. "I tell you that the frogs were openly enjoying the joke. I heard one say that the Rosa got away, and another refer to the escaped man as a flatty. Both, I believe, are cant terms for policemen." Elk nodded. "What is your interest in the frogs, Broad?" he asked bluntly. "Forget for the minute that you're a parlor criminologist and imagine that you're writing the true story of your life." Broad considered for a while, examining the cigar he had been smoking. "The frogs mean nothing to me. The frog everything." The American puffed a ring of smoke into the air and watched it dissolve. "I'm mighty curious to know what game he is playing with Ray Bennett," he said. "That is certainly the most intriguing feature of frog strategy." He rose and took up his hat. "I envy you your search of this fine old mansion," he said, and with a twinkle in his eye. "Don't forget the kindergarten, Mr. Elk." When he had gone, Elk made a close scrutiny of the house. He found 2 children's books, both well thumbed, and an elementary copybook, in which a childish hand had followed, shakily, the excellent copperplate examples. The abacus was gone, however. In the cupboard where he had seen the unopened circulars he made a discovery. It was a complete outfit as far as he could judge for a boy of 6 or 7. Every article was new, not one had been worn. Elk carried his find to where Dick was still puzzling over some of the more obscure notes which No had left in his flight. "What do you make of these?" he asked. The prosecutor turned over the articles one by one, then leant back in his chair and stared into vacancy. "All new," he said absently, and then a slow smile dawned on his face. Elk, who saw nothing funny in the little bundle, wondered what was amusing him. "I think these clothes supply a very valuable clue, does this?" He passed a paper across the table and Elk read, "All bulls here on Wednesday A, LVMB, important." "There are 25 copies of that simple but moving message," said Dick, "and as there are no envelopes for any of the instructions, I can only suppose that they are dispatched by Hagen, either from the club or his home. This is how far I have got in figuring the organization of the frogs. Frog number 1 works through 7, who may or may not be aware of his chief's identity. Hagen, whose number is 13 by the way, and mighty unlucky it will be for him, is the executive chief of number 7's bureau, and actually communicates with the section chiefs. He may or may not know 7, probably he does. 7 takes orders from the frog, but may act without consultation if emergencies arise. There is here," he tapped the paper, "an apology for employing Mills, which bears this out. No handwriting, none nor fingerprints." Elk took up one of the slips on which the messages were written and held it to the light. "Watermark 3 Lion Bond," he read, typewriter new, written by somebody who was taught and has a weak little finger of the left hand. The Q and A are faint. That shows he's a touch typist. Uses the same finger every time. Self-taught typists seldom use their little fingers, especially the little finger of the left hand. I once caught a bank thief through knowing this. He read the message again. "All bulls here on Wednesday. Bulls are the big men, the bullfrogs, eh? Where do they hear? 3.1a. That certainly leaves me guessing, Captain. Why, what do you think?" Dick was regarding him oddly. "It doesn't get me guessing," he said slowly. "At 3:01 a.m. on Wednesday morning I shall be listening in for the code signal LVMB. We are going to hear that great frog talk." "Will he talk about the Dern Treaty?" growled Elk. Chapter 15. The morning after. Ray Bennett woke with a groan. His temples were splitting, his tongue was parched and dry. When he tried to lift his aching head from the pillow, he groaned again, but with an effort of will succeeded in dragging himself from the bed and staggering to the window. He pushed open a leaded casement and looked out upon the green of Hyde Park, and all the time his temples throbbed painfully. Pouring a glass of water from a carafe, he drank greedily, and sitting down on the edge of the bed, his head between his hands, he tried to think. Only dimly did he recall the events of the night before, but he was conscious that something dreadful had happened. Slowly his mind started to sort out his experiences, and with a sinking heart he remembered he had struck his father. He shuddered at the recollection, and then began a frantic mental search for justification. The vanity of youth does not readily reject excuses for its own excesses, and Ray was no exception. By the time he had had his bath and was in the first stages of dressing, he had come to the conclusion that he had been very badly treated. It was unpardonable in him to strike his father. He must write to him expressing his sorrow and urging his condition as a reason for the act. It would not be a crawling letter, he told himself, but something dignified and a little distant. After all, these quarrels occurred in every family. Parents were temporarily estranged from their children, and were eventually reconciled. Some day he would go to his father, a rich man. He pursed his lips uneasily. A rich man. He was well off now. He had an expensive flat. Every week crisp new banknotes came by registered post. He had the loan of a car. How long would this state of affairs continue? He was no fool. Not perhaps as clever as he thought he was, but no fool. Why should the Japanese or any other government pay him for information they could get from any handbook available to all and purchasable for a few shillings at most booksellers? He dismissed the thought. He had the gift of putting out of his mind those matters which troubled him. Opening the door which led into his dining room, he stood stock still, paralyzed with astonishment. Ella was sitting at the open window, her elbow on the ledge, her chin in her hand. She looked pale, and there were heavy shadows under her eyes. "Why, Ella, what on earth are you doing here?" he asked. "How did you get in?" "The porter opened the door with his pass key when I told him I was your sister," she said listlessly. "I came early this morning. Oh, Ray, aren't you ashamed?" He scowled. "Why should I be?" he asked loudly. "Father ought to have known better than tackle me when I was lit up. Of course, it was an awful thing to do, but I wasn't responsible for my actions at the time." "What did he say?" he asked uncomfortably. "Nothing. He said nothing. I wish he had. Won't you go to Horsham and see him, Ray?" "No, let it blow over for a day or two," he said hastily. He most assuredly had no anxiety to meet his father. If he forgives me, he'll only want me to come back and chuck this life. He had no right to make me look little before all those people." "I suppose you've been to see your friend Gordon?" He sneered. "No," she said simply. "I have been nowhere but here. I came up by the workman's train." "Would it be a dreadful sacrifice, Ray, to give up this?" He made an impatient gesture. "It isn't this, my dear Ella, if by this you mean the flat. It is my work that you and Father want me to give up. I have to live up to my position." "What is your work?" she asked. "You wouldn't understand," he said loftily, and her lips twitched. "It would have to be very extraordinary if I could not understand it," she said. "Is it Secret Service work?" Ray went red. "I suppose Gordon has been talking to you," he complained bitterly. "If that fellow sticks his nose into my affairs, he is going to have it pulled." "Why shouldn't he?" she asked. This was a new tone in her, and one that made him stare at her. Ella had always been the indulgent, approving, excusing sister, the buffer who stood between him and his father's reproof. "Why shouldn't he?" she repeated. "Mr. Gordon should know something of Secret Service work. He himself is an officer of the law. You are either working lawfully, in which case it doesn't matter what he knows, or unlawfully, and the fact that he knows should make a difference to you." He looked at her searchingly. "Why are you so interested in Gordon? Are you in love with him?" he asked. Her steady eyes did not waver, and only the faintest tinge of pink came to the skin that sleeplessness had paled. "That is the kind of question that a gentleman does not ask in such a tone," she said quietly. "Not even of his sister. Ray, you are coming back to Daddy, aren't you, today?" He shook his head. "No, I'm not. I'm going to write to him. I admit I did wrong. I shall tell him so in my letter. I can't do more than that." There came a discreet knock on the door. "Come in," growled Ray. It was his servant, a man who came by the day. "Will you see Miss Bassano and Mr. Brady, sir?" he asked in a hoarse whisper, and glanced significantly at Ella. "Of course he'll see me," said a voice outside. "Why all this formality? Oh, I see." Lola Bassano's eyes fell upon the girl seated by the window. "This is my sister, Ella. This is Miss Bassano and Mr. Brady." Ella looked at the petite figure in the doorway, and looking could only admire. It was the first time they had met face to face, and she thought Lola was lovely. "Glad to meet you, Miss Bennet. I suppose you've come up to roast this brother of yours for his disgraceful conduct last night. Boy, you were certainly mad. It was your father, Miss Bennet?" Ella nodded, and heard with gratitude the sympathetic click of Lou Brady's lips. "If I'd been near you, Ray, I'd have beaten you." "Too bad, Miss Bennet." A strange coldness came suddenly to the girl, and a second before she had glowed to their sympathy. It was the suspicion of their insincerity that chilled her. Their kindness was just a little too glib and too ready. Brady's just a little too overpowering. "Do you like your brother's flat?" asked Lola, sitting down and stretching her silk-covered legs to a patch of sunlight. "It is very handsome," said Ella. "He will find Horsham rather dull when he comes back." "Will he go back?" Lola flashed a smile at the youth as she asked the question. "Not much I won't," said Ray energetically. "I've been trying to make Ella understand that my business is too important to leave." Lola nodded, and now the antagonism which Ella in her charity was holding back came with a rush. "What is the business?" she asked. He went on to give her a vague and cautious exposition of his work, and she listened without comment. "So if you think that I'm doing anything crooked, or have friends that aren't as straight as you and Father are, Get the idea out of your head. I'm not afraid of Gordon or Elk or any of that lot. Don't think I am. Nor is Brady nor Miss Bassano. Gordon is one of those cheap detectives who has got his ideas out of books. That's perfectly true, Miss Bennet, said Lou virtuously. Gordon is just a bit too clever. He's got the idea that everybody but himself is crook. Why, he sent Elk down to cross-examine your own father. Believe me, I'm not scared of Gordon or any tappity. Tap. The taps were on the door, slow, deliberate, unmistakable. The effect on Lou Brady was remarkable. His big body seemed to shrink. His puffed face grew suddenly hollow. Tap, tappity, tap. The hand that went up to Brady's mouth was trembling. Ella looked from the man to Lola, and she saw, to her amazement, that Lola had grown pale under her rouge. Brady stumbled to the door, and the sound of his heavy breathing sounded loud in the silence. "Come in," he muttered, and flung the door wide open. It was Dick Gordon who entered. He looked from one to the other, laughter in his eyes. "The old frog tap seems to frighten some of you," he said pleasantly. Chapter: Ray learns the truth. Lola was the quickest to recover. "What do you mean, frog tap? Got that frog stuff roaming loose in your head, haven't you?" "It is a new accomplishment," said Dick with mock gravity. "A 33rd degree frog taught me. It's the signal the old Grand Master Frog gives when he enters the presence of his inferiors. Your 33rd degree frog is probably lying," said Lola, her color returning. "Anyway, Mills—" "I never mentioned Mills," said Dick. "I know it was he. His arrest was in the newspapers." "It hasn't even appeared in the newspapers," said Dick, "unless it was splashed in the Frog Gazette, probably on the personality page." He inclined his head toward the girl. Ray, for the moment, he would have ignored if the young man had not taken a step toward him. "Do you want anything, Gordon?" he asked. "I want a private talk with you, Bennet," said Dick. "There's nothing you can't say before my friends," said Ray, his ready temper rising. "The only person I recognize by that title is your sister," replied Gordon. "Let us go, Lou," said Lola with a shrug. But Ray Bennet stopped them. "Wait a minute. Is this my house or isn't it?" he demanded furiously. "You can clear out, Gordon. I've had just about as much of your interference as I want. You push your way in here. You're offensive to my friends. You practically tell them to get out. I like your nerve. There's the door. You can go." "I'll go if you feel that way," said Dick. "But I want to warn you." "Sure. I'm sick of your warnings. I want to warn you that the frog has decided that you've got to earn your money. That is all." There was a dead silence, which Ella broke. "The frog?" she repeated, open-eyed. But Mr. Gordon, Ray isn't with the frogs." "Perhaps it will be news to him, but he is," said Dick. "These two people are faithful servants of the reptile," he pointed. "Lola is financed by him. Her husband is financed by him." "You're a liar," screamed Ray. "Lola isn't married. You're a sneaking liar. Get out before I throw you out. You poor frog chaser. You think everything that's green lives in a pond. Get out and stay out." It was Ella's appealing glance that made Dick Gordon walk to the door. Turning, his cold gaze rested on Lou Brady. "There is a big question mark against your name in the frog book, Brady. You watch out." Lou shrank under the blow, for blow it was. Had he dared, he would have followed Gordon into the corridor and sought further information. But here his moral courage failed him, and he stood, a pathetic figure, looking wistfully at the door that the visitor had closed behind him. "For God's sake, let us get some air in the room," snarled Ray, thrusting open the windows. "That fellow is a pestilence, married, trying to get me to believe that." Ella had taken up her handbag from the sideboard where she had placed it. "Going, Ella?" She nodded. "Tell father. I'll write anyway. Talk to him, Ella, and show him where he was wrong." She held out her hand. "Goodbye, Ray," she said. "Perhaps one day you will come back to us. Please God this madness will end soon. Oh, Ray, it isn't true about the frogs, is it? You aren't with those people." His laugh reassured her for the moment. "Of course I'm not. It's about as true as the yarn that Lola is married." Gordon was trying to make a sensation. That's the worst of these third-rate detectives. They live on sensation. She nodded to Lola as he escorted her to the lift. Lou Brady watched her with hungry eyes. "What did he mean, Lola?" asked Brady as the door closed behind the two. "That fellow knows something. There's a mark against my name in the frog book. That sounds bad to me. Lola, I'm finished with these frogs. They're getting on my nerves." "You're a fool," she said calmly. "Gordon has got just the effect he wanted. He has scared you." "Scared?" he answered savagely. "Nothing scares me. You're not scared because you've no imagination. I'm not scared but worried, because I'm beginning to see that the frogs are bigger than I dreamt. They killed that Scotsman McLean the other day, and they're not going to think twice about settling with me. I've talked to these frogs, Lola. They do anything from murder upwards. They look on the frog as a god. He's a religion with them. A question mark against my name. I believe it too. I've talked flip about 'em, and they won't forgive that." "Hush," she warned him in a low voice as the door handle turned and Ray came back. "Phew," he said. "Thank God she's gone. What a morning. Frogs, 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 the poor fool." Lola opened a small jeweled case and took out a cigarette and lit it, extinguishing the match with a snick of her fingers. Then she turned her beautiful eyes upon Ray. "What is the matter with the frogs anyway?" she asked coolly. "They pay well and they ask for little." Ray gaped at her. "You're not working for them, are you?" he asked, astonished. "Why, they're just low tramps who murder people." She shook her head. "Not all of them," she corrected. "They are only the body. The big frogs are different. I am one and Lou is one." "What the devil are you talking about?" demanded Lou, half in fear, half in wrath. "He ought to know, and he has got to know sooner or later," said Lola, unperturbed. "He's too sensible a boy to imagine that the Japanese or any other embassy is paying his overhead charges. He's a frog." Ray collapsed into a chair, incapable of speech. "A frog," he repeated mechanically. What do you mean?" Lola laughed. "I don't see that it is any worse being a frog than an agent of another country, selling your own country's secrets," she said. "Don't be silly, Ray. You ought to be pleased and honored. They chose you from thousands because they wanted the right kind of intelligence." And so she flattered and soothed him, until his plastic mind, wax in her hands, took another shape. "I suppose it is all right," he said at last. "Of course I wouldn't do anything really bad, and I don't approve of all this clubbing, but as you say, the frog can't be responsible for all that his people do. But on one thing I'm firm, Lola. I'll have no tattooing." She laughed and extended her white arm. "Am I marked?" she asked. "Is Lou marked?" "No, the big people aren't marked at all. Boy, you've a great future." Ray took her hand and fondled it. "Lola, about that story that Gordon told, you're being married, it isn't true?" She laughed again and patted the hand on hers. "Gordon is jealous," she said. "I can't tell you why now, but he has good reasons." Suddenly her mood grew gay, and she slipped away. "Listen, I'm going to phone for a table for lunch, and you will join us, and we'll drink to the great little frog who feeds us." The telephone was on the sideboard, and as she lifted the receiver, she saw the square black metal box clamped to its base. "Something new in phones, Ray?" she asked. "They fixed it yesterday. It's a resistance. The man told me that somebody who was talking into a phone during a thunderstorm had a bad shock, so they're fitting these things as an experiment. It makes the instrument heavier and it's ugly, but—" Slowly she put the receiver down and stooped to look at the attachment. "It's a detector phone," she said quietly, "and all the time we've been talking, somebody has been making a note of our conversation." She walked to the fireplace, took up a poker and brought it down with a crash on the little box. Inspector Elk, with a pair of receivers clamped to his head, sat in a tiny office on the Thames embankment and put down his pencil with a sigh. Then he took up his telephone and called Headquarters Exchange. "You can switch off that detector phone to Knightsbridge," he said. "I don't think we shall want it any more." "Did I put you through in time, sir?" asked the operator's voice. "They had only just started talking when I called you." "Plenty of time, Angus," said Elk, "plenty of time." He gathered up his notes and went to his desk and placed them tidily by the side of his blotting pad. Strolling to the window, he looked out upon the sunlit river, and there was peace and comfort in his heart. For overnight the prisoner Mills had decided to tell all he knew about the frogs on the promise of a free pardon and a passage to Canada, and Mills knew more than he had as yet told. "I can give you a line to number 7 that will put him into your hands," his note had run. "Number 7. Elk caught a long breath. No, was the hub on which the wheel turned. He rubbed his hands cheerfully, for it seemed that the mystery of the frog was at last to be solved. Perhaps the line would lead to the missing treaty, and at the thought of the lost document, Elk's face clouded. 2 ministers, a great State Department, and innumerable undersecretaries spent their time in writing frantic notes of inquiry to headquarters concerning Lord Farmley's loss. "They want miracles," said Elk, and wondered if the day would produce one. He went to his overcoat pocket to find a cigar, and his hand touched a thick roll of papers. He pulled them out and threw them upon the desk, and as he did so, the first words on the first sheet caught his eye. "By the King's most excellent Majesty in Council," Elk tried to yell, but his voice failed him, and then he snatched up the paper from the desk and turned the leaves with trembling hands. It was the lost treaty. Elk held the precious document in his hand, and his mind went back quickly over the night's adventures. When had he taken off his topcoat? When had he last put his hand in his pocket? He had taken off the coat at Heron's club, and he could not remember having used the pocket since. It was a light coat that he either carried or wore, summer or winter. He had brought it to the office that morning on his arm. At the club, probably when he had parted with the garment to the cloakroom attendant, then the frog must have been there. One of the waiters, probably, an admirable disguise for the chief of the gang. Elk sat down to think. To question anybody in the building would be futile. Nobody had touched the coat but himself. "Dear me," said Elk as he hung up the coat again. At the touch of his bell, Balder came. "Balder, do you remember seeing me pass your room?" "Yes, sir. I had my coat on my arm, didn't I?" "I never looked," said Balder with satisfaction. He invariably gave Elk the impression that he derived a great deal of satisfaction out of not being able to help. "It's queer," said Elk. "Anything wrong, sir?" "No, not exactly. You understand what has to be done with Mills? He is to see nobody. Immediately he arrives, he is to be put into the waiting room, alone. There is to be no conversation of any kind, and if he speaks, he is not to be answered." In the privacy of his office, he inspected his find again. Everything was there, the treaty and Lord Farmley's notes. Elk called up his lordship and told the good news. Later came a small deputation from the Foreign Office to collect the precious document and to offer, in the name of the ministry, their thanks for his services in recovering the lost papers, all of which Elk accepted graciously. He would have been cursed with as great heartiness if he had failed, and would have been equally innocent of responsibility. He had arranged for Mills to be brought to headquarters at noon. There remained an hour to be filled, and he spent that hour unprofitably in a rough interrogation of Hagn, who, stripped of his beard, occupied a special cell segregated from the ordinary places of confinement in Cannon Row Station, which is virtually Scotland Yard itself. Hagen refused to make any statement, even when formally charged with the murder of Inspector Genter. He did, however, make a comment on the charge when Elk saw him this morning. "You have no proof, Elk," he said, "and you know that I am innocent." "You were the last man seen in Genter's company," said Elk sternly. "It is established that you brought his body back to town, in addition to which Mills has spilt everything." "I'm aware what Mills has said," remarked the other. "You're not so aware either," suggested Elk. "And now I'll tell you something. We've had number 7 under lock and key since morning. Now laugh." To his amazement, the man's face relaxed in a broad grin. "Bluff," he said, "and cheap bluff. It might deceive a poor little thief, but it doesn't get past with me. If you'd caught 7, you wouldn't be talking fresh to me. Go and find him, Elk," he mocked, "and when you've got him, hold him tight. Don't let him get away, as Mills will." Elk returned from the interview feeling that it had not gone as well as it might, but as he was leaving the station, he beckoned the chief inspector. "I'm planting a pigeon on Hag this afternoon. Put 'em together and leave 'em alone," he said. The inspector nodded understandingly. Chapter: The Coming of Mills. On the morning that Elk waited for the arrival of the informer, elaborate precautions were being made to transfer the man to headquarters. All night the prison had been surrounded by a cordon of armed guards, whilst patrols had remained on duty in the yard where he was confined. The captured frog was a well-educated man who had fallen on evil times and had been recruited when on the road through the agency of 2 tramping members of the fraternity. From the first statement he made, it appeared that he had acted as section leader, his duty being to pass on instructions and calls to the rank and file, to report casualties and to assist in the attacks which were made from time to time upon those people who had earned the frog's enmity. Apparently only section leaders and trustees were given this type of work. They brought him from his cell at 11 o'clock, and the man, despite his assurance, was nervous and apprehensive. Moreover, he had a cold and was coughing. This may have been a symptom of nerves also. At 11:15 the gates of the prison were opened, and 3 motorcyclists came out abreast. A closed car followed, the curtains drawn. On either side of the car rode other armed men on motorcycles, and a second car containing Central Office men followed. The cortege reached Scotland Yard without mishap. The gates at both ends were closed, and the prisoner was rushed into the building. Balder, Elk's clerk, and a detective sergeant took charge of the man, who was now white and shaking, and he was put into a small room adjoining Elk's office, a room the windows of which were heavily barred. It had been used for the safe holding of spies during the war. 2 men were put on duty outside the door, and the discontented Balder reported, "We've put that fellow in the waiting room, Mr. Elk." "Did he say anything?" asked Dick, who had arrived for the interrogation. "No, sir, except to ask if the window could be shut. I shut it." "Bring the prisoner," said Elk. They waited a while, heard the clash of keys, and then an excited buzz of talk. Then Balder rushed in. "He's ill, fainted or something," he gasped, and Elk sprang past him along the corridor into the guardroom. Mills half sat, half lay against the wall. His eyes were closed, his face was ashen. Dick bent over the prisoner and laid him flat on the ground. Then he stooped and smelt. "Cyanide of potassium," he said. "The man is dead." That morning Mills had been stripped to the skin and every article of clothing searched thoroughly and well. As an additional precaution, his pockets had been sewn up. To the 2 detectives who accompanied him in the car, he had spoken hopefully of his forthcoming departure to Canada. None but police officers had touched him, and he had had no communication with any outsider. The first thing that Dick Gordon noticed was the window, which Balder said he had shut. It was open some 6 inches at the bottom. "Yes, sir, I'm sure I shut it," said the clerk emphatically. "Sergeant Jeller saw me." The sergeant was also under that impression. Dick lifted the window higher and looked out. 4 horizontal bars traversed the brickwork, but, by craning his head, he saw that, a foot away from the window and attached to the wall, was a long steel ladder running from the roof, as he guessed, to the ground. The room was on the 3rd floor, and beneath was a patch of shrub-filled gardens. Beyond that, high railings. "What are those gardens?" he asked, pointing to the space on the other side of the railings. "They belong to Onslow Gardens," said Elk. "Onslow Gardens," said Dick thoughtfully. "Wasn't it from Onslow Gardens that the frogs tried to shoot me?" Elk shook his head helplessly. "What do you suggest, Captain Gordon?" "I don't know what to suggest," admitted Dick. "It doesn't seem an intelligent theory that somebody climbed the ladder and handed poison to Mills. Less acceptable that he would be willing to take the dose. There is the fact. Balder swears that the window was shut and now the window is open. You can trust Balder?" Elk nodded. The divisional surgeon came soon after, and, as Dick had expected, pronounced life extinct and supported the view that cyanide was the cause. "Cyanide has a peculiar odor," he said. "I don't think there's any doubt at all that the man was killed, either by poison administered from outside or by poison taken voluntarily by himself, after the body had been removed." Elk accompanied Dick Gordon to his Whitehall office. "I have never been frightened in my life," said Elk, "but these frogs are now on top of me. Here is a man killed practically under our eyes. He was guarded, he was never let out of our sight except for the few minutes he was in that room, and yet the frog can reach him. It's frightening, Captain Gordon." Dick unlocked the door of his office and ushered Elk into the cozy interior. "I know of no better cure for shaken nerves than a cabana Cesare," he said cheerfully, "and without desiring to indulge in a boastful gesture, I can only tell you, Elk, that they don't frighten me any more than they frighten you. Frog is human and has very human fears. Where is friend Broad? The American? Dick nodded, and Elk, without a second's hesitation, pulled the telephone toward him and gave a number. After a little delay, Broad's voice answered him. "That you, Mr. Broad? What are you doing now?" asked Elk, in that caressing tone he adopted for telephone conversation. "Is that Elk? I'm just going out." "Thought I saw you in Whitehall about 5 minutes ago," said Elk. "Then you must have seen my double," replied the other, "for I haven't been out of my bath 10 minutes. Do you want me?" No, cooed Elk. "Just wanted to know you were all right." "Why, is anything wrong?" came the sharp question. "Everything's fine," said Elk untruthfully. "Perhaps you'll call round and see me at my office one of these days. Goodbye." He pushed the telephone back and, raising his eyes to the ceiling, made a quick calculation. "From Whitehall to Cavendish Square takes 4 minutes in a good car," he said. "So his being in the flat means nothing." He pulled the telephone toward him again, and this time called headquarters. "I want a man to shadow Mr. Joshua Broad of Cavalry House, not to leave him until 8 o'clock tonight, to report to me." When he had finished, he sat back in his chair and lit the long cigar that Dick had pressed upon him. "Today is Tuesday," he ruminated. "Tomorrow's Wednesday. Where do you propose to listen in, Captain Gordon?" "At the Admiralty," said Dick. "I have arranged with the First Lord to be in the instrument room at 2:45. He bought the early editions of the evening newspapers and was relieved to find that no reference had been made to the murder, as murder he believed it to be. Once in the course of the day, looking out from his window onto Whitehall, he saw Elk walking along on the other side of the road, his umbrella hanging on his arm, his ancient derby hat at the back of his head, an untidy and unimposing figure. Then, an hour later, he saw him again, coming from the opposite direction. He wondered what particular business the detective was engaged in. He learnt, quite by accident, that Elk had made 2 visits to the Admiralty that day, but he did not discover the reason until they met later in the evening. "Don't know much about wireless," said Elk, "though I'm not one of those people who believe that, if God had intended us to use wireless, telegraph poles would have been born without wires. But it seems to me that I remember reading something about directional. If you want to know where a wireless message is coming from, you listen in at 2 or 3 different points." "Of course. What a fool I am," said Dick, annoyed with himself. "It never occurred to me that we might pick up the broadcasting station. I get these ideas," explained Elk modestly. "The Admiralty have sent messages to Milford Haven, Harwich, Portsmouth and Plymouth, telling ships to listen in and give us the direction. The evening papers haven't got that story." "You mean about Mills?" "No, thank heaven. It is certain to come out at the inquest, but I've arranged for that to be postponed for a week or 2, and somehow I feel that within the next few weeks things will happen. To us," said Elk ominously. "I dare not eat a grilled sausage since that fellow was killed, and I'm partial to sausages." Chapter: The Broadcast. His jaundiced clerk was, as usual, in a complaining mood. "Records have been making a fuss and have been blaming me," he said bitterly. "Records give themselves more airs than the whole darned office." The war between Boulder and Records, which was a short title for that section of headquarters which kept exact data of criminals' pasts, was of long standing. Records was aloof, detached, sublimely superior to everything except tabulated facts. It was no respecter of persons, would as soon snap at a chief commissioner who broke its inflexible rules as it would at the latest joined constable. "What's the trouble?" asked Elk. "You remember you had a lot of stuff out the other day about a man called, I can't remember his name now." "Lime?" suggested Elk. "That's the fellow. Well, it appears that one of the portraits is missing. The morning after you were looking at them, I went to Records and got the documents again for you, thinking you wanted to see them in the morning. When you didn't turn up, I returned them, and now they say the portrait and measurements are short. Do you mean to say they're lost?" "If they're lost," said the morose Boulder, "then Records have lost 'em. I suppose they think I'm a frog or something. They're always accusing me of mislaying their fingerprint cards. I've promised you a chance to make a big noise, Boulder, and now I'm going to give it to you. You've been passed over for promotion, son, because the men upstairs think you were one of the leaders of the last strike. I know that passed over feeling, it turns you sour. Will you take a big chance?" Balder nodded, holding his breath. "Hagin's in the special cell," said Elk. "Change into your civilian kit, roughen yourself up a bit, and I'll put you in with him. If you're scared, I'll let you carry a gun and fix it so that you won't be searched. Get Hagn to talk. Tell him that you were pulled in over the Dundee murder. He won't know you. Get that story, Balder, and I'll have the stripes on your arm in a week." Balder nodded. The querulous character of his voice had changed when he spoke again. "It's a chance," he said, "and thank you, Mr. Elk, for giving it to me." An hour later, a detective brought a grimy-looking prisoner into Cannon Row and pushed him into the steel pen. And the only man who recognized the prisoner was the chief inspector who had waited for the arrival of the pigeon. It was that high official himself who conducted Balder to the separate cell and pushed him in. "Good night, Frog," he said. Balder's reply was unprintable. After seeing his subordinate safely caged, Elk went back to his room, locked the door, cut off his telephone, and lay down to snatch a few hours' sleep. It was a practice of his, when he was engaged in any work which kept him up at night, to take these intermediate siestas, and he had trained himself to sleep as and when the opportunity presented itself. It was unusual in him, however, to avail himself of the office sofa, a piece of furniture to which he was not entitled, and which, as his superiors had often pointed out, occupied space which might better be employed. For once, however, he could not sleep. His mind ranged from Balder to Dick Gordon, from Lola Bassano to the Dead Man Mills. His own position had been seriously jeopardized, but that worried him not at all. He was a bachelor, had a snug sum invested. His mind went to the puzzling Maitland. His association with the Frogs had been proved almost up to the hilt, and Maitland was in a position to benefit by these many inexplicable attacks which had been made upon seemingly inoffensive people. The old man lived a double life. By day the business martinet, before whom his staff trembled, the cutter of salaries, the shrewd manipulator of properties, by night the associate of thieves and worse than thieves. Who was the child? That was another snag. "Nothing but snags," growled Elk, his hands under his head, looking resentfully at the ceiling. "Nothing but snags." Finding he could not sleep, he got up and went across to Cannon Row. The jailer told him that the new prisoner had been talking a lot to Hagn, and Elk grinned. He only hoped that the new prisoner would not be tempted to discuss his grievances against the police administration. At 2:45 he joined Dick Gordon in the instrument room at the Admiralty. An operator had been placed at their disposal, and after the preliminary instructions they took their place at the table where he manipulated his keys. Dick listened, fascinated, hearing the calls of far-off ships and the chatter of transmitting stations. Once he heard a faint squeak of sound, so faint that he wasn't sure that he had not been mistaken. "Cape Race," said the operator. "You'll hear Chicago in a minute. He usually gets talkative round about now." As the hands of the clock approached 3, the operator began varying his wavelengths, reaching out into the ether for the message which was coming. Exactly at 1 minute after 3 he said suddenly, "There is your LVMB." Dick listened to the staccato sounds, and then, "All frogs listen. Mills is dead. Number 7 finished him this morning. Number 7 receives a bonus of £100. The voice was clear and singularly sweet. It was a woman's. 23rd District will arrange to receive Number 7's instructions at the usual place. Dick's heart was beating thunderously. He recognized the speaker, knew the soft cadences, the gentle intonations. There could be no doubt at all it was Ella Bennett's voice. Dick felt a sudden sensation of sickness, but looking across the table and seeing Elk's eyes fixed upon him, he made an effort to control his emotions. "There doesn't seem to be any more coming through," said the operator, after a few minutes' wait. Dick took off the headpiece and rose. "We must wait for the direction signals to come through," he said as steadily as he could. Presently they began to arrive, and were worked out by a naval officer on a large-scale map. "The broadcasting station is in London," he said. "All the lines meet somewhere in the West End, I should imagine, possibly in the very heart of town." "Did you find any difficulty in picking up the frog call?" he asked the operator. "Yes, sir," said the man. "I think they were sending from very close at hand." "In what part of town would you say it would be?" asked Elk. The officer indicated a pencil mark that he had ruled across the page. "It is somewhere on this mark," he said, and Elk, peering over, saw that the line passed through Cavendish Square and Cavendish Place and that. Whilst the Portsmouth line missed Cavendish Place only by a block, the Harwich line crossed the Plymouth line a little to the south of the square. "Cavalry House, obviously," said Dick. He wanted to get out in the open, he wanted to talk, to discuss this monstrous thing with Elk. Had the detective also recognized the voice, he wondered. Any doubt he had on that point was set at rest. He had hardly reached Whitehall before Elk said, "Sounded very like a friend of ours, Captain Gordon." Dick made no reply. "Very like," said Elk, as if he were speaking half to himself. "In fact, I'll take any number of oaths that I know the young lady who was talking for Old Man Frog." "Why should she do it?" groaned Dick. "Why, for the love of heaven, should she do it?" "I remember years ago hearing her," said Elk reminiscently. Dick Gordon stopped and, turning, glared at the other. "You remember? What do you mean?" he demanded. "She was on the stage at the time, quite a kid," continued Elk. "They called her the child mimic. There's another thing I've noticed, Captain. If you take a magnifying glass and look at your skin, you see its defects, don't you? That wireless telephone acts as a sort of magnifying glass to the voice. She always had a little lisp that I jumped at straight away. You may not have noticed it, but I've got pretty sharp ears. She can't pronounce her S's properly. There's a sort of faint th sound in, you heard that?" Dick had heard and nodded. "I never knew that she was ever on the stage," he said more calmly. "You are sure, Elk?" "Sure. In some things infallible. I'm a bit shaky on dates, such as when Henry I and all that bunch got born. I never was struck on birthdays anyway, but I know voices and noses. Never forget. They were turning into the dark entrance of Scotland Yard when Dick said in a tone of despair, "It was her voice, of course. I had no idea she had been on the stage. Is her father in this business?" "She hasn't a father so far as I know," was the staggering reply, and again Gordon halted. "Are you mad?" he asked. "Ella Bennett has a father." "I'm not talking about Ella Bennett," said the calm Elk. "I'm talking about Lola Bassano." There was a silence. "Was it her voice?" asked Gordon a little breathlessly. "Sure, it was Lola. It was a pretty good imitation of Miss Bennett, but any mimic will tell you that these soft voices are easy. It's the pace of a voice that makes it." "You villain," said Dick Gordon, as a weight rolled from his heart. "You knew I meant Ella Bennett when I was talking, and you strung me along." "Blame me," said Elk. "What's the time?" It was 3:30. He gathered his reserves, and 10 minutes later the police cars dropped a party at the closed door of Cavalry House. The bell brought the night porter, who recognized Elk. "More gas trouble?" he asked. "Want to see the house plans?" said Elk, and listened as the porter detailed the names, occupations, and peculiarities of the tenants. "Who owns this block?" asked the detective. "This is one of Maitland's properties, Maitland's Consolidated. He's got the Prince of Coe's house in Berkeley Square, and don't worry about giving me his family history. What time did Miss Bassano come in?" "She's been in all the evening, since 11. "Anybody with her?" The man hesitated. "Mr. Maitland came in with her, but he went soon after." "Nobody else?" "Nobody except Mr. Maitland. Give me your master key." The porter demurred. "I'll lose my job," he pleaded. "Can't you knock?" "Knocking is my speciality. I don't pass a day without knocking somebody," replied Elk. "But I want that key." He did not doubt that Lola would have bolted her door, and his surmise proved sound. He had both to knock and ring before the light showed behind the transom, and Lola in a kimono and boudoir cap appeared. "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Elk?" she demanded. She did not even attempt to appear surprised. "A friendly call. Can I come in?" She opened the door wider, and Elk went in, followed by Gordon and 2 detectives. Dick she ignored. "I'm seeing the commissioner tomorrow," she said, "and if he doesn't give me satisfaction, I'll get on to the newspapers." This persecution is disgraceful, to break into a single girl's flat in the middle of the night when she is alone and unprotected. If there is any time when a single girl should be alone and unprotected, it is in the middle of the night," said Elk primly. "I'm just going to have a look at your little home, Lola. We've got information that you've been burgled, Lola. Perhaps at this very minute there's a sinister man hidden under your bed. The idea of leaving you alone, so to speak, at the mercy of unlawful characters, is repugnant to our feelings. Try the dining room, Williams. I'll search the parlor and the bedroom." "You'll keep out of my room if you've any sense of decency," said the girl. "I haven't," admitted Elk. "No false sense anyway. Besides, Lola, I'm a family man, one of 10, and when there's anything I shouldn't see, just say shut your eyes and I'll shut 'em." To all appearances, there was nothing that looked in the slightest degree suspicious. A bathroom led from the bedroom, and the bathroom window was open. Flashing his lamp along the wall outside, Elk saw a small glass spool attached to the wall. "Looks to me like an insulator," he said. Returning to the bedroom, he began to search for the instrument. There was a tall mahogany wardrobe against one of the walls. Opening the door, he saw row upon row of dresses and thrust in his hand. It was the shallowest wardrobe he had ever seen, and the backing was warm to the touch. "Hot cupboard, Lola?" he asked. She did not reply, but stood watching him, a scowl on her pretty face, her arms folded. Elk closed the door and his sensitive fingers searched the surface for a spring. It took him a long time to discover it, but at last he found a slip of wood that yielded to the pressure of his hand. There was a click, and the front of the wardrobe began to fall. A wardrobe bed, eh? Grand little things for a flat. But it was no sleeping place that was revealed, and he would have been disappointed if it had been as he eased down the bed. Set on a frame were row upon row of valve lamps, transformers, all the apparatus requisite for broadcasting. Elk looked and, looking, admired. "You've got a license, I suppose?" asked Elk. He supposed nothing of the kind, for licenses to transmit are jealously issued in England. He was surprised when she went to a bureau and produced the document. Elk read and nodded. "You've got some pull," he said with respect. "Now I'll see your frog license." "Don't get funny, Elk," she said tartly. "I'd like to know whether you're in the habit of waking people to ask for their permits." "You've been using this tonight to broadcast the frogs," Elk nodded accusingly, "and perhaps you'll explain to Captain Gordon why." She turned to Dick for the first time. "I've not used the instrument for weeks," she said, "but the sister of a friend of mine, perhaps you know her, asked if she might use it. She left here an hour ago." "You mean Miss Bennet, of course," said Gordon, and she raised her eyebrows in simulated astonishment. "Why, how did you guess that?" "I guessed it," said Elk. "The moment I heard you giving one of your famous imitations, I guessed she was around teaching you how to talk like her. Lola, you're cooked. Miss Bennet was standing right alongside me when you started talking frog language. She was right at my very side, and she said, 'Now, Mr. Elk, isn't she the artfulest thing? You're cooked, Lola, and you can't do better than sit right down and tell us the truth. I'll make it right for you. We caught 7 last night, and he's told us everything. Frog will be in irons today, and I came here to give you the last final chance of getting out of all your trouble. Isn't that wonderful of you?" She mocked him. "So you've caught 7, and you're catching the frog. Put a pinch of salt on his tail." "Yes," said the imperturbable Elk untruthfully. "We caught 7, and Hagen's split, but I like you, LOL. Always did. There's something about you that reminds me of a girl I used to be crazy about. I never married her. It was a tragedy." "Not for her," said Lola. "Now I'll tell you something, Elk. You haven't caught anybody, and you won't. You've put a flat-footed stool pigeon named Balder into the same cell as Hagen, with the idea of getting information, and you're going to have a jar." In other circumstances, Dick Gordon would have been amused by the effect of this revelation upon Elk. The jaw of the unhappy detective dropped as he glared helplessly over his glasses at the girl, smiling her triumph. Then the smile vanished. Hagen wouldn't talk because Frog could reach him, as he reached Mills and Litnov, as he will reach you when he decides you're worthwhile, and now you can take me if you want. I'm a frog. I never pretend I'm not. You heard all the tale that I told Ray Bennett, heard it over the detectaphone you planted. Take me and charge me." Elk knew that there was no charge upon which he could hold her, and she knew that he knew. "Do you think you'll get away with it, Bassano?" It was Gordon who spoke, and she turned her wrathful eyes upon him. "I've got a miss to my name, Gordon," she rapped at him. "Sooner or later you'll have a number," said Dick calmly. "You and your crowd are having the time of your young lives, perhaps because I'm incompetent or because I'm unfortunate. But someday we shall get you, either I or my successor. You can't fight the law and win because the law is everlasting and constant. A search of my flat I don't mind, but a sermon I will not have," she said contemptuously. "And now, if you men have finished, I should like to get a little beauty sleep." "That is the one thing you don't require," said the gallant Elk, and she laughed. "You're not a bad man, Elk," she said. "You're a bad detective, but you've a heart of gold." "If I had, I shouldn't trust myself alone with you," was Elk's parting shot. Chapter: In Elsham Wood. Dick Gordon, in the sudden lightening of his heart which had come to him when he realized that his horrible fears were without foundation, was inclined to regard the night as having been well spent. This was not Elk's view. He was genuinely grave as they drove back to headquarters. "I'm frightened of these frogs, and I admit it," he confessed. "There's a bad leakage somewhere. How should she know that I put Boulder in with Hagen? That has staggered me. Nobody but 2 men, in addition to ourselves, is in the secret, and if the frogs are capable of getting that kind of news, it is any odds on Hagen knowing that he is being drawn. They frighten me, I tell you, Captain Gordon. If they only knew a little and hadn't got that quite right, I should be worried. But they know everything." Dick nodded. "The whole trouble, Elk, is that the frogs are not an illegal association. It may be necessary to ask the Prime Minister to proclaim the society." "Perhaps he's a frog too," said Elk gloomily. "Don't laugh, Captain Gordon. There are big people behind these frogs. I'm beginning to suspect everybody." "Start by suspecting me," said Gordon good-humoredly. "I have," was the frank reply. "Then it occurred to me that possibly I walk in my sleep I used to as a boy. Likely I lead a double life, and I am a detective by day and a frog by night, you never know. It is clear that there is a genius at the back of the frogs," he went on with unconscious immodesty. "Lola Bassano," suggested Dick. "I've thought of her, but she's no organizer. She had a company on the road when she was 19, and it died the death from bad organization. I suppose you think that that doesn't mean she couldn't run the frogs, but it does. You want exactly the same type of intelligence to control the frogs as you want to control a bank. Maitland is the man. I narrowed the circle down to him after I had a talk with Johnson. Johnson says he's never seen the old man's passbook, and although he is his private secretary, knows nothing whatever of his business transactions, except that he buys property and sells it. The money old Maitland makes on the side never appears in the books, and Johnson was a very surprised man when I suggested that Maitland transacted any business at all outside the general routine of the company. And it's not a company at all. Not an incorporated company. It's a one-man show. Would you like to make sure, Captain Gordon?" "Sure of what?" asked Dick, startled. "That Miss Bennett isn't in this at all." "You don't think for one moment she is?" asked Dick, aghast at the thought. "I'm prepared to believe anything," said Elk. "We've got a clear road. We could be at Horsham in an hour, and it is our business to make sure. In my mind, I'm perfectly satisfied that it was not Miss Bennett's voice. But when we come down to writing out reports for the people upstairs to read, the people upstairs was Elk's invariable symbol for his superiors. We are going to look silly if we say that we heard Miss Bennett's voice and didn't trouble to find out where Miss Bennett was." "That is true," said Dick thoughtfully, and, leaning out to the driver, Elk gave new directions. The grey of dawn was in the sky as the car ran through the deserted streets of Horsham and began the steady climb toward Maitrey Cottage, which lay on the slope of the Shoreham Road. The cottage showed no signs of life. The blinds were drawn. There was no light of any kind. Dick hesitated, with his hand on the gate. "I don't like waking these people," he confessed. "Old Bennett will probably think that I've brought some bad news about his son." "I have no conscience," said Elk, and walked up the brick path. but John Bennet required no waking. Elk was hailed from one of the windows above, and looking up saw the mystery man leaning with his elbows on the window-sill. "What's the trouble, Elk?" he asked in a low voice, as though he did not wish to awaken his daughter. "No trouble at all," said Elk cheerfully. "We picked up a wireless telephone message in the night, and I'm under the impression that it was your daughter's voice I heard." John Bennet frowned, and Dick saw that he doubted the truth of this explanation. "It is perfectly true, Mr. Bennet," he said. "I heard the voice too. We were listening in for a rather important message, and we heard Miss Bennet in circumstances which make it necessary for us to assure ourselves that it was not she who was speaking." The cloud passed from John Bennet's face. "That's a queer sort of story, Captain Gordon, but I believe you. I'll come down and let you in." Wearing an old dressing gown, he opened the door and ushered them into the darkened sitting room. "I'll call Ella, and perhaps she'll be able to satisfy you that she was in bed at 10 o'clock last night." He went out of the room, after drawing the curtains to let in the light, and Dick waited with a certain amount of pleasurable anticipation. He had been only too glad of the excuse to come to Horsham, if the truth be told. This girl had so gripped his heart that the days between their meetings seemed like eternity. They heard the feet of Bennet on the stairs, and presently the old man came in, and distress was written largely on his face. "I can't understand it," he said. "Ella is not in her room. The bed has been slept in, but she is evidently dressed and gone out." Elk scratched his chin, avoiding Dick's eyes. "A lot of young people like getting up early," he said. "When I was a young man, nothing gave me greater pleasure than to see the sun rise before I went to bed. Is she in the habit of taking a morning stroll?" John Bennet shook his head. "I've never known her to do that before. It's curious I did not hear her because I slept very badly last night. Will you excuse me, gentlemen?" He went upstairs and came down in a few minutes, dressed. Together they passed out into the garden. It was now quite light, though the sun had not yet tipped the horizon. John Bennet made a brief but fruitless search of the ground behind the cottage and came back to them with a confession of failure. He was no more troubled than Dick Gordon. It was impossible that it could have been she, that Elk was mistaken. Yet Lola had been emphatic. Against that, the hall porter at Caverley House had been equally certain that the only visitor to Lola's flat that night was the aged Mr. Maitland. And so far as he knew, or Elk had been able to discover, there was no other entrance into the building. "I see you have a car here. You came down by road. Did you pass anybody?" Dick shook his head. "Do you mind if we take the car in the opposite direction toward Shoreham?" "I was going to suggest that," said Gordon. "Isn't it rather dangerous for her, walking at this hour? The roads are thronged with tramps." The older man made no reply. He sat with the driver, his eyes fixed anxiously upon the road ahead. The car went 10 miles at express speed, then turned and began a search of the side roads. Nearing the cottage again, Dick pointed. "What is that wood?" he asked, pointing to a dense wood to which a narrow road led. "That is Elsham Wood. She wouldn't go there." He hesitated. "Let us try it," said Dick, and the bonnet of the car was turned on to a narrow road. In a few minutes they were running through a glade of high trees, the entwining tops of which made the road a place of gloom. "There are car tracks here," said Dick suddenly, but John Bennet shook his head. "People come here for picnics," he said, but Dick was not satisfied. These marks were new, and presently he saw them turn off the road to a ride between the trees. He caught no glimpse of a car, however. The direction of the tracks supported the old man's theory. The road ended a mile farther along, and beyond that was a waste of bracken and tree stumps, for the wood had been extensively thinned during the war. With some difficulty the car was turned and headed back again. They came through the glade into the open, and then Dick uttered a cry. John Bennet had already seen the girl. She was walking quickly in the centre of the road, and stepped onto the grassy border without looking round as the car came abreast of her. Then, looking up, she saw her father, and went pale. He was in the road in a moment. "My dear," he said reproachfully, "where have you been at this hour?" She looked frightened, Dick thought. The eyes of Elk narrowed as he surveyed her. "I couldn't sleep, so I dressed and went out, father," she said, and nodded to Dick. "You're a surprising person, Captain Gordon. Why are you here at this hour?" "I came to interview you," said Dick, forcing a smile. "Me?" She was genuinely astonished. "Why me?" "Captain Gordon heard your voice on a wireless telephone in the middle of the night and wanted to know all about it," said her father. If he was relieved, he was also troubled. Looking at him, Elk suddenly saw the relief intensified, and with his quick intuition guessed the cause before John Bennett put the question. "Was it Ray?" he asked eagerly. "Did he come down?" She shook her head. "No, father," she said quietly. "And as to the wireless telephone, I have never spoken into a wireless telephone, and I don't think I've ever seen one," she said. "Of course you haven't," said Dick. "Only we were rather worried when we heard your voice, but Mr. Elk's explanation that it was somebody speaking whose voice was very much like yours is obviously correct." "Tell me this, Miss Bennet," said Elk quietly. "Were you in town last night?" She did not reply. "My daughter went to bed at 10, said John Bennett roughly. "What is the sense of asking her whether she was in London last night?" "Were you in town in the early hours of this morning, Miss Bennet?" persisted Elk, and to Dick's amazement she nodded. "Were you at Caverley House?" "No," she answered instantly. "But Ella, what were you doing in town?" asked John Bennett. "Did you go to see that wretched brother of yours?" Again the hesitation, and then no. "Did you go by yourself?" "No," said Ella, and her lip trembled. "I wish you wouldn't ask me any further questions. I'm not a free agent in the matter. Daddy, you've always trusted me. You'll trust me now, won't you?" He took her hand and held it in both of his. "I'll trust you always, girlie," he said, "and these gentlemen must do the same." Her challenging eyes met Dick's, and he nodded. "I am one who will share that trust," he said, and something in her look rewarded him. Elk rubbed his chin fiercely. "Being naturally of a trusting nature, I should no more think of doubting your word, Miss Bennet, than I should of believing myself." He looked at his watch. "I think we'll go along and fetch poor old Boulder from the house of sin," he said. "You'll stop and have some breakfast." Dick looked pleadingly at Elk, and the detective, with an air of resignation, agreed. "Anyway, Boulder won't mind an hour more or less," he said. Whilst Ella was preparing the breakfast, Dick and Elk paced the road outside. "Well, what do you think of it, Captain?" "I don't understand, but I have every confidence that Miss Bennet has not lied," said Dick. "Faith is a wonderful thing," murmured Elk, and Dick turned on him sharply. "What do you mean?" "I mean what I say. I have got faith in Miss Bennet," he said soothingly. "And after all, she's only another little bit of the jigsaw puzzle that will fall into place when we fix the piece that's shaped like a frog. And John Bennett's another," he said after a moment's thought. From where they stood they could see, looking toward Shoreham, the opening of the narrow Elsham Wood Road. "The thing that puzzles me," Elk was saying, "is why she should go into that wood in the middle of the night." He stopped, lowering his head. There came to them the soft purr of a motor car. "Where is that?" he asked. The question was answered instantly. Slowly there came into view from the wood road the bonnet of a car, followed immediately by the remainder of a large limousine, which turned toward them, gathering speed as it came. A moment later it flashed past them, and they saw the solitary occupant. "Well, I'm damned," said Elk, who very infrequently indulged in profanity, but Dick felt that on this occasion at least he was justified. For the man in the limousine was the bearded Ezra Maitland, and he knew that it was to see Maitland that the girl had gone to Elsham Wood. Chapter Hagen. A minute later Ella came to the door to call them. "Was that a car went past?" she asked, and they detected a note of anxiety in her tone. "Yes," said Elk. "It was a big car. Didn't see who was in it, but it was a big car." Dick heard her sigh of relief. "Will you come in, please?" she said. "Breakfast is waiting for you." They left half an hour later, and each man was so busy with his own thoughts that Dick did not speak until they were passing the villas where the body of Genter had been found. It was near Horsham that Genter was killed, he remembered with a little shudder. Outside of Horsham he himself had seen the dead man's feet extended beyond the back of a motor van. Hagen should die for that. Whether he was Frog or not, he was party to that murder. As if reading his thoughts, Elk turned to him and said, "Do you think your evidence is strong enough to hang?" "I was wondering," said Dick. "There is no supporting evidence, unfortunately, but the car which you have under lock and key, and the fact that the garage keeper may be able to identify him. With his beard? Asked Elk significantly. There is going to be some difficulty in securing a conviction against this frog, believe me, Captain Gordon, and unless old Boulder induces him to make a statement, we shall have all the difficulty in the world in convincing a jury. Personally, he added, if I was condemned to spend a night with Boulder, I should tell the truth, if it was only to get rid of him. He's a pretty clever fellow, is Boulder. People don't realize that. He has the makings of a first-class detective. If we could only get him to take a happier view of life. He directed the driver to go straight to the door of Cannon Row. Dick's mind was on another matter. What did she want with Maitland? He asked. Elk shook his head. I don't know, he confessed. Of course, she might have been persuading him to take back her brother. But old Maitland isn't the kind of adventurer who'd get up in the middle of the night to discuss giving Ray Bennett his job back. If he was a younger man, yes, but he's not young. He's darned old, and he's a wicked old man who doesn't care 2 cents whether Ray Bennett is working at his desk for so much per, or whether he's breaking stones on Dartmoor. I tell you, that's one of the minor mysteries which will be cleared up when we get the frog piece in its place. The car stopped at the entrance of Cannon Row Police Station, and the men jumped down. The desk sergeant stood up as they came in and eyed them wonderingly. I'm going to take Boulder out, Sergeant. Boulder? Said the man in surprise. I didn't know Boulder was in. I put him in with Hagen. A light dawned upon the station official. That's queer. I didn't know it was Boulder, he said. I wasn't on duty when he came in, but the other sergeant told me that a man had been put in with Hahn. Here is the jailer. That official came in at that moment, and was as astonished as the sergeant to learn the identity of the second prisoner. I had no idea it was Boulder, sir, he said. That accounts for the long talk they had. They were talking up till 1 o'clock. Are they still talking? Asked Elk. No, sir, they're sleeping now. I had a look at them a little time ago. You remember you gave me orders to leave them alone and not to go near them. Dick Gordon and his subordinate followed the jailer down a long passage faced with glazed brick, the wall of which was studded at intervals by narrow black doors. Reaching the end of the corridor, they turned at right angles. The second passage had only one door, and that was at the end. Snapping back the lock, the jailer threw open the door, and Elk went in. Elk went to the first of the figures and pulled aside the blanket which covered the face. Then, with an oath, he drew the blanket clear. It was Boulder, and he was lying on his back, covered from head to foot with a blanket. A silk scarf was twisted round his mouth. His wrists were not only handcuffed but strapped, as were his legs. Elk dashed at the second figure, but as he touched the blanket, it sank under his hands. A folded coat, to give resemblance to a human figure, a pair of battered shoes, placed artificially at the end of the blanket. These were all. Hagen had disappeared. When they got the man into Elk's office and had given him brandy, and Elk, by sheer bullying, had reduced him to coherence, Boulder told his story. I think it was round about 2 o'clock when it happened, he said. I'd been talking all the evening to this hag, though it was very clear to me with my experience that he spotted me the moment I came in, as a police officer, and was kidding me along all the evening. Still, I persevered, Mr. Elk. I'm the sort of man that never says die. That's the peculiar thing about me. The peculiar thing about you, said Elk wearily, is your passionate admiration of Boulder. Get on. Anyway, I did try, said Boulder in an injured voice, and I thought I'd got over his suspicion because he began talking about frogs, and telling me that there was going to be a wireless call to all the heads tonight, that is, last night. He told me that number 7 would never be captured, because he was too clever. He asked me how Mills had been killed, but I'm perfectly sure, the way he put the question, that he knew. We didn't talk very much after 1, and at 1:15 I lay down, and I must have gone to sleep almost at once. The first thing I knew was that they were putting a gag in my mouth. I tried to struggle, but they held me. They? Said Elk. How many were there? There may have been 2 or 3, I'm not certain, said Boulder. If it had been only 2, I think I could have managed, for I am naturally strong. There must have been more. I only saw 2 besides Hug. Was the cell door open? Yes, sir, it was ajar, said Boulder after he had considered a moment. What did they look like? They were wearing long black overcoats. but they made no attempt to hide their faces. I should know them anywhere. They were young men, at least one was. What happened after that I don't know. They put a strap round my legs, pulled the blanket over me, and that's all I saw or heard until the cell door closed. I have been lying there all night, sir, thinking of my wife and children. Elk cut him short, and leaving the man in charge of another police clerk, he went across to make a more careful examination of the cell. The two passages were shaped like a capital L, the special cell being at the end of the shorter branch. At the elbow was a barred door leading into the courtyard, where men waiting trial were loaded into the prison van and distributed to various places of detention. The warder sat at the top of the L, in a small glass-panelled cubbyhole where the cell indicators were. Each cell was equipped with a bell push in case of illness, and the signal showed in this tiny office. From where he sat, the warder commanded not only a view of the passage, but a side view of the door. Questioned, he admitted that he had been twice into the charge room for a few minutes at a time, once when a man arrested for drunkenness had demanded to see a doctor, and another time about 2:30 in the morning, to take over a burglar who had been captured in the course of the night. And of course, it was during that time that the men got away, said Elk. The door into the courtyard was locked but not bolted. It could be opened from either side. The cell door could also open from both sides. In this respect it differed from every other cell in the station, but the explanation was that it was frequently used for important prisoners, whom it was necessary to subject to lengthy interrogations, and the lock had been chosen to give the police officers who were inside an opportunity of leaving the cell when they desired, without calling for the gaoler. The lock had not been picked, neither had the lock of the yard door. Elk sent immediately for the policemen who were on duty at either entrance of Scotland Yard. The officer who was on guard at the embankment entrance had seen nobody. The man at the Whitehall opening remembered seeing an inspector of police pass out at 2:30. He was perfectly sure the officer was an inspector because he wore the hanging sword belt, and the policeman had seen the star on his shoulder and had saluted him, a salute which the officer had returned. This may or may not be one of them, said Elk. If it is, what happened to the other two? But here evidence failed. The men had disappeared as though they had dissipated into air. We're going to get a roasting for this, Captain Gordon, said Elk, and if we escape without being scorched, we're lucky. Fortunately, nobody but ourselves knows that Haggeen has been arrested, and when I say ourselves, I wish I meant it. You had better go home and go to bed. I had some sleep in the night. If you'll wait while I send this bleating clerk of mine home to his well-advertised wife and family, I'll walk home with you. Dick was waiting on the edge of Whitehall when Elk joined him. There will be a departmental inquiry, of course. We can't help that, he said. The only thing that worries me is that I've got poor old Boulder into bad odor, and I was trying to put him right. I don't know what the experience of the Boy Scouts is, he went off at a tangent, but my own is that the worst service you can render to any man is to try to do him a good turn. It was now nearly 10 o'clock, and Dick was feeling faint with hunger and lack of sleep, for he had eaten nothing at Horsham. Once or twice as they walked toward Harley Terrace, Elk looked back over his shoulder. Expecting anybody? Asked Dick, suddenly alive to the possibility of danger. No, not exactly, said Elk, but I've got a hunch that we're being followed. I saw a man just now who I thought was following us, said Dick. A man in a fawn raincoat. Oh, him? Said Elk, indifferent alike to the rules of grammar and the presence of his shadow. That is one of my men. There's another on the other side of the road. I'm not thinking of them, my mind for the moment being fixed on frogs. Do you mind if we cross the road? He asked hurriedly, and, without waiting for a reply, caught Gordon's arm and led him across the broad thoroughfare. I always object to walking on the same side of a street as the traffic runs. I like to meet traffic. It's not good to be overtaken. I thought so. A small Ford van, painted with the name of a laundry which had been crawling along behind them, suddenly spurted and went ahead at top speed. Elk followed the car with his eyes until it reached the Trafalgar Square end of Whitehall. Instead of branching left toward Pall Mall or right to the Strand, the van swung round in a half-circle and came back to meet them. Elk half-turned and made a signal. This is where we follow the example of the chicken, said Elk, and made another hurried crossing. When they reached the pavement, he looked round. The detectives who were following him had understood his signal, and one had leaped on the running board of the van, which was pulled up to the pavement. There was a few minutes' talk between the driver and the officer, and then they all drove off together. "Pinched," said Elk laconically. "He'll take him to the station on some charge or other and hold him. I guessed he'd see what I was after, my man, I mean. The easiest way to shadow is to shadow in a trade truck," said Elk. "A trade van can do anything it likes. It can loiter by the pavement, it can turn round and go back, it can go fast or slow, and nobody takes the slightest notice. If that had been a limousine, it would have attracted the attention of every policeman by drawling along by the pavement so as to overtake us just at the right minute. Probably it wasn't any more than a shadow, but to me," he said with a quiver of his shoulder, "it felt rather like sudden death." Whether Elk's cheerfulness was assumed or natural, he succeeded in impressing his companion. "Let's take a cab," said Dick, and such was his doubt that he waited for 3 empty taxis to pass before he hailed the 4th. "Come in," said Dick when the cab dropped them at Harley Terrace. "I've got a spare room if you want to sleep." Elk shook his head to the latter suggestion, but accompanied Gordon into the house. The man who opened the door had evidently something to say. "There's a gentleman waiting to see you, sir. He's been here for half an hour. What is his name?" "Mr. Johnson, sir." "Johnson?" said Dick in surprise, and hurried to the dining room, into which the visitor had been ushered. It was indeed the philosopher, though Mr. Johnson lacked for the moment evidence of that equilibrium which is the chiefest of his possessions. The stout man was worried, his face was unusually long, and when Dick went into the room, he was sitting uncomfortably on the edge of a chair, as he had seen him sitting at Heron's Club, his gloomy eyes fixed upon the carpet. "I hope you'll forgive me for coming to see you, Captain Gordon," he said. "I've really no right to bring my troubles to you. I hope your troubles aren't as pressing as mine," smiled Dick as he shook hands. "You know Mr. Elk?" "Mr. Elk is an old friend," said Johnson, almost cheerful for a second. "Well, what is your kick?" "Sit down, won't you?" said Dick. "I'm going to have a real breakfast. Will you join me?" "With pleasure, sir. I've eaten nothing this morning. I usually have a little lunch about 11, but I can't say that I feel very hungry. The fact is, Captain Gordon, I'm fired." Dick raised his eyebrows. "What, has Maitland fired you?" Johnson nodded. "And to think that I've served the old devil all these years faithfully, on a clerk's salary. I've never given him any cause for complaint. I've handled hundreds of thousands, yes, and millions. And although it's not for me to blow my own trumpet, I've never once been a penny out in my accounts. Of course, if I had been, he would have found it out in less than no time, for he is the greatest mathematician I've ever met. And as sharp as a needle. He can write twice as fast as any other man I've known," he added with reluctant admiration. "It's rather curious that a man of his uncouth appearance and speech should have those attainments," said Dick. "It's a wonder to me," confessed Johnson. "In fact, it has been a standing wonder to me ever since I've known him. You'd think he was a dustman or a tramp to hear him talk, yet he's a very well-read man of extraordinary educational qualities." "Can he remember dates?" asked Elk. "He can even remember dates," replied Johnson seriously. "A queer old man, and in many ways an unpleasant old man. I'm not saying this because he's fired me. I've always had the same view. He's without a single spark of kindness. I think the only human thing about him is his love for this little boy." "What little boy?" asked Elk, immediately interested. "I've never seen him," said Johnson. "The child has never been brought to the office. I don't know who he is or whose he is. I've an idea he's a grandchild of Maitland's." There was a pause. "I see," said Dick softly. And well he did see, for in that second began his understanding of the frog and the secret of the frog. "Why were you fired?" he asked. Johnson shrugged his shoulders. "Over a stupid thing, in fact. It's hardly worth talking about. It appears the old man saw me at Heron's Club the other night, and ever since then he's been going carefully into my petty cash account, probably under the impression that I was living a fast life. Beyond the usual grousing, there was nothing in his manner to suggest that he intended getting rid of me, but this morning, when I came, I found that he had already arrived. which was an unusual circumstance. He doesn't as a rule get to the office until about an hour after we start work. "Johnson," he said, "I understand that you know a Miss Ella Bennet." I replied that I was fortunate enough to know the lady. "And I understand," he went on, "that you've been down there to lunch on 1 or 2 occasions." "That is perfectly true, Mr. Maitland," I replied. "Very well, Johnson," said Maitland, "you're fired." "And that was all?" asked Dick in amazement. "That was all," said Johnson in a hushed voice. "Can you understand it?" Dick could have said yes, but he did not. Elk, more curious and passionately anxious to extend his knowledge of the mysterious Maitland, had something to ask. "Johnson, you've been right close to this man Maitland for years. Have you noticed anything about him that's particularly suspicious?" "Like what, Mr. Elk? Has he had any visitors for whom you couldn't account? Have you known him, for example, to do anything which would suggest to you that he had something to do with the frogs?" "The frogs?" Johnson opened his eyes wide, and his voice emphasized his incredulity. "Bless you, no. I shouldn't imagine he knows anything about these people." "You mean the tramps who have committed so many crimes?" "No, Mr. Elk. I've never heard or seen or read anything which gave me that impression." "You've seen the records of most of his transactions. Are there any that he has made which would lead you to believe that he had benefited, say, by the death of Mr. McLean in Dundee, or by the attack which was made upon the woolen merchant at Derby? For example, do you know whether he has been engaged in the buying or selling of French brandies or perfumes?" Johnson shook his head. "No, sir. He deals only in real estate. He has properties in this country and in the south of France and in America. He has done a little business in exchanges. In fact, we did a very large exchange business until the mark broke." "What are you going to do now, Mr. Johnson?" asked Dick. The other made a gesture of helplessness. "What can I do, sir?" he asked. "I am nearly 50. I've spent most of my working life in one job, and it is very unlikely that I can get another. Fortunately for me, I've not only saved money, but I have had 1 or 2 lucky investments, and for those I must be grateful to the old man. I don't think he was particularly pleased when he found that I'd followed his advice, but that's beside the question. I do owe him that. I've just about enough money to keep me for the rest of my life if I go quietly, and do not engage in any extraordinary speculations. Why I came to see you was to ask you, Captain Gordon, if you had any kind of opening. I should like a little spare time work, and I'd be most happy to work with you." Dick was rather embarrassed because the opportunities for employing Mr. Johnson were few and far between. Nevertheless, he was anxious to help the man. "Let me give the matter a day or two's thought," he said. "What is Maitland doing for a secretary?" "I don't know. That is my chief worry. I saw a letter lying on his desk, addressed to Miss Ella Bennet, and I have got an idea that he intends offering her the job." Dick could hardly believe his ears. "What makes you think that?" "I don't know, sir. Only once or twice the old man has inquired whether Ray has a sister. He took quite an interest in her for 2 or 3 days, and then let the matter drop. It is as astonishing as anything he has ever done." Elk, for some reason, felt immensely sorry for the man. He was so obviously and patently unfitted for the rough and tumble of competition, and the opportunities which awaited a man of 50 worn to one groove were practically non-existent. "I don't know that I can help you either, Mr. Johnson," he said. "As far as Miss Bennet is concerned, I imagine that there is no possibility of her accepting any such offer, supposing Maitland made it. I'll have your address in case I want to communicate with you." "Fitzroy Square," replied Johnson, and produced a somewhat soiled card with an apology. "I haven't much use for cards," he said. He walked to the door and hesitated with his hand on its edge. I'm very fond of Miss Bennet," he said, "and I'd like her to know that Maitland isn't as bad as he looks. I've got to be fair to him." "Poor devil," said Elk, watching the man through the window as he walked dejectedly along Harley Terrace. "It's tough on him. You nearly told him about seeing Maitland this morning." "I saw that and was ready to jump in. It's the young lady's secret. I wish to heaven it wasn't," said Dick sincerely, and remembered that he had asked Johnson to stay to breakfast. Chapter: Mr. Johnson's Visitor. There is a certain murky likeness between the houses in Fitzroy Square, London, and Gramercy Park, New York. Fitzroy Square belongs to the Georgian days, when Soho was a fashionable suburb, and St. Martin's in the Fields was really in the fields, and was not tucked away between a vaudeville house and a picture gallery. No, had been subdivided by its owner into 3 self-contained flats, Johnson's being situated on the ground floor. There was a 4th basement flat, which was occupied by a man and his wife who acted for the owners and, incidentally, were responsible, in the case of Johnson, for keeping his apartments clean and supplying him with the very few meals that he had on the premises. It was nearly 10 o'clock when philosopher Johnson arrived home that evening, and he was a very tired man. He had spent the greater part of the day in making a series of calls upon financial and real estate houses. To his inevitable inquiries, he received an inevitable answer. There were no vacancies, and certainly no openings for a stoutish man of 50, who looked, to the discerning eyes of the merchants concerned or their managing clerks, past his best years of work. Patient Mr. Johnson accepted each rebuff and moved on to another field, only to find his experience repeated. He let himself in with a latchkey, walked wearily into a little sitting room, and dropped with a sigh to the Chesterfield, for he was not given to violent exercise. The room in which he sat was prettily, but not expensively furnished. A large green carpet covered the floor, the walls were hidden by bookshelves, and there was about the place a certain coziness which money cannot buy. Rising after some little time, he walked to his bookshelf, took down a volume and spent the next 2 hours in reading. It was nearly midnight when he turned out the light and went to bed. His bedroom was at the farther end of the short corridor, and in 5 minutes he was undressed and asleep. Mr. Johnson was usually a light but consistent sleeper, but tonight he had not been asleep an hour before he was awake again, and wider awake than he had been at any portion of the day. Softly he got out of bed, put on his slippers, and pulled a dressing-gown round him. Then, taking something from a drawer in his bureau, he opened the door and crept softly along the carpeted passage toward his sitting-room. He had heard no sound. It was sheer premonition of a pressing danger which had wakened him. His hand was on the doorknob, and he had turned it when he heard a faint click. It was the sound of a light being turned off, and the sound came from the sitting-room. With a quick jerk he threw open the door and reached out his hand for the switch. And then, from the blackness of the room, came a warning voice. "Touch that light and you die. I've got you covered. Put your gun on the floor at your feet, quick." Johnson stooped and laid down the revolver he had taken from his bureau. "Now step inside and step lively," said the voice. "Who are you?" asked Johnson steadily. He strained his eyes to pierce the darkness and saw the figure now. It was standing by his desk, and the shine of something in its hand warned him that the threat was no idle one. "Never met me?" There was a chuckle of laughter in the voice of the unknown. "I'll bet you haven't. Friend, meet the frog." "The frog?" Johnson repeated the words mechanically. "One name's as good as another. That will do for mine," said the stranger. "Throw over the key of your desk." There was a silence. "I haven't my key here," said Johnson. "It is in the bedroom. Stay where you are," warned the voice. Johnson had kicked off his slippers softly and was feeling with his feet for the pistol he had laid so obediently on the floor in the first shock of surprise. Presently he found it and drew it toward him with his bare toes. "What do you want?" he asked, temporizing. "I want to see your office papers, all the papers you've brought from Maitland's." "There is nothing here of any value," said Johnson. The revolver was now at his feet and a little ahead of him. He kept his toes upon the butt, ready to drop just as soon as he could locate with any certainty the position of the burglar. But now, though his eyes were growing accustomed to the darkness, he could no longer see the owner of the voice. "Come nearer," said the stranger, "and hold out your hands." Johnson made as though to obey, but dropped suddenly to his knees. The explosion deafened him. He heard a cry, saw, in the flash of his pistol, a dark figure, and then something struck him. He came to consciousness 10 minutes later, to find the room empty. Staggering to his feet, he put on the light and walked unsteadily back to his bedroom to examine the extent of his injuries. He felt the bump on his head gingerly and grinned. Somebody was knocking at the outer door, a peremptory, authoritative knocking. With a wet towel to his injured head, he went out into the passage and opened the front door. He found 2 policemen at the step and a small crowd gathered on the pavement. "Has there been shooting here?" "Yes, Constable," said Johnson. "I did a little shooting, but I don't think I hit anything." "Have you been hurt, sir? Was it burglars?" "I can't tell you." "Come in," said Johnson, and led the way back to the disordered library. The blind was flapping in the draught, for the window, which looked out upon a side street, was open. "Have you missed anything?" "No, I don't think so," said Johnson. "I think it was rather more important than an ordinary burglary. I am going to call Inspector Elk of Scotland Yard, and I think you had better leave the room as it is until he arrives." Elk was in his office, laboriously preparing a report on the escape of Hagen, when the call came through. He listened attentively, and then, "I'll come down, Johnson. Tell the constable to leave things. Ask him to speak to me." By the time Elk had arrived, the philosopher was dressed. "He gave you a pretty hefty one," said Elk, examining the contusion with a professional eye. "I wasn't prepared for it. I expected him to shoot, and he must have struck at me as I fired." "You say it was the frog himself," said the skeptical Elk. "I doubt it. The frog has never undertaken a job on his own so far as I can remember." "It was either the frog or one of his trusted emissaries," said Johnson with a good-humoured smile. "Look at this." On the centre of his pink blotting pad was stamped the inevitable frog. It appeared also on the panel of the door. "That is supposed to be a warning, isn't it?" said Johnson. "Well, I hadn't time to get acquainted with the warning before I got mine." "There are worse things than a clubbing," said Elk cheerfully. "You've missed nothing?" Johnson shook his head. "No, nothing." Elk's inspection of the room was short but thorough. It was near the open window, blown by the breeze into the folds of the curtain, that he found the parcel room ticket. It was a green slip, acknowledging the reception of a handbag, and it was issued at the terminus of the Great Northern Railway. "Is this yours?" he asked. Johnson took the slip from him, examined it, and shook his head. "No," he said. "I've never seen it before. Anybody else in your flat likely to have left a bag at King's Cross Station?" Again Johnson shook his head and smiled. "There is nobody else in this flat," he said, "except myself." Elk took the paper under the light and scrutinized the date stamp. The luggage had been deposited a fortnight before, and, as is usual in such tickets, the name of the depositor was not given. "It may have blown in from the garden," he said. "There is a stiff breeze tonight, but I should not imagine that anybody who had got an important piece of luggage would leave the ticket to fly around. I'll investigate this," he said, and put the ticket carefully away in his pocketbook. "You didn't see the man?" "I caught a glimpse of him as I fired, and I am under the impression that he was masked." "Did you recognize his voice?" "No," said Johnson, shaking his head. Elk examined the window. The catch had been cleverly forced. Cleverly, because it was a new type of patent fastening familiar to him, and which he did not remember ever having seen forced from the outside before. Instinctively his mind went back to the burglary at Lord Farmley's, to that beautifully cut handle and blown lock. And though by no stretch of imagination could the two jobs be compared, yet there was a similarity in finish and workmanship which immediately struck him. What made this burglary all the more remarkable was that, for the first time, there had appeared somebody who claimed to be the frog himself. Never before had the frog given tangible proof of his existence. He understood the organization well enough to know that none of the frog's willing slaves would have dared to use his name. And why did he consider that Johnson was worthy of his personal attention? "No," said Johnson in answer to his question. "There are no documents here of the slightest value. I used to bring home a great deal of work from Maitland's. In fact, I have often worked into the middle of the night. That is why my dismissal is such a scandalous piece of ingratitude." "You have never had any private papers of Maitland's here, which perhaps you might have forgotten to return?" asked Elk thoughtfully. And Johnson's ready smile and twinkling eyes supplied an answer. "That's rather a graceful way of putting the matter," he said. "No, I have none of Maitland's documents here. If you care, you can see the contents of all my cupboards, drawers, and boxes, but I can assure you that I'm a very methodical man. I know practically every paper in my possession." Walking home, Elk reviewed the matter of this surprising appearance. If the truth be told, He was very glad to have some additional problem to keep his mind off the very unpleasant interview which was promised for the morning. Captain Dick Gordon would assume all responsibility, and probably the commissioners would exonerate Elk from any blame, but to the detective, the people upstairs were almost as formidable as the frog himself. Chapter: The Inquiry. He intended making an early call at King's Cross to examine the contents of the bag, but awoke the next morning. His mind filled with the coming inquiry to the exclusion of all other matters, and although he entered Johnson's burglary in his report book very carefully and locked away the cloakroom ticket in his safe, he was much too absorbed and worried to make immediate inquiries. Dick arrived for the inquiry, and his assistant gave him a brief sketch of the burglary in Fitzroy Square. "Let me see that ticket," he asked. Elk, unlocking the safe, produced the green slip. "The ticket has been attached to something," said Dick, carrying the slip to the window. "There is the mark of a paper fastener, and the mark is recent. This may produce a little information," he said as he handed it back. "It's very unlikely," said Elk despondently as he locked the door of the safe. "Those people upstairs are going to give us hell." "Don't worry," said Dick. "I tell you, our friends above are so tickled to death at recovering the treaty that they're not going to worry much about Hagn. It was a remarkable prophecy, remarkably fulfilled." Elk was gratified and surprised when he was called into the presence of the great. Every commissioner and chief constable sat round the green board of judgment, to discover that the attitude of his superiors was rather one of benevolent interest than of disapproval. "With an organization of this character, we are prepared for very unexpected developments," said the chief commissioner. "In ordinary circumstances, the escape of Hagn would be a matter calling for severe measures against those responsible, but I really cannot apportion the blame in this particular case. Balder seems to have behaved with perfect propriety. I quite approve of your having put him into the cell with Hahn, and I do not see what I can do with the jailer. The truth is that the frogs are immensely powerful, more powerful than the agents of an enemy government, because they are working with inside knowledge, and in addition, of course, they are our own people. You think it is possible, Captain Gordon, to round up the frogs? I know it will be a tremendous business. Is it worthwhile?" Dick shook his head. "No, sir," he replied. "They are too numerous, and the really dangerous men are going to be difficult to identify. It has come to our knowledge that the chiefs of this organization, at least some of them, are not so marked. Not all the members of the Board of Inquiry were as pleasant as the chief commissioner." "It comes to this," said a white-haired chief constable, "that in the space of a week we have had 2 prisoners killed under the eyes of the police, and one who has practically walked out of the cell in which he was guarded by a police officer, without being arrested or any clue being furnished as to the method the frogs employed." He shook his head. "That's bad, Captain Gordon. Perhaps you would like to take charge of the inquiry, sir," said Dick. "This is not the ordinary petty larceny type of crime, and I seem to remember having dealt with a case of yours whilst I was in the prosecutor's department, presenting less complicated features, in which you were no more successful than I and my officers have been in dealing with the frogs. You must allow me the greatest latitude and exercise patience beyond the ordinary." "I know the frog," he said simply. For some time they did not realize what he had said. "You know him?" asked the chief commissioner incredulously. Dick nodded. "If I were to tell you who it was," he said, "you would probably laugh at me. And obviously, whilst it is quite possible for me to secure an arrest this morning, it is not as easy a matter to produce overwhelming evidence that will convict. You must give me rope if I am to succeed." "But how did you discover him, Captain Gordon?" asked the chief, and Elk, who had listened dumbfounded to this claim of his superior, waited breathlessly for the reply. "It was clear to me," said Dick, speaking slowly and deliberately, "when I learnt from Mr. Johnson, who was Maitland's secretary, that somewhere concealed in the old man's house was a mysterious child." He smiled as he looked at the blank faces of the board. "That doesn't sound very convincing, I'm afraid," he said, "but nevertheless you will learn in due course why when I discovered this. I was perfectly satisfied that I could take the frog whenever I wished. It is not necessary to say that knowing as I do, or as I am convinced I do, the identity of this individual, events from now on will take a more interesting and a more satisfactory course." I do not profess to be able to explain how Han came to make his escape. I have a suspicion. It is no more than a suspicion. But even that event is soluble if my other theory is right, as I am sure it is. Until the meeting was over and the two men were again in Elk's office, the detective spoke no word. Then, closing the door carefully, he said, "If that was a bluff of yours, Captain Gordon, it was the finest bluff I have ever heard, and I've an idea it wasn't a bluff." "It was no bluff," said Dick quietly. "I tell you I am satisfied that I know the frog." "Who is it?" Dick shook his head. "This isn't the time to tell you. I don't think any useful purpose would be served if I made my views known, even to you. Now what about your cloakroom ticket?" Dick did not accompany him to King's Cross, for he had some work to do in his office, and Elk went alone to the cloakroom. Producing the ticket, he paid the extra fees for the additional period of storage and received from the attendant a locked brown leather bag. "Now, son," said Elk, having revealed his identity, "perhaps you will tell me if you remember who brought this bag." The attendant grinned. "I haven't that kind of memory," he said. "I sympathize with you," said Elk, "but possibly if you concentrated your mind, you might be able to recall something. Faces aren't dates." The attendant turned over the leaves of his book to make sure. "Yes, I was on duty that day." "What time was it handed in?" He examined the counterfoils. "About 11 o'clock in the morning," he said. He shook his head. "I can't remember who brought it. We get so much luggage entered at that time in the morning that it's almost impossible for me to recall any particular person. I know one thing, that there wasn't anything peculiar about him, or I should have remembered." "You mean that the person who handed this in was very ordinary? Was he an American?" Again the attendant thought. "No, I don't think he was an American, sir," he said. "I should have remembered that. I don't think we have had an American here for weeks." Elk took the bag to the office of the station police inspector and with the aid of his key unlocked and pulled it wide open. Its contents were unusual. A suit of clothes, a shirt, collar and tie, a brand-new shaving outfit, a small bottle of annatto, a coloring material used by dairymen, a passport made out in the name of John Henry Smith, but with the photograph missing, a Browning pistol, fully loaded, an envelope containing francs and 5 $100 bills. These comprised the contents. Elk surveyed the articles as they were spread on the inspector's table. "What do you make of that?" The railwayman shook his head. "It's a fairly complete outfit," he said. "You mean a getaway outfit?" "That's what I think," said Elk, "and I'd like to bet that one of these bags is stored at every railway terminus in London." The clothing bore no marks. The Browning was of Belgian manufacture, whilst the passport might or might not have been forged, though the blank on which it was written was obviously genuine. A later inquiry put through to the Foreign Office revealed the fact that it had not been officially issued. Elk packed away the outfit into the bag. "I shall take these to the yard. Perhaps they'll be called for, but more likely they won't." Elk came out of the inspector's office onto the broad platform, wondering what it would be best to do. Should he leave the bag in the cloakroom and set a man to watch? That would be a little futile, for nobody could call unless he had the ticket, and it would mean employing a good officer for nothing. He decided in the end to take the bag to the yard and hand it over for a more thorough inspection. One of the Northern Expresses had just pulled into the station 2 hours late, due to a breakdown on the line. Elk stood looking idly at the stream of passengers passing out through the barrier, and so watching, he saw a familiar face. His mind being occupied with this, the familiarity did not force itself upon his attention until the man he had recognized had passed out of view. It was John Bennett, a furtive, hurrying figure with his battered suitcase in his hand, a dark felt hat pulled over his eyes. Elk strolled across to the barrier where a station official was standing. "Where does this train come from?" "Aberdeen, sir." "Last stop?" asked Elk. "Last stop Doncaster," said the official. Whilst he was speaking, Elk saw Bennett returning. Apparently he had forgotten something, for there was a frown of annoyance on his face. He pushed his way through the stream of people that were coming from the barriers, and Elk wondered what was the cause of his return. He had not long to wait before he learnt. When Bennett appeared again, he was carrying a heavy brown box fastened with a strap. and Elk recognized the motion picture camera with which this strange man pursued his paying hobby. "Queer bird," said Elk to himself, and, calling a cab, carried his find back to headquarters. He put the bag in his safe and sent for 2 of his best men. "I want the cloakrooms of every London terminus inspected for bags of this kind," he said, showing the bag. "It has probably been left for weeks. Push the usual inquiries as to the party who made the deposit. Select all likely bags and, to make sure, have them opened on the spot. If they contained a complete shaving kit, a gun, a passport and money, they are to be brought to Scotland Yard and held for me." Gordon, whom he afterwards saw, agreed with his explanation for the presence of this interesting find. "At any hour of the day or night he's ready to jump for safety," said Elk admiringly. "And at any terminus we shall find money, a change of kit, and the necessary passport to carry him abroad. A natto to stain his face and hands. I expect he carries his own photograph. And by the way, I saw John Bennett." "At the station?" asked Dick. Elk nodded. "He was returning from the north, from one of 5 towns, Aberdeen, Arbroath, Edinburgh, York or Doncaster. He didn't see me, and I didn't push myself forward. Captain, what do you think of this man Bennett?" Dick did not reply. "Is he your frog?" challenged Elk, and Dick Gordon chuckled. "You're not going to get my frog by a process of elimination, Elk, and you can save yourself a whole lot of trouble if you cut out the idea that cross-examining me will produce good results." "I never thought anything so silly," said Elk, "but John Bennett gets me guessing. If he were the frog, he couldn't have been in Johnson's sitting room last night. Not unless he motored to Doncaster to catch an alibi train," said Dick, and then, "I wonder if the Doncaster police are going to call in headquarters, or whether they'll rely upon their own intelligence department." "About what?" asked Elk, surprised. "Mabberley Hall, which is just outside Doncaster, was burgled last night," said Dick, "and Lady Fitzherman's diamond tiara was stolen. Rather supports your theory, doesn't it, Elk?" Elk said nothing, but he wished most fervently that he had some excuse or other for searching John Bennett's bag. Chapter: A Meeting. Heron's Club had been temporarily closed by order of the police, but now was allowed to open its doors again. Ray invariably lunched at Heron's unless he was taking the meal with Lola, who preferred a brighter atmosphere than the club offered at midday. Only a few tables were occupied when he arrived. The stigma of the police raid lay upon Heron's, and its more cautious clients had not yet begun to drift back. It was fairly well known that something had happened to Hagden, the manager, for the man had not appeared since the night of the raid. There were unconfirmed rumors of his arrest. Ray had not troubled to call for letters as he passed through the hall, for very little correspondence came to him at the club. He was therefore surprised when the waiter, having taken his order, returned, accompanied by the clerk carrying in his hand 2 letters, one heavily sealed and weighty, the other smaller. He opened the big envelope first, and was putting in his fingers to extract the contents when he realized that the envelope contained nothing but money. He did not care to draw out the contents, even before the limited public. Peeping, he was gratified to observe the number and denomination of the bills. There was no message, but the other letter was addressed in the same handwriting. He tore this open. It was innocent of address or date, and the typewritten message ran, "On Friday morning you will assume a dress which will be sent to you, and you will make your way towards Nottingham by road. You will take the name of Jim Carter, and papers of identification in that name will be found in the pockets of the clothes which will reach you by special messenger tomorrow. From now onward you are not to appear in public, you are not to shave, receive visitors or pay visits. Your business at Nottingham will be communicated to you. Remember that you are to travel by road, sleeping in such lodging houses, casual wards or Salvation Army shelters as tramps usually patronize. At Barnet on the Great North Road, near the 9th milestone, you will meet another whom you know, and will accompany him for the remainder of the journey. At Nottingham you will receive further orders. It is very likely that you will not be required, and certainly the work you will be asked to do will not compromise you in any way. Remember your name is Carter. Remember you are not to shave. Remember also the 9th milestone on Friday morning. When these facts are impressed upon you, Take this letter, the envelope, and the envelope containing the money, to the club fireplace, and burn them. I shall see you." The letter was signed Frog, so the hour had come when the frogs had need of him. He had dreaded the day, and yet in a way had looked forward to it as one who wished to know the worst. He faithfully carried out the instructions and, under the curious eyes of the guests, carried the letter and the envelopes to the empty brick fireplace, lit a match and burnt them, putting his foot upon the ashes. His pulse beat a little quicker. The thump of his heart was a little more pronounced as he went back to his untouched lunch. So the frog would see him, was here. He looked round the sparsely filled tables, and presently he met the gaze of a man whose eyes had been fixed upon him ever since he had sat down. The face was familiar, and yet unfamiliar. He beckoned the waiter. "Don't look immediately," he said in a low voice, "but tell me who is that gentleman sitting in the second alcove." The waiter looked carelessly round. "That is Mr. Joshua Broad, sir," he said. Almost as the waiter spoke, Joshua Broad rose from his seat, walked across the room to where Ray was sitting. "Good morning, Mr. Bennett. I don't think we have met before, though we are fellow members of Herons, and I've seen you a lot of times here. My name is Broad. Won't you sit down?" Ray had some difficulty in controlling his voice. "Glad to meet you, Mr. Broad. Have you finished your lunch? If not, perhaps you'll take it with me." "No," he said. "I've finished lunch. I eat very little. But if it doesn't annoy you, I'll smoke a cigarette." Ray offered his case. "I'm a neighbor of a friend of yours," said Broad, choosing a cigarette. "Miss Lola Bassano. She has an apartment facing mine in Caverly House. I guess that's where I've seen you most often." Now Ray remembered. This was the strange American who lived opposite to Lola, and about whose business he had so often heard Lola and Lou Brady speculate. "And I think we have a mutual friend in Captain Gordon," suggested the other, his keen eyes fixed upon the boy. "Captain Gordon is not a friend of mine," said Ray quickly. "I'm not particularly keen on police folk as friends. They can be mighty interesting," said Broad, "but I can quite understand your feeling in the matter. Have you known Brady long?" "Lou? No, I can't say that I have. He's a very nice fellow," said Ray unenthusiastically. "He's not exactly the kind of friend I'd have chosen, but it happens that he is a particularly close friend of a friend of mine." "Of Miss Bassano," said Broad. "You used to be at Maitland's?" "I was there once," said Ray indifferently, and from his tone one might have imagined that he had merely been a visitor, attracted by morbid curiosity to that establishment. "Queer cuss, old Maitland." "I know very little of him," said Ray. "A very queer fellow. He's got a smart secretary, though." "You mean Johnson?" Ray smiled. "Poor old philosopher, he's lost his job." "You don't say? When did this happen?" Mr. Broad's voice was urgent, eager. "The other day. I don't know when. I met Johnson this morning, and he told me. I don't know how the old boy will get on without Philo." "I was wondering the same thing," said Broad softly. "You surprise me. I wonder he has the nerve, though I don't think he's lacking in that quality."